Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Skylar. Mornings have a rhythm, a dance I've perfected through repetition and sheer necessity. The alarm screams at exactly 5:45 a.m., pulling me from a vague, unsettling dream I never fully remember, leaving only a lingering ache behind my ribs. It's always something gentle, beautiful, and impossible. Something that evaporates like morning mist the moment I open my eyes, leaving behind only the shadow of longing. Sliding reluctantly out of bed, I feel the cool bite of hardwood beneath my toes as I slip quietly down the short hall. Every morning, no matter how rushed or chaotic, starts the same way. I ease Nova's bedroom door open just enough to peek inside. She's still asleep, curled around the stuffed bear Beckett unknowingly gifts her, though he never knows it. Her small limbs stretch across the sheets, tiny mouth parted, breathing softly. My heart squeezes every single time I look at her. 4 years in, and the sheer wonder of having her never wears off. It's grown stronger, deeper, threaded with quiet anxiety that somehow I'll let her down. I kneel beside the bed, smoothing the riot of soft curls framing her face. My voice is a gentle murmur in the quiet darkness. "Good morning, my little star." Nova shifts slightly, long lashes fluttering, before she opens her sleepy eyes. They're luminous, rich brown flecked with gold, eyes that mirror mine but hold that unmistakable trace of Beckett's playful mischief. Eyes that always threaten to unravel the careful knots I tie around my heart. "Mama," Nova mumbles, voice thick with sleep. "Is today the day? Do I really get to go to the clouds with you?" My chest lightens. The usual morning guilt of leaving her behind evaporates, the spark in her eyes sparking a matching one in mine. I nod softly, brushing a stray curl from her forehead. "It is, baby girl. You and Grandma are coming to the airport with me. You'll be sitting in the back while Mama works, but we're all going to the same place today." Her brows knit briefly. Her small face brightens as the realization of a shared adventure takes place. And I get to see the big silver wings from the window? For real? I hold out my pinky solemnly, our familiar ritual sealing my word. Pinky promise. She smiles sleepily, curling back into the warmth of her sheets. My heart splinters a little. I rise quietly, stepping back into the hallway. This is the life I built for us. Safe, independent, predictable. Yet some mornings, like today, it feels insufficient, fragile even. Returning to my room, I slip on my flight attendant uniform with practiced efficiency. Navy blazer, crisp and flawless, the skirt tailored precisely to flatter without betraying vulnerability. My hair twists neatly into a sleek bun beneath my flight cap. The final touch is always the red lipstick, matte, bold, armor against the world. The woman in the mirror is confident, poised, ready. I perfect her over years of practice, hiding every crack beneath a surface of polished steel. Downstairs, the kitchen hums gently with morning life. Coffee brews quietly as I arrange Nova's favorite breakfast, blueberry muffins and strawberries. This small act anchors me, grounding the swirl of anxiety that accompanies every flight I leave her behind. The door opens softly, my mother stepping in with her calming presence. She squeezes my shoulders briefly, seeing right through my composed exterior. Morning, Sky. How's our little princess today? She's thrilled, I say. My mother nods knowingly. You're doing an amazing job, Skylar. Her assurance warms me, but it can't quite erase the quiet fear. She lives this life alone, too, raising me single-handedly, wearing exhaustion like a badge. The cycle is never supposed to repeat. I want something different, better. Yet here I am, standing in shoes too similar to hers. By the time I'm pulling out of the driveway, sunlight spills warmly across the city, Atlanta waking to life around me. Traffic rushes by, drivers caught in the mundane rush of another ordinary morning, but nothing about my life feels ordinary. Every choice, every action revolves around protecting Nova from the world's harsh edges, from the disappointments I endure, and the pain my mother tries and fails to shield me from. The airport hums with early morning activity as I enter through security, greeting familiar coworkers, warmly but distantly. They know me as Skylar Monroe, efficient, unflappable, confident. But no one truly knows me, not here, not anywhere. I keep my walls high, my secrets guarded. It's safer this way. At the gate, I fall into routine checks, scanning through today's flight details, mentally preparing my cabin crew. The manifest opens, and my heart stutters violently, the professional mask fracturing momentarily. Captain, Beckett Hayes. Impossible. Beckett, the man in my orbit I can't stop thinking about, before that final breathless week in Paris. He had vanished overseas to chase his own horizon, unknowingly leaving behind shattered pieces for me to collect in the quiet of my mother's house. His memory burns vividly even 5 years later. A ghost that haunts the nights I spend wondering what could have been. I remember the first time I saw him at the Atlanta base, a year before that trip. We spent 12 months in each other's orbit, trading stories over terminal coffee and navigating short-haul hops while the tension between us grew with every shared flight. Paris wasn't a random occurrence. It was the inevitable, terrifying destination we had been taxiing toward for an entire year. My fingers tremble slightly before I shove down the panic, replacing it with cold efficiency. This changes nothing. Beckett is the past. Nova and I, we're my future. Jessica, my co-attendant, notices the slip. Sky, you okay? You look spooked. Fine, I say smoothly, forcing the lie through gritted teeth. Just surprised by the pilot. Her eyes spark mischievously. Old flame? I swallow hard, offering a tight smile. More like an old ghost. She nods knowingly, but thankfully doesn't press further. I turn swiftly toward the jet bridge, breathing deep and steadying my heartbeat. Beckett is a chapter I closed firmly years ago. I won't let him reopen wounds I spent years carefully stitching shut. On the aircraft, familiar routines comfort me. Safety checks, cabin prep, careful placement of snacks and drinks. Each step is methodical, soothing, until Beckett's voice slices through the hum of conversation from the cockpit doorway, low and steady. Good morning, crew. Looking forward to smooth skies today. My heart stalls painfully in my chest. His voice is deeper now, aged slightly, yet achingly familiar. I glance upward, breath stolen as he steps fully into view. Tall, lean frame, confident beneath his captain's uniform. His sandy blonde hair tousles carelessly, eyes the exact stormy shade of gray-blue I remember vividly. His gaze locks onto mine with startling precision, shock evident before he quickly masks it. For a heartbeat, I'm 19 again, laughing beneath Parisian lights, certain that love was simple, easy, inevitable. But reality settles in sharp and immediate, fracturing the illusion. Skylar, Beckett murmurs softly, my name rolling intimately off his tongue. Captain Hayes, I respond, voice clipped, professional despite my shaking heart. Welcome aboard. His eyes darken briefly, confusion mixing with something deeper, something unresolved. He quickly covers the emotion, retreating behind the composed mask of command. "Good to see you," he says quietly, carefully neutral, and turns back to the cockpit. I watch him disappear behind the door, feeling my chest squeeze painfully. 5 years ago, Beckett Hayes is a reckless leap, a beautiful mistake that leaves scars and one breathtaking gift. Nova is my life, my reason. I refuse to let Beckett disrupt what I've built, what I protect fiercely. Yet a quiet, terrified voice inside whispers that everything is already changing. As passengers board and I settle into the jump seat, heart hammering loudly, I try desperately to ignore the question haunting my thoughts. Am I strong enough to survive Beckett Hayes twice? At 30,000 feet, locked in this metal cage with the man who still owns too many pieces of my heart, I'm afraid I already know the answer.
Chapter 2. Beckett. Stepping back onto U.S. soil after 5 years feels like waking from a prolonged dream. Everything around me at Hartsfield-Jackson International is familiar yet slightly off-kilter, as if my memory tries to preserve details but loses something essential along the way. The air itself feels charged, different from London, different from Dubai, different than anywhere else I run to, hoping distance will ease the ache of memories that cling stubbornly like shadows. The terminal bustles around me, chatter rising and falling like tides, but I'm anchored firmly in place, passport stamped, luggage trailing behind. Something about coming home feels heavier, as if the ground beneath me expects accountability for every mistake I make before I flee abroad. I shake the thought away and force myself to keep moving. Flight schedules wait for no one, especially pilots returning from self-imposed exile. "Beckett Hayes!" An amused voice catches me from behind. I turn to see James Carmichael jogging lightly toward me. James, with his easy charm and quick smile, is my closest friend before London whisks me away. "Thought that was you," he grins broadly, pulling me into a hearty handshake. "Welcome home, man. Surprised they finally let you back stateside." I chuckle, the tension momentarily easing. Takes a while to convince them I am trustworthy again. He nods knowingly, eyes sharp yet gentle. "Guess 5 years abroad softens even the hardest troublemaker." "Maybe," I concede with a faint smile. Or maybe I just learned to hide it better. James's expression shifts subtly, concern briefly clouding his gaze. "You good, Beck?" "Always." I lie effortlessly, mask firmly in place. "Just jet-lagged. Adjustment period." He squeezes my shoulder. "Fair enough. Let's grab a drink soon. You owe me some stories." "Promise," I say easily, but inside unease twists in my stomach. Stories imply openness, vulnerability. After Schuyler, after Paris, after everything, I'm not sure I'm capable of either anymore. The cockpit of the Boeing 787 waits exactly as I remember. Clean, precise, a sanctuary of control. Instruments blink softly, familiar hums and vibrations wrapping me in comfort. I settle into the captain's seat, feeling simultaneously at home and entirely foreign. Like slipping on an old favorite jacket that no longer fits quite right. My co-pilot Andrew, younger and eager-eyed, nods respectfully. "Morning, Captain Hayes. Welcome back stateside." "Thanks," I reply warmly. "Glad to be back." Andrew taps the flight tablet lightly, handing me the manifest. "Your cabin crew for today. Flight to Madrid, fully booked. Good group on board." "Excellent." My eyes casually sweep down the list of attendants, more routine than curiosity. But then my heart suddenly stops. The name burns through me like lightning, rendering everything else irrelevant. Schuyler Monroe. My pulse crashes loudly in my ears, drowning everything else out. Her name alone resurrects an entire universe. Memories I've spent years burying, carefully ignoring, futilely running from. Schuyler Monroe, the woman who once takes my carefully structured life and unravels it completely in a single night beneath Parisian lights. Skylar, who teaches me passion and regret in equal measure. Skylar, who deserves better than my silence, than the way I leave without a goodbye. Silence, than the way I left without a goodbye. "You all right, Captain?" Andrew asks cautiously, noticing my abrupt silence. "Fine," I say roughly, forcing calm into my voice. "Just recognize a name." "Good thing or bad?" I exhale slowly. "Complicated." Andrew nods wisely, settling back into his own preparations. I lean back in my seat, closing my eyes briefly as memories surge, vivid and merciless. Paris, 5 years ago. Midnight in the shadow of the Eiffel Tower. Skylar's laughter mingles with mine, her eyes luminous and daring, lips soft beneath my fingertips. Her warmth nestles against me, whispers and promises exchanged like secrets beneath satin sheets. The singular moment when fear overtakes me, prompting me to leave quietly before dawn, before complications, before heartache I think I'd avoided, only to realize I carry it with me always. A soft knock pulls me abruptly back to reality. I turn sharply, heart hammering as Skylar herself appears, stepping into the cockpit doorway. My chest clenches painfully as our eyes meet, hers wide and dark and devastatingly familiar. Everything about her is exactly as I remember. The elegant poise, the perfect navy uniform, the same bold red lipstick that haunts my dreams for years. "Captain Hayes." Her voice is clear, steady, perfectly composed. "Skylar," I reply softly, my tone betraying more than I intended. "Just checking to see if you need anything special for the flight," she says smoothly, professionalism polished to a razor's edge. I swallow thickly, fighting the urge to reveal everything instantly. "No special requests today." "Good," she nods curtly, eyes carefully guarded. "Then we're all set." She turns to leave, and before I can stop myself, the words tumble out unbidden. "Skylar, wait!" She hesitates slightly, shoulders tightening but doesn't turn fully back. "Yes?" My throat closes around the thousands of apologies and confessions bubbling up, all inadequate. "It's good to see you again." She finally glances back, her eyes softening just a fraction, revealing a glimpse of the girl from Paris, the one who trusts me, the one I hurt. But the vulnerability vanishes quickly, replaced by cautious distance. "You too, Beckett," she replies softly, voice tinged with resignation. "Welcome back." And then she's gone, leaving behind the faintest scent of jasmine and unresolved history. I sag back into my seat, heart racing, emotions tangling hopelessly. The simplicity I'd hoped returning home would offer is now irretrievably shattered. Skylar is here, closer than I imagined possible, resurrecting ghosts I'd convinced myself are long buried. My fingers drift absently to my wrist, tracing the leather band of my father's watch. A reminder of all the ways I've fallen short, of all the promises I break. Regret coils painfully inside my chest, familiar and heavy. Andrew's cautious voice interrupts the oppressive silence. "Ready for pre-flight check, Captain?" I force myself back into professional mode, blinking rapidly to clear my head. "Absolutely. Let's get started." But as we begin procedures, my mind stays stubbornly fixed on the woman mere yards away. Skylar Monroe isn't just a name on a manifest. She's a storm I thought had passed, returning with renewed intensity. And if today has taught me anything, it's that I am foolish to think I could escape her. My heart pounds relentlessly, each beat whispering a terrifying truth I've avoided for 5 years. Skylar Monroe was never my past. She's still very much my present, and more unsettlingly, perhaps always has been.
Chapter 3. Skylar. Boarding passengers is a meticulous dance, one I've performed countless times, but today, my rhythm feels fractured. thrown off by the presence of a man whose very existence I've deliberately pushed into the corners of my heart. Each boarding pass scanned, every polite smile returned, masks an internal chaos that brews just below the surface. My eyes flick involuntarily toward the cockpit door, as if drawn by an invisible tether. It remains closed, concealing Beckett, but knowing he's there sends pulses of anxiety and longing humming through my veins. I steady my breaths, slipping seamlessly back into the composed facade I've mastered over the years. "Thank you. Enjoy your flight," I say, gently guiding an elderly couple toward their seats. My co-attendant Jessica nudges my elbow softly, voice pitched low enough to avoid passenger notice. "Girl, are you sure you're okay?" "I'm fine," I lie, lips curving upward reflexively, heart hammering loudly in contradiction. She arches a skeptical brow, clearly unconvinced. "Fine, huh? You keep staring at that cockpit door like it owes you money." "Very funny," I reply dryly, lightly nudging her back toward the galley. "Just complicated history." "Complicated is my favorite kind," Jessica quips, eyes sparkling mischievously as she moves away. Her humor lifts my mood slightly, enough to keep my hands steady and my smile in place. Midway down the cabin, a familiar head of bouncing curls appears, and my heart instantly softens. Nova, eyes wide with wonder, holds tightly onto my mother's hand as they navigate the narrow aisle. At 4 years old, every flight still fills her with bright-eyed awe. "Mama!" Nova's voice rings clearly, excitedly, earning indulgent smiles from the nearby passengers. She rushes forward, hugging my knees. I kneel down, pressing a quick kiss to her forehead. "Hey, baby, excited for the flight?" "Uh-huh." She nods enthusiastically. "Grandma says we'll fly right into the clouds." "Did she now?" I laugh, glancing up at my mother, who shrugs with gentle amusement. "Well, Grandma always knows best." "Grandma always knows everything," Nova asserts seriously, prompting a warm chuckle from my mother. "Better believe it," Mom says, giving my shoulder a gentle squeeze as they settle into seats just behind my jump seat. Nova climbs carefully onto her seat, her tiny fingers clutching her favorite book tightly. She flips through the pages meticulously, lost in her own world of wonder. My chest swells with fierce, protective love, tempered by a pang of guilt for the secrets I keep from her, even at this tender age. Just as boarding nears completion, a subtle ripple moves through the passengers, attention subtly shifting toward the front of the cabin. My heart stutters painfully as Beckett emerges from the cockpit, the captain's uniform fitting his tall, lean frame with unfair perfection. His eyes, stormy and unreadable, scan the cabin, conducting the pre-flight walkthrough with practiced authority. My pulse accelerates wildly, betraying every vow I've made to remain detached. I grip the seat edge tightly, willing my breathing to steady. Beckett's gaze moves methodically, checking each overhead bin, each passenger seat, until he reaches my row. His stride falters, eyes briefly locking onto mine, before inevitably, devastatingly shifting downward. A stunned stillness overtakes him as he notices Nova, her curls, her face, her delicate features that are so hauntingly, undeniably his own. Time fractures, suspended between us, filled with silent recognition and unspoken accusations. I see the realization shatter across his face, a raw, unguarded shock that strips away years and layers of carefully constructed distance. His lips part slightly, throat working visibly as if trying to form words, yet none come. Nova, blissfully oblivious, glances up, her dark brown eyes meeting Beckett's curious stare. Ever outgoing, she beams up at him, an innocent smile radiating warmth. "Hi, Mr. Captain. I'm Nova. My mama flies here too." Beckett's voice emerges softly, roughened by emotion. "Hi, Nova. It's nice to meet you." His gaze lifts back to mine, raw hurt, blending with confusion and unspoken questions. Words hover on his tongue, nearly forming, but professionalism quickly reasserts itself. His expression shudders swiftly, a practiced calm settling firmly back into place. "Enjoy your flight," he murmurs, turning abruptly to finish his check, leaving behind an air thick with unresolved tension. The cabin resumes its murmured conversations, unaware of the silent storm raging between pilot and attendant. I exhale shakily, knees trembling slightly as I sink into my jump seat. My mother's eyes catch mine, sharp and knowing, silent communication passing swiftly between us. She leans forward, voice gentle but firm. "You all right, baby?" I nod slowly, swallowing past the lump forming painfully in my throat. "I will be." Nova wiggles impatiently, tugging gently at my sleeve. "Mama, is the captain your friend?" My throat tightens further, heart aching from the innocent query. "He was once, baby." Nova considers this carefully, brows knitting thoughtfully. "You should tell him he's still your friend. Friends make you smile." The pure simplicity of her logic sends a fresh pang through my chest, exposing all the complexities of adulthood and broken hearts. "I'll think about it, sweet girl," I whisper softly, forcing a reassuring smile as I stroke her cheek gently. Jessica's voice crackles warmly over the cabin speakers, prompting passengers to secure belongings and buckle seatbelts. Routine commands wash comfortingly over me, grounding my frayed nerves. But as the engines hum to life, vibrating softly beneath my feet, my mind remains stubbornly fixed on Beckett's shattered expression. Nova leans her head against my shoulder, thumb finding her mouth, comforted by the rumbling reassurance of engines in my proximity. Yet my comfort remains elusive, my heart caught in a tug of war between past and present. Glancing toward the cockpit, a bitter ache swells within me. Beckett knows now. There's no turning back. Our secrets are unraveling at 30,000 feet. And no matter how carefully I've prepared for this day, the reality is harder, sharper than I ever imagined. As the plane taxis toward takeoff, anxiety curls through me, twisting tightly around my heart. Beckett Hayes is no longer merely a ghost from my past. He's here, vividly alive, dangerously close. And now he knows Nova exists, knows our shared history has consequences he can't outrun, consequences neither of us can escape. I grip the armrest firmly as the wheels lift off, rising steadily into the sky, wondering desperately if my carefully constructed life can survive this turbulence, or if everything is about to crash around me.
Chapter 4. Beckett. I force myself back into the cockpit, heart hammering violently against my ribcage. My hands, usually steady, tremble as I close the door firmly behind me, isolating myself from the vivid, shocking revelation of moments ago. Nova. The little girl sitting beside Skylar, her face, her eyes, even the slight tilt of her chin, all undeniably mine. The realization crashes into me like violent turbulence, shaking every certainty I've ever had. "Everything all right, Captain?" Andrew asks gently, eyeing me cautiously as he runs pre-flight diagnostics. I nod stiffly, gripping the back of my seat as if anchoring myself against a storm. "Yeah, fine." He looks skeptical but knows better than to push. He returns to his checks, leaving me to sink heavily into the pilot's chair. My pulse echoes loudly in my ears, drowning out every familiar hum and beep of the cockpit. My thoughts spiral recklessly, tangled in disbelief, anger, and confusion. Skylar kept this from me. 4 years of silence, 4 years of secrets. Anger flares sharply, hot and immediate. Yet even beneath that anger simmers a longing, deep and relentless, for a life I unknowingly forfeited. I squeeze my eyes shut, but the darkness offers no escape. Instead, it intensifies the memories, pulling me back to that night in Paris. the crisp scent of spring air drifting through open balcony doors, the distant murmurs of the city beneath us as we lay tangled in soft sheets. Skylar's laughter, husky and intimate against my skin, her eyes luminous with trust I didn't deserve. "Stay," she had whispered softly in the quiet darkness. Just one simple request, and I had failed her utterly. I'd left before sunrise, terrified by the raw vulnerability she stirred in me, driven by a selfish need to protect the careful plans I'd constructed for my future. London had offered escape, anonymity, but I hadn't realized how profoundly I'd shattered both our worlds with that cowardly departure. Nova's face swims vividly behind my closed eyelids, my eyes staring back at me from the innocent face of a child I never knew existed. A fierce ache twists within my chest, suffocating, unbearable. "Captain, we're cleared for taxi." Andrew's voice jars me sharply back to the present. I blink rapidly, grounding myself in the comforting familiarity of my surroundings. "Understood," I manage, forcing composure into my voice as I engage controls. We taxi smoothly toward the runway, routine tasks offering brief solace. Yet, each procedure feels mechanical, detached. My mind stubbornly returns to Skylar's guarded expression, to Nova's bright, trusting eyes. Questions burn through me like acid, demanding answers. "Throttle forward, ready for takeoff," I instruct calmly, voice steady despite the storm inside me. "Throttle forward, confirmed," Andrew echoes, fingers moving expertly. We surge smoothly into acceleration, engines roaring confidently beneath us. Wheels lift gently from pavement, the aircraft climbing effortlessly into the sky. For a brief moment, suspended above Atlanta, everything feels manageable, orderly. But reality awaits 30,000 feet below, in the cabin behind me. Once we level off, autopilot engaged, Andrew glances over curiously. "Known Skylar long?" he asks cautiously, sensing more beneath the surface. I hesitate briefly, the truth bitterly complicated. "We crossed paths once," I say vaguely, staring straight ahead. He nods slowly. "Guessing not an easy reunion, then." I let out a humorless laugh. "Nothing about Skylar Monroe is easy." We lapse into silence, broken only by the soft hum of electronics. Memories persistently break through, relentless and raw. The vividness of our night together, the taste of her lips, the warmth of her skin beneath mine, her whispered confessions of dreams and fears, haunts me. But alongside those memories come darker ones. The stark, empty London hotel room where I awoke alone, Skylar miles away and unaware of my silent panic. The cold shock of reading her request to avoid flying with me, deliberate and final. The hollow ache of realizing the depth of my mistake. The cockpit door chimes gently, signaling a crew member requesting entry. My pulse spikes erratically as I nod permission, already knowing who stands behind that door. Skylar steps inside, carefully composed yet clearly tense, eyes avoiding mine deliberately. "Can I get you anything, Captain?" Her voice remains meticulously professional. "You can start with an explanation," I say quietly, words sharper than intended. "She has my eyes, Skylar. Is she mine?" She stiffens slightly, eyes flicking briefly to Andrew, who takes the hint and excuses himself discreetly. Once alone, the tension crackles palpably between us. Skylar's gaze finally meets mine, defiant yet haunted. "Not here, Beckett. Not now." "Then when, Skylar?" Frustration seeps unchecked into my voice. "When exactly would you have planned on telling me I have a daughter?" Her lips pressed tightly together, holding back a torrent of emotion. "When you weren't 30,000 feet above ground with 100 passengers behind you." "You had 4 years," I press insistently, anger overshadowing the hurt. 4 years, Skylar. Why didn't you—" "Because you left," she interrupts harshly, her voice raw and strained. "You walked out without a goodbye, without a word. You chose your dream, Beckett. I couldn't gamble Nova's heart on whether you'd come back." Her words strike painfully, exposing my deepest shame. My throat closes, chest aching. "I deserve to know." She exhales sharply, the fight draining suddenly from her shoulders. You deserve to be happy. You made it clear happiness didn't involve staying. Skylar. I trail off, suddenly at a loss, overwhelmed by regret and self-loathing. I didn't know. No, you didn't, she whispers softly, pain shimmering clearly in her eyes. You never gave yourself the chance. Silence settles heavily between us, broken only by the gentle hum of electronics. Finally, Skylar straightens slightly, recomposing her careful facade. We can't do this here. There's too much at stake. I nod slowly, reluctantly agreeing. But we will talk. She hesitates briefly, uncertainty flickering across her face. Yes, we'll talk. But not now. Without another word, she exits, the cockpit door shutting softly behind her. I slump back into my seat, emotionally spent, thoughts swirling chaotically. Skylar's words echo sharply, exposing truths I've avoided for too long. Every careful excuse, every justification crumbles beneath the weight of her honesty. Anger fades, leaving behind only regret and longing, aching for the family I might have had, the woman whose trust I betrayed. I close my eyes briefly, accepting a hard truth. I can't run from this anymore. Skylar, Nova, everything they represent demands confrontation. I've spent years fleeing accountability, but it ends now. For the first time, I allow myself to acknowledge the depth of what I lost, what I desperately want to reclaim. And as the miles stretch silently ahead, each second taking me farther from the past and closer to an uncertain future, I resolve firmly. This time I won't walk away.
Chapter 5. Skylar. My fingers tremble as I pour orange juice into a passenger's plastic cup, and I curse silently under my breath. Get it together, Skylar. The plane hums beneath my feet, engines steady and calming, yet my nerves feel frayed, raw, like wires exposed to the elements. Jessica nudges me gently with her hip, her voice low and teasing. Earth to Skylar. You've been filling that cup for a solid minute. Either you're planning to drown someone or something seriously wrong. I snap out of my haze, noticing the overflowing juice with embarrassment. Quickly dabbing at the mess, I force an apologetic smile. Sorry, long morning. She sighs, giving me a playful yet gentle squeeze on the shoulder. Fine. But just know I'm here when you're ready for the tea. I smile faintly, grateful for her discreet support. Passengers murmur around me, caught in their own worlds, blissfully unaware of the turmoil that threatens to unravel me entirely. My mind flashes back to Beckett's face when he sees Nova. Shock, confusion, betrayal painted vividly across his handsome features. The rawness of his expression still stings, cutting deeper than I anticipated. I spent years preparing myself for this moment, yet reality feels harsher, sharper, and infinitely more complicated. Nova's soft giggles from several rows back tug at my heart, anchoring me in a precarious reality. Her innocence both comforts and terrifies me, a constant reminder of everything I chose to protect. But Beckett's eyes haunt me, relentlessly asking questions I'm not sure I'm brave enough to answer. I retreat to the galley, seeking solitude amidst trays of carefully arranged snacks. Leaning briefly against the countertop, I close my eyes, fighting off the wave of anxiety rising within. The soft chime of the galley curtain opening startles me sharply. My eyes snap open to find Beckett standing there, tall and imposing, filling the small space effortlessly. His expression is guarded, yet I recognize the simmering emotions beneath. We need to talk, he says softly but firmly, eyes boring into mine. I told you not now. I'm working, I reply, attempting a detached, professional tone that falls miserably flat. My voice betrays a subtle tremble. His jaw clenched tightly. Skylar, we can't keep dancing around this. There's nothing to dance around, I counter sharply, meeting his gaze head on. We're 30,000 feet up, Beckett. There's a plane full of people counting on us. This isn't the time or place. He takes a single step forward, shrinking the space between us until I feel the warmth radiating from his body. My pulse accelerates wildly, the air between us thickening dangerously. You don't get to dictate terms anymore, he murmurs fiercely, voice low and intense. Not about this. You kept my child from me. I bristle, anger flaring hot beneath my skin. I protected Nova from uncertainty, from disappointment, from heartbreak. He visibly recoils, hurt flashing vividly across his eyes. Is that really what you think of me? That I'd willingly abandon my own child? You did abandon me, I whisper sharply, words slicing through the tense air. I woke up alone, Beckett. You left without a word. You went to chase your dreams and left me behind like I was nothing. You taught me exactly who you were. How was I supposed to trust you with her? His breath catches, a tortured expression crossing his face. I was a coward. I admit that. I made a terrible mistake. But Nova isn't just yours, Skylar. You made a decision you had no right to make alone. The accusation lands painfully, a direct hit to the carefully constructed armor around my heart. Guilt gnaws relentlessly at my resolve, mingling uncomfortably with defiance. I lift my chin stubbornly. I did what I had to do to keep her safe. He leans forward, voice shaking slightly with barely suppressed emotion. Safe from what, Skylar? Safe from knowing she had a father who might have loved her, who might have moved heaven and earth to be there. My throat tightens sharply, heart aching beneath his gaze. Safe from false promises. Safe from waiting for someone who would never show up. He steps even closer, eyes burning into mine. And if I had known, I would have been there, Skylar. I would have shown up. My heart splinters painfully, regret and uncertainty tangling within me. Maybe, or maybe your career would have always come first. He reaches up abruptly, running his fingers through his hair in clear frustration. You never gave me the chance. We stare at each other, the small galley vibrating with intensity. Silence stretches painfully, neither willing to break first. Finally, Beckett exhales harshly, stepping back and giving me space to breathe. I'm sorry, he says softly, the sincerity in his voice disarming. I know I hurt you, but you hurt me too, Skylar. You should have told me. I wanted to, I admit quietly, voice raw and vulnerable. But fear won, Beckett. It always wins. Not always, he says firmly, gaze piercing. It doesn't have to win now. Before I can respond, the curtain opens suddenly. Jessica steps in, stopping abruptly when she sees Beckett, clearly sensing the palpable tension. Oh, sorry. Didn't mean to interrupt. You didn't, Beckett says smoothly, slipping back into his professional mask effortlessly. Just leaving. He glances back at me once more, his eyes holding unspoken promises and painful truths. Then he exits quietly, leaving behind an aching emptiness in the cramped galley. Jessica stares at me, eyes wide with curiosity and sympathy. What was that? I sigh heavily, slumping against the counter, exhaustion seeping through my bones. That was my past, refusing to stay buried. She gives me a gentle smile, leaning against the opposite counter. Well, girl, your past is hot. I roll my eyes weakly, unable to suppress a faint smile despite myself. Not helpful, Jess. She shrugs lightly, handing me a fresh cup of coffee. Maybe not, but it's true. I take a grateful sip, allowing the bitter warmth to steady my nerves. Jessica watches me quietly for a moment before speaking gently. You okay? No, I admit softly. vulnerability slipping out unbidden. But I have to be, for Nova, and for me. She squeezes my shoulder reassuringly. You will be, Sky. You're stronger than anyone I know. I nod slightly, finding strength in her unwavering belief. Thanks, Jess. She gives my arm a final comforting pat before slipping back into the aisle, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Beckett's words replay relentlessly, each syllable reopening wounds I thought healed. Nova's laughter drifts toward me, sweet and innocent, echoing the stakes of this confrontation. Beckett demands answers, explanations, rights I denied him for 4 years. My head knows he deserves them. My heart knows the risks involved. Risks I'm terrified to take. But standing here, thousands of feet above solid ground, I understand clearly. There's nowhere left to hide. Beckett is right. Fear doesn't always have to win. Maybe this time, I'll find the strength to fight back. Because whatever path lies ahead, one thing is painfully clear. I can't run from Beckett Hayes anymore.
Chapter 6. Beckett. Paris, 5 years ago, plays vividly behind my eyelids like a film reel I've watched too many times. The city had been wrapped in twilight, lights winking on as if each street lamp was conspiring to create magic just for us. I had barely noticed the Eiffel Tower's brilliance or the gentle hum of distant music floating through the open window. Instead, every ounce of my attention had belonged solely to Skylar Monroe. She was magnetic. Her laughter, rich and contagious, had drawn me in effortlessly, the perfect accompaniment to the soft jazz drifting in from somewhere down the street. Her curls had spilled around her shoulders, catching in the glow of lamplight, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Beckett," she had teased, swirling her wine glass thoughtfully. "I think you might be trouble." I smiled back, leaning closer across the intimate cafe table. "Only the best kind, I promise." She raised an eyebrow, challenging me playfully. "And how do I know you're not lying?" I remember the softness of her fingers brushing mine, electricity crackling at even that small point of contact. Because I'd never lie to a woman who scares me. Her laugh had been gentle then, genuine curiosity softening her features. "I scare you?" "Absolutely," I'd admitted, honesty surprising even me. "You're smart, funny, beautiful, and completely unexpected. Who wouldn't be scared?" Her smile had deepened, warmth radiating through her dark eyes. "You're not what I expected either, Beckett Hayes. Not even a little." "Disappointed?" I'd asked, the edge of vulnerability sharpening my words. "Pleasantly surprised," she'd countered softly. "But the night is young." And then later, beneath moonlit skies and soft sheets, her whispered words and my careful touches had woven us into something neither of us fully understood. She had asked me to stay, her voice hushed, eyes vulnerable in the soft Parisian dawn. And yet, I had left. Fear, ambition, selfishness. Each excuse had seemed plausible then. Now, seated in the cockpit at cruising altitude, regret coils sharply in my gut. It wasn't just Skylar I'd abandoned. It was Nova, my own flesh and blood. The child whose face echoes mine with startling clarity, whose laughter resonates with parts of me I never even knew existed. Skylar hadn't simply hidden Nova from me out of spite. She had guarded our daughter fiercely from the recklessness I'd shown her that morning in Paris. "Captain?" Andrew's voice pulls me from my introspection. "You sure you're all right?" I clear my throat, steadying my voice. "Just reminiscing." He chuckles lightly, oblivious to the depth of my turmoil. "Must have been one hell of a memory." "You have no idea," I murmur, focusing again on the gentle hum of instruments and the reassuring predictability of the cockpit. Later, as the flight settles into smooth predictability, I find my feet carrying me down the aisle toward the rear galley, drawn as if by gravity itself. Skylar is there, her back to me, meticulously arranging items on the snack cart. She senses me before turning around, her posture visibly tightening. Skylar, I say softly, unwilling to disturb the fragile peace in the air around us. She turns slowly, eyes guarded but open enough to show flashes of uncertainty. We agreed. Not now. I know, I acknowledge, holding up my hands peacefully. But I have questions, Sky. Real ones. She sighs heavily, rubbing her temples. Okay, ask Beckett, but quietly. Did you know right away? I ask gently, unable to keep the strain from my voice. Did you know you were pregnant when I left? She hesitates, eyes briefly flicking downward. Not immediately, but soon enough. By then you were already in London, unreachable. And I was scared. You still could have reached out, I say, regret evident. To what end? She whispers sharply, frustration and sadness tangled in her voice. You made your priorities clear. What would a baby have changed? You were chasing something bigger. Nothing is bigger than family, I responded vehemently, surprising even myself. I would have come back. For you. For her. Her eyes search mine intently, skepticism mingling with yearning. You say that now because you missed it, Beckett. You missed 4 years of late nights, first steps, scraped knees. You missed it because I protected her from wondering why her dad wasn't there. I flinch at the harshness of her truth, each word striking home painfully. And I regret it every second since seeing her. I regret every moment I lost because of my fear. She softens slightly, sighing deeply. Regret doesn't change the past. No, I agree, stepping forward cautiously. But maybe it can shape the future. I want a chance, Sky. To know Nova. To make this right. She studies my face for an impossibly long moment before finally speaking softly. She deserves more than empty promises, Beckett. If you want a place in her life, you have to earn it. I will, I vow fiercely, determination burning through me. I'm done running, Skylar. I want to be there, if you let me. She nods slowly, carefully, as if afraid of the promise itself. Then prove it. Not to me, but to her, and yourself. The weight of that challenge settles heavily between us, binding us in ways that go far beyond our shared past. I step back slightly, giving her space to breathe, to think. I won't let either of you down, I promise quietly. She gives a cautious smile, fragile but sincere. I hope not. The moment breaks gently as passengers begin to stir nearby. Skylar straightens, slipping back effortlessly into her composed flight attendant persona, all signs of our intimate, charged conversation fading behind professionalism. I retreat quietly toward the cockpit, heart pounding with newfound resolve. Nova and Skylar represent everything I've run from, and everything I now desperately want to run toward. This time I won't let fear control my choices. I won't lose them again. Settling back into my seat, I exhale deeply and resolve to solidify in my bones. Paris wasn't just a missed chance. It was the beginning of a story I was too afraid to write. But stories can change, evolve, grow. And today marks the first chapter of reclaiming everything I lost. Skylar may have hidden Nova out of protection, out of love. But now, I have the chance to prove myself worthy of both of them. This time, I'm not just writing our story. I'm fighting for our future.
Chapter 7. Skylar. The moment I open the door, exhaustion settles over me like an old coat. Today's flight, filled with revelations and painful reminders, leaves me craving solitude. Nova's laughter bubbles up the hallway, soothing my nerves, grounding me firmly in the present. But today, memories have become relentless ghosts, haunting my every step. I'm home, I call softly, slipping off my heels, grateful for the immediate relief. The smell of homemade chicken noodle soup, a recipe Mom insists cures every ailment, fills the air, wrapping me in comfort. My mother emerges from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel, her eyes scanning my face sharply. How was your flight, sweetheart? Complicated, I sigh, the understatement of the century. Her knowing look warns me she already suspects, but she doesn't push. Not yet. Instead, she gently cups my cheek, smiling softly. Nova's been waiting for you. I heard her giggling, I say, relaxing slightly under her familiar touch. What mischief is she up to? My mother chuckles warmly. Reorganizing her books by color, apparently. I laugh softly, shaking my head. Nova's personality always amazes me. Independent, vibrant, utterly herself. Exactly what I'd hoped for her, despite every mistake I've made. I move toward Nova's room, pausing just long enough to savor her pure joy before stepping inside. She looks up instantly, eyes brightening. Mama, you're back. I scoop her up, inhaling her familiar sweet scent of baby lotion and lavender. I promised, didn't I? Yes, but sometimes you're late, she teases gently, tiny arms around my neck. Well, today I'm right on time. She studies my face closely, childlike intuition sharp. Are you sad, Mama? My heart tightens. Not anymore, baby. But even as I reassure her, my mind drifts back, dragged by memories I can't ignore today, memories I locked away long ago. 5 years earlier? The pregnancy test trembles in my hand, its 2 pink lines stark against the sterile bathroom lighting. My heart pounds so hard I swear it might burst from my chest. This can't be happening. Not now, not like this. But the proof stares back defiantly, indifferent to my panic. Beckett. His name echoes painfully in my head, intertwined with emotions I can't quite untangle. Joy, fear, betrayal, each warring viciously inside me. My phone sits on the countertop, screen blank. He hasn't called. Not once, since that night in Paris. I told myself it didn't matter, but my heart is less forgiving than my mind. Every silence from him feels intentional, deliberate, rejection. The call from Jessica that same afternoon had shattered any illusions I still clung to. Did you hear about Beckett? I'd feigned casualness, gripping my phone tightly. No. What's up? Promotion. They're transferring him to London immediately. Big deal, apparently. My stomach had twisted violently. London. He was leaving. Just like that, he'd vanish across an ocean, with no goodbye. The irony of history repeating itself wasn't lost on me. My father's sudden departure when I was just a child had marked my life with a harsh lesson. People leave. Beckett had only reinforced it. Now, pregnant and alone, history seemed determined to loop cruelly. I slump onto the bathroom floor, staring numbly at the test. I want to be happy. I should be happy. But terror floods my veins instead. How can I tell him? Would he even care? Or worse, would he pretend to care, only to walk away again? A knock at the door startles me, my mother's gentle voice seeping through. Skylar? You've been in there a long time. Everything okay? I swallow hard, forcing composure into my voice. Fine, Mama. Just tired. There's a pause, her silence heavy with unspoken knowledge. All right, sweetheart. You know where I am. I press my forehead against the cool porcelain sink, breaths coming unevenly. Could I handle Beckett's rejection, his polite disinterest, wrapped neatly behind charming smiles and hollow promises? Could I watch my child go through the pain of longing for a father who chose absence? No, never. I place my hand protectively over my still flat belly, fierce resolve rising inside me. I'll shield this child from hurt at any cost, even if it means bearing the burden alone. Beckett made his choice clear. He left us behind, chasing ambition and dreams. I won't let him damage the little life we created together. The decision feels strangely comforting amidst the storm. finality wrapped in the armor of maternal instinct. I'll give this child everything Beckett couldn't: stability, presence, unwavering love. Alone or not, I'll be enough. Returning to the present, my mother watches me carefully as Nova returns happily to organizing her books. "Did you talk to him?" Mom asks quietly, sensing my turmoil. I sigh deeply, leaning against the doorframe. "Yes. He saw Nova. He knows now." And nothing. I whisper harshly, bitterness creeping in. He says he wants to try, wants to know her. But how can I trust that? How do I know he won't leave again? Mom squeezes my shoulder gently, her voice calm and sure. "You don't know. But sometimes life gives us second chances. Not to repeat mistakes, but to heal from them." I shake my head slightly, skepticism stubbornly clinging. "I'm not sure he deserves one." Her eyes soften knowingly. "Maybe not, but does Nova?" My gaze slides back to my daughter, content and secure, unaware of how complicated her world might soon become. My mother's words strike deep, forcing me to confront truths I've long avoided. "Maybe," I concede quietly, throat tight. "But if he hurts her, then she'll have you to hold her, just like I always had you." I nod slowly, swallowing past the ache. "I'm just scared, Mama." She wraps an arm around me comfortingly. "Of course you are. Love is terrifying. It demands everything and promises nothing. But it's worth fighting for. Nova deserves that fight. So do you." The conviction in her voice steadies me, reminding me where my strength comes from. Not from avoiding pain, but from facing it head on, for Nova's sake, for my sake. "Mama!" Nova's excited voice calls suddenly, pulling us from our conversation. She holds a brightly illustrated book aloft, pride sparkling in her eyes. "Finished." I kneel beside her, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Good job, baby." Nova beams, her joy infectious. "Read to me." I pull her onto my lap, opening the book. My mother watches us fondly, silently encouraging me. For a moment, the past quiets, replaced by the soft cadence of Nova's favorite story. Later, as darkness settles softly around us, my phone buzzes sharply, breaking the quiet calm. I glance down, heart jolting. Beckett's name flashes clearly across the screen, a simple, unavoidable message. "Beckett. Can we talk tomorrow? Please?" My fingers hover uncertainly, hesitation warring with a quiet spark of hope. His plea feels sincere, weighted with promise and regret. Perhaps my mother's right. Second chances aren't always about forgiveness. Sometimes they're about courage, about daring to rewrite endings that once felt impossible. I type slowly, pulse quickening. "Skylar. Yes, we can talk." The reply sends, irreversible, binding me to a path uncertain but necessary. Nova sleeps soundly beside me, innocent and trusting. She deserves more than fear guiding our future. She deserves honesty, courage, and the willingness to risk everything, even heartbreak, for something better. Tomorrow, Beckett and I will confront truths we've both hidden from. It's terrifying, daunting, but also undeniably right. No matter the outcome, I'm finally ready to face it. Not just for Nova, but for myself. After all, fear doesn't have to control my story anymore. This time, I'll write it myself.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts. and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The romantic suspense audiobook bundle. Love has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Beckett. The faint glow of the computer screen casts ghostly shadows across my dimly lit home office. I've been staring at this screen for hours, each new piece of information digging the knife deeper into my already tangled emotions. My pulse drums in my temples, the ache behind my eyes a harsh reminder of my emotional turmoil. I've been combing through company records for nearly half the night, each discovery twisting painfully in my chest. After Skylar's confession on the plane, a gnawing, relentless curiosity took hold, forcing me to seek answers. Now, faced with the stark evidence, regret and anger wage a silent war within me. The records lay bare the truth. Skylar Monroe had meticulously and deliberately avoided flying any routes I was assigned to. Every schedule request, every transfer attempt, every single flight arrangement she'd made was crafted to ensure our paths wouldn't cross again. It was painstaking, intentional avoidance. "Damn it, Skylar," I whisper harshly, rubbing my face roughly with both hands. I feel raw, betrayed, yet beneath that, guilt gnaws fiercely at my insides. Skylar didn't hide Nova because she wanted to hurt me. She hid our daughter because I'd proven myself unworthy. The realization sickens me, the shame coiling like poison in my stomach. Pushing away from the desk, I stand abruptly, pacing the narrow length of my office. The walls suddenly feel too close, suffocating me. London had felt similar 5 years ago, the suffocating loneliness of my upscale flat, the unbearable emptiness I'd fled to, thinking ambition could fill the void Skylar left behind. But ambition never felt like home. My phone buzzes loudly on the desk, shattering the oppressive silence. I glance down, half hoping, half dreading to see Skylar's name flash across the screen. Instead, it's James. I sigh, reluctantly answering. "Hey, James." James's voice crackles cheerfully through the speaker, oblivious to my inner turmoil. "I hear you're back stateside. You finally finished running from your problems?" I let out a hollow laugh, sinking back into my chair. "Something like that." He chuckles knowingly. "That doesn't sound promising." "It's complicated." My voice is tight, the words barely squeezing out past the lump in my throat. "Complicated meaning Skylar Monroe?" I wince sharply. "How do you always know?" James laughs gently, sympathy lacing his tone. "Because she's always been your blind spot. The only complication you couldn't charm your way out of." I screwed up, James. My admission hangs heavily between us. Badly. Care to elaborate? Skylar had a child, my child, and never told me. I just found out. 4 years, James. 4 years she kept my daughter hidden because she thought I wasn't reliable enough to handle it. James whistles softly through the phone. Damn, Beck. That's a lot. Yeah, I mutter bitterly. Tell me about it. Have you talked to her? Briefly, I sigh, frustration edging my voice. She doesn't trust me. Can't blame her. I left her alone without explanation. Of course, she doubted I'd show up for a child. James's silence stretches thoughtfully. Listen, Beckett. People make mistakes. Big, painful mistakes. But Skylar Monroe isn't a grudge holder for sport. If she didn't tell you, she thought she had reason. The truth hits hard, knocking the wind from my chest. You're right. She had every reason to doubt me. But it still hurts. Of course it hurts. The truth usually does. James's voice softens. Question is, what are you going to do about it? Earn her trust back, I responded immediately, conviction surging through me. Prove I deserve a place in their lives. Then start now, James encourages gently. Start by showing up, Beck. Really showing up. We end the call soon after, James's words echoing sharply in my mind. I push away from the desk again, restless and anxious. Wandering through the silent house, each room feels emptier than before, a bitter reminder of what I've missed, what I willingly forfeited. My gaze falls onto the framed photo atop the mantel, my parents smiling warmly, hands clasped lovingly. My father had been a pilot, proud and dedicated. After his death, my mother had mourned deeply, but without regret. She'd always known exactly how he felt, where she stood in his priorities. He'd never hidden from responsibility or truth. Unlike me. I thought finding out about Nova was the gut punch. But this? Knowing Skylar avoided me deliberately, bent her entire career around never seeing me again. It unravels me. Not because she did it, but because she had every reason to. I shut the laptop with a loud snap and stare into the dark window, my reflection staring back, hollow-eyed and unshaven. I don't recognize the man looking at me. Not the hotshot pilot. Not the charming Beckett Hayes everyone wanted to be on layovers with. This man looks like someone who missed something critical and only realized it too late. I grab my phone, I hover over her name. I could call her. But calling is too easy to ignore. Instead, I type. Beckett. There's a quiet cafe on East Main. Corner booth in the back. 10 a.m., let's talk there. I don't press send immediately. I stare at the blinking cursor like it's judging me, like it knows this is my last good chance to not mess this up. Then I hit send. No backup message, no follow-up. I've already taken enough choices from her. The next one's hers. The next morning I arrived early. 10 minutes early, which for me might as well be an hour. I've showered, shaved, and worn the least captain's uniform outfit I own. Dark jeans, a soft navy sweater, and the same leather watch my dad gave me the day I passed my flight exam. I figure if I'm about to apologize for every way I screwed up, I should at least do it looking like the version of me Skylar once let in. I sit at the corner booth, palms flat on the smooth wooden table, and try not to look like I'm about to be sentenced in a trial. When the door chimes, I look up, heart thundering against my ribs. She walks in with that same quiet grace, her curls pulled into a high puff, a deep green coat draped over her frame. Her lipstick today is softer, plum, not red. But it still says, "Don't mess with me," louder than any spoken word could. She's scanning the cafe, and when our eyes meet, her jaw tightens. But she walks over. She sits across from me without a word. No small talk, no polite smile, just direct eye contact and a raised brow. "You're lucky I don't throw this coffee at you," she says, setting her cup down like a warning. "Noted," I reply, meeting her gaze. "I'll keep it brief, unless you want more." She leans back, crossing her arms. "You got 5 minutes. Start groveling." The jab lands, but I deserve it. I nod, exhale, and begin. "I know what you did," I say carefully. "All the schedule changes, all the flight reassignments." She doesn't flinch, but her expression hardens. "I dug through the records," I continued. "I needed to understand. And what I saw, it wasn't petty. It was surgical. And that makes it worse, Skylar. You didn't avoid me because you hated me. You avoided me because you expected nothing from me." Silence stretches between us. She looks away first, gaze falling to her coffee. "I did it for Nova," she finally says. "Not for revenge, not to punish you. I did it because I thought you wouldn't care. Or worse, you'd care for 5 minutes, then disappear again." "I get that now," I say quietly. "I didn't then. But now, I see how much I made you carry alone." Her throat works like she's swallowing something bitter. "I couldn't afford to be wrong about you, Beckett. Not when there was a baby involved. I made peace with raising her on my own. I didn't want her growing up waiting at the door for someone who wouldn't show up." "I would have shown up," I whisper. "You didn't even say goodbye in Paris," she fires back, her voice low but intense. "You slipped out like it meant nothing. How was I supposed to believe you'd stick around for a child?" I closed my eyes, the shame crashing through me again. I was scared. That's not an excuse, she snaps. No, I agree. It's not. But it's the truth. You scared the hell out of me, Skylar. That night, it felt real in a way I didn't know what to do with. And when London called, I ran because I convinced myself I wasn't ready. She stares at me for a long, searching moment. And now? Now. I swallow, voice rough. Now I know exactly what I ran from. And I want it back. She shakes her head, eyes glinting. You don't get to just want it back, Beckett. This isn't a layover you missed. It's 4 years of her life. I know, I say, and I can't get those 4 years back. But I want the next 40. I want to show up. Not just for her, but for you too. You shouldn't have had to be everything alone. She blinks fast, jaw clenched like she's holding back tears or fury or both. You think showing up now fixes it? No, I say quickly. I think it is starting to, if you let me. The waitress appears and Skylar waves her off gently. I do the same. The moment's too raw for eggs and toast. I'm not asking for forgiveness, I add. Not yet. I'm asking for a shot to earn it. Skylar sighs. I don't know what that looks like, Beckett. I don't know what trusting you again would even feel like. I'll wait, I say. As long as it takes. And while I wait, I'll keep showing up. You said it best. You couldn't afford to be wrong. So let me prove I'm right this time. We sit in silence for a long time. She sips her coffee. I sip mine. The weight of years between us sits thick in the air. But slowly, something shifts. Not forgiveness. Not even resolution. Just space. You're not staying at some fancy hotel downtown, are you? She asks, almost absently. Just a short-term rental near Peachtree, I say. She nods slowly. Good. Because if this goes badly, I know where to find you. I smile, small but real. Noted. She stands, slinging her purse over her shoulder. Don't text me paragraphs. Don't blow up my phone. If you want to be in her life, you'll have to go through me. Understood. She steps back, her expression unreadable. Then she adds, We'll start with dinner. Thursday. You can bring takeout. She doesn't know who you are yet. But maybe she'll like your face. I don't move. I don't speak. I just nod, breath caught in my throat. Skylar walks out of the cafe, a gust of cool air following her exit. I don't chase her. I don't need to. She already said yes. And that's more than I had yesterday.
Chapter 9. Skylar. I can still taste the bitter remains of stress-sweetened coffee on my tongue when I unlock our apartment door. The hinges complain softly in the dim hallway, and the familiar scent of vanilla air freshener and crayon wax greets me like a hug. Mom looks up from her spot on the sofa, strands of gray hair stubbornly escaping her bun, and lowers the knitting needles poised in battle with a half-finished scarf for Nova. Long day, baby? Eventful, I answer, forcing a smile while shrugging out of my navy blazer. The cafe conversation with Beckett still hums behind my eyes, every measured apology and earnest promise replaying in high definition. There's more, though. I invited someone to Thursday dinner. The needles pause mid-click. The Beckett you bumped into again? The very one. He wants to get to know Nova. I manage another smile that feels as thin as airline-issue blankets. He said he'd bring dessert. Mom returns to her knitting, yarn whispering back through her fingers. Dessert is easy. Trust is harder. Make sure he knows the difference. I sink onto the armchair and stare at the ceiling fan turning lazy circles. Trust is a mountain range I have climbed badly before. And yet, Thursday approaches whether I am ready or not. Thursday evening arrives. I cook because it makes sense of nerves, dicing onions into obedient cubes, searing chicken thighs until they hiss fragrant secrets into the air. Nova dances behind me in her socked feet, humming an out-of-tune cartoon jingle while arranging crayons in rainbow order at the dining table. "Mommy, is he really a pilot?" "Captain," I corrected gently, tasting the sauce, which is the fancy word for a very experienced pilot. She beams, cheeks apple round. "Will he wear the hat?" "I'm not sure he keeps the hat on after hours, Peanut." At 6 on the dot, the doorbell rings. My pulse sprints. Nova bounces ahead, Mom intercepts her, and I wipe my hands on a dish towel that suddenly feels like sandpaper. Beckett fills the doorway with a hesitant smile. Dark blue bomber jacket over a soft white Henley. He carries a bakery box tied with twine and a paper bag boasting a plush red bow. His gaze lands on Nova first, then me, then the framed family photos behind us, each moment visibly cataloged. "Evening," he says, voice steady but laced with something charged. "I hope I'm not early." "Right on time," Mom answers, letting maternal steel tint her politeness. "I'm Miriam." She offers her hand. Beckett takes it with pilot-calibrated care, and I watch them measure each other like two pros checking pre-flight sheets. Nova peeks from behind my leg. Beckett kneels, offering the bag. "Hi there. I'm Beckett. I brought a little something." She eyes me for permission. I nod. Small hands reach in, retrieving a model airplane, all silver wings and spinning propeller. Her squeal pierces every wall I've built. "Thank you. Does it fly?" Beckett smiles wide. "If you run really fast and believe it can." Mom coughs, though amusement glints in her eyes. "Dinner's hot," she announces. "Let's eat before the chicken dries." At the table, the evening unspools with surprising ease. Beckett compliments Mom's mashed sweet potatoes, tells a gentle story about the time a flight attendant accidentally served sparkling wine, meant for first class, to the entire economy cabin, and everyone applauded. Nova giggles so hard, milk threatens her nose. Conversation lands inevitably on Nova's preschool art show. Beckett leans forward, elbows off the table in perfect etiquette. "I'd love to come, if that's okay with the artist." Nova nods so vigorously her braids flap. "You have to clap the loudest." My chest swells, panic and hope wrestling for territory. He is good with her, naturally, heartbreakingly good. And the resemblance is suddenly impossible to dismiss. Same dimple, same right eyebrow quirk when they laugh. I choke on a sip of water and excuse myself to fetch more napkins. Mom meets me in the kitchen, voice low. He seems sincere, but sincerity is easy at a dinner table. Watch what he does when things get messy. I swallow hard and whisper. Things already feel messy. She sets a warm hand on my shoulder. Messy does not mean broken, just lived in. When I return, Beckett is carefully helping Nova fold a paper airplane from a napkin corner. The sight punctures something in me. For years I convinced myself she did not need anything more than what I could give. Now I see how quickly a child expands to feel new love. We move to the couch for Mom's cobbler. Nova positions herself between Beckett and me, two pilots guiding her through blueberry skies. He hands me a fork without touching my fingers, respectful of boundaries. Respect, I realize, can be louder than yearning. Before he leaves, he helps wash dishes, sleeves rolled to muscular forearms that trigger memories I repress with dish soap foam. At the door, he thanks Mom for dinner, thanks me for trusting him, and thanks Nova for the honor of her airport-level applause in advance. When the door closes, quiet stretches through the apartment. Nova clutches her new model airplane and whispers, "He smells like clouds." Mom chuckles. Captain Hayes certainly left an impression. I nod, rubbing the base of my throat where anxiety gathers like storm pressure. We'll see if the weather holds. 4 days later, I walk the aisle in my Navy uniform, checking belts while passengers settle, Nova sits in 4C beside Mom, headphones primed for cartoons. Company policy frowns on employees flying with family in crew sections. But we are on my scheduled route, and seating was light. Human resources signed off. Still, guilt flutters like trapped birds in my stomach. The cockpit door opens, and Beckett steps out, hat tucked beneath one arm. His eyes lock on mine. 1,000 conversations compressed into a breath. "We should push back in 10, he says with professional calm. "Ready for a smooth ride?" "I'm cabin ready," I reply, voice neutral. The double meaning does not escape either of us. He offers a quick nod to Nova, who waves her toy airplane at him. He salutes playfully, then returns to the cockpit. I exhale a long, wire-thin hiss and finish pre-flight checks. We climb to cruising altitude. Cabin lights dim. I pour orange juice for a little boy in 12A, adjust blankets for an elderly couple, then circle back to Mom and Nova. "Cartoons are still good?" I ask. Nova tugs an earbud free. "Mama, why do people roar on planes?" At takeoff, I smile. That's the engines, not people. Before she can pepper me with another question, the aircraft lurches. A low, guttural growl trembles through the floorboards. Passengers stiffen, their conversations cutting off mid-sentence. The seatbelt signs blink amber with a sharp ding. My training kicks in like a physical reflex, a cold calm settling over my skin. But Nova's small face goes waxy, her eyes widening like full moons. "Mommy," she whispers, her small fingers death-gripping my sleeve. "Why is the sky shaking?" The plane dips again, harder this time. Above us, the luggage bins rattle in their frames. Someone in the back gasps loudly. Beckett's voice crackles over the intercom, low and steady, the voice of a man in total control, even as I know his hands are locked on the yoke. "Ladies and gentlemen," from the flight deck, we've run into a pocket of unexpected turbulence. Please remain seated and ensure your seatbelts are fastened securely. Flight attendants, please take your high-intensity jump seats. Hearing his voice twists every nerve in my body. Nova's breathing stutters into short, jagged gasps. I want to hold her, but the plane jolts again and a beverage cart in the galley shudders. I can't be a mother right now. I have to be a crew. "Do you trust me, Peanut?" I ask, forcing my voice to remain melodic and level. She nods, tears hovering on her lashes. "I have to sit in my special seat for a minute so the plane stays balanced. Grandma's right here. Press the call button if you need me, okay?" I shove my own fear down, guiding a stray passenger back into his seat with a firm, "Sit down, please," before I scramble to my jump seat and click the harness shut. I keep my eyes locked on Nova as the plane shudders. My heart cracks, watching her tiny fists tighten around her armrests. Minutes crawl by. Finally, the violent swaying subsides into a dull hum. The flight attendants stand up, signal chimes. I unbuckle instantly, but before I can reach her, the cockpit door opens. Beckett steps out. He isn't breaking protocol. The plane is level, and the co-pilot has the controls. But his presence in the cabin is rare and commanding. He doesn't look at the passengers. His gaze sweeps the aisle, landing with laser focus on Nova's terrified face. Something raw and primal unlocks in his expression. He approaches her row, the silver wings on his chest catching the cabin light. He doesn't stand over her. He drops to a crouch, bringing himself level with her height. "Hi, Captain Cloud again," he murmurs, his voice barely audible over the engines. "Looks like the sky tried a little shimmy to impress us. Do you think it worked?" Nova sniffles, her lower lip trembling. "It's loud." He nods solemnly. "It can be. Want to know a secret? The plane loves dance parties." She shakes her wings, then she calms down once the song ends. We're at the end of the song now. She bites her lip, looking at him with pure wonder. "Really?" "Promise." He extends his pinky. I watch, my breath hitching, as she hooks her tiny finger around his. Also, he adds, reaching into his pocket and producing a small shimmering aeronautical pin. This is a co-pilot pin. Only the bravest travelers get one. Think you can help me steer with your imagination for the rest of the flight? Her eyes widen, the terror melting into tentative pride. Yes. Beckett fastens the pin to her sweater carefully. Her breathing eases, and she looks up at him like he just handed her the moon. Wait, Nova says, her voice small but urgent. She fumbles with the tray table, grabbing a piece of scrap paper she was coloring on earlier. With intense, tongue-out concentration, she folds it, creasing the edges with her tiny thumbs until it vaguely resembles a lopsided glider. She holds it out to him. For you, Captain, so you don't get lost in the clouds. Beckett stops. I see the exact moment his professional mask shatters. He takes the fragile paper plane from her palm as if it's made of spun glass. Thank you, Nova, he whispers, his voice thick. I'll keep it right in my pocket, closest to the controls. He looks at me then, and the look in his eyes isn't about the past anymore. It's about the terrifying weight of what he's holding. He tucks the paper plane into his breast pocket, pats it once, and disappears back into the cockpit. Thank you, Captain, my mother says, her voice hushed and watchful. Beckett stands, finally meeting my gaze. I open my mouth, but the words are trapped behind the lump in my throat. He gives me a tight professional nod, a silent acknowledgement of the storm we just flew through, and retreats to the cockpit. The rest of the flight is a blur. When we finally touch down in Seoul, Nova is still tracing the edges of her pen. I helped the plane, she announces as we disembark. Yes, you did, I say, kissing her temple. You were so brave. As we walk through the jet bridge, Beckett is there, leaning against the wall by the gate. He looks exhausted, his tie loosened just a fraction. Nova insists on a fist bump, which he grants with a grin that reaches his eyes. He looks up at me, the professional mask flickering. I'm heading to the parking deck. Would you three like a ride? My car is right here. Mom answers before I can. We're meeting my cousin on arrival, but thank you. Her tone is cordial but watchful. Beckett accepts the boundary, though disappointment flickers. He extends his hand to me. I hesitate, then take it. Professional shake. Electricity rushes up my arm, reckless and undeniable. Thank you for helping, Nova, I whisper. He squeezes gently. Always. He releases my hand, but not the intensity in his eyes. I'll, see you on the return flight. We'll be there. He nods, then disappears into the jet bridge glow. Nova tugs my sleeve. Will Captain Beckett come to my art show for real? I kneel. He said he would. Pilots keep promises. She smiles, content. Mom places a steadying hand on my shoulder. Remember what I said about messy not meaning broken, she murmurs. I manage a thin laugh. Our lives just turned into a full-color safety instruction card. She pats my arm. At least you already know the exits and flotation devices. We collect our carry-ons. In the terminal's bright bustle, Nova twirls, co-pilot pen glinting like a comet. Questions crash in my head. Should I demand paternity, protect Nova's heart, protect mine? Ahead, a digital board flicks departure times. Next to Seoul Manila Flight 624, Captain Hayes flashes in crisp green letters. A sudden certainty settles in my chest. We are taxiing toward new airspace, one where truth cannot be forever held at cruising altitude. I take Nova's hand, finger the pin on her sweater, and breathe. The seatbelt sign inside my heart is still illuminated, but for once I am ready for ascent. On my phone, a new message pops up from an unknown number. We need to talk about Nova. Meet me at the operations center before the return flight. My pulse surges. I tap the screen and stare at the signature that follows. Beckett.
Chapter 10. Beckett. I'm sitting in my apartment halfway through wrestling a cufflink when the ache in my chest finally overrules my pride. 2 weeks of professional distance have gotten me nowhere except sleepless, and the way Nova's brown eyes tracked every word I said on the flight over keeps replaying like a looped cabin safety video. I grab my phone off the dresser, thumb hovering over Skylar's contact. My pulse jackhammers. Pilots preach decisive action. Time to live it. We need to talk about Nova. Meet me at the operations center before the return flight. I stare at the screen just long enough to feel ridiculous, then hit send before I can retreat behind another checklist. No receipt. Fine. I shove the phone in my pocket and head for the lobby, craving fresh air and anything cold enough to shock me. At dawn, I duck into a neon-bright GS25 convenience store in Jongyo-gu. Seoul at dawn feels like a cockpit after shutdown, quiet, systems humming under the surface. A neon-bright GS25 glows on the corner. I duck inside for canned coffee and aspirin. The automatic door chirps. Fluorescent light blooms. And there she is. Skylar stands in front of the ramen aisle, locks twisted into a loose bun, civilian jeans hugging hips I remember too well. On her hip, Nova, still pajama rumpled, unicorn backpack sliding off one tiny shoulder. Gravity tilts. I force my feet forward. Morning, I manage, low enough not to startle the kid. Skylar blinks, surprise thawing into wary composure. Captain Hayes, early grocery run? I need caffeine I can't pronounce. I raise the can. My hand's actually shaking. Nice. Nova perks up, eyes widening. Captain Cloud Train! The nickname wallops me square in the sternum. Hey, Starshine, you upgrading your snack stash? She's on a marshmallow fish cake kick, Skylar says, rolling her eyes. But there's a softness beneath the tease. I clear my throat. Look, about the text. I didn't expect to ambush you at a convenience store. The operations center offer still stands. No pressure. Her gaze flicks to Nova, then back to me. You want to talk? What exactly? I want to do more than tiptoe around the truth at 37,000 feet. Nova deserves that, and so do you. I lift both palms. Surrender. We can hash details later. For now, if you need an extra grown-up to trail behind while you two explore the city, I'm off duty until briefing. Nova gasps. Mom, please. He knows we're cloud sleep. Skylar pinches the bridge of her nose. Classic I need coffee signal. One morning, casual, no drama. She levels a finger at me. You break that rule, I yank the chute. Aye, aye. Relief floods like pressurization. Tour guide mode. Engaged. Throughout the day, we ramble through Seoul. 3 subway lines, 1 palace, and 18,000 Fitbit steps later, I've learned that. Nova's laugh echoes off centuries-old courtyard stone. Skylar bites her lower lip when torn between grown-up prudence and 5-year-old wonder. My heart can expand past standard-issue fuselage pressure and still keep beating. At Gyeongbokgung, Nova insists I kneel so she can adjust an imaginary captain's hat atop my head for the hanbok photo. Skylar snaps the shot. The shutter click feels like a timestamp on a life I never plotted, but suddenly crave. We refuel on tteokbokki so spicy it kills what's left of my taste buds. Nova, eyes streaming, declares the burn, dragon approved. Skylar laughs, hand on my forearm for balance. The contact is brief, but the imprint lingers hotter than the chili paste. By late afternoon, we're back outside our crew hotel. Skylar shifts Nova to the ground. The kid is half asleep, arms clinging to my leg like a seatbelt sign. Thank you, Skylar says, voice softer than any greeting since Seattle. She'll remember today. So will I. My reply scrapes rough. Gate 15? She nods. 75 minutes before call time. She shepherds Nova inside. I watch the glass doors swallow them, heart thudding like a mistimed V-speed call. I reach Gate 15 at Incheon International Airport. I arrive with 2 lattes and a paper bag of Yakult jellies. My phone buzzes. Skylar. We're 5 away. I suck in a breath that tastes like hope. They appear moments later. Skylar in Navy uniform crisp enough to slice air, Nova in sparkly leggings. The terminal's overhead lamps catch mother and daughter in the same instant, and for a second I can't move. Skylar stops an arm's length away. Captain? Formal, but her eyes linger on the spare Junior Wings pin in my palm. I hand over the coffee first. Triple shot, 1 raw sugar. I pay attention. She accepts, lips twitching. Noted. Nova tugs my pant leg. Do airports have dragons too? Cargo hold. Row 9, I whisper. They nap between shipments. She squeals, spinning in tiny circles until Skylar lands a gentle palm on her shoulder. Nova, how about you grab those coloring pages from your bag while the grown-ups chat? The kid plops onto a nearby seat, mission accepted. Skylar faces me, shoulders squared. We have 9 hours of duty ahead. Passengers don't need a soap opera, so this is quick. I get that, I say. But quick doesn't mean surface level. Deep breath. I plunge. I didn't know about her, Sky, and that's on both of us. But the second I saw Nova, a switch flipped. I'm all in, whatever pace you set. She studies me like she's running a systems diagnostic. Consistency, Beckett, not grand gestures. Show up. Starting now. I gesture toward Nova. She's got a layover in life. I want to be her favorite connection. Skylar's mouth curves before she strangles the impulse. Cheesy. Pilot, remember. I spread my hands. Altitude jokes come standard. She huffs, half laugh, half exasperation, and something eases. Fine. Step 1. You ride shotgun on another Seoul morning next trip. She wants to see the folk museum. We'll build from there. A grin cracks wide across my face. Copy that. Her gaze drops to the bag in my hand. Yakult jellies? For the dragon tamer. I kneel to offer them to Nova. She beams so bright I swear the gate lights dim in deference. When I stand, Skylar's eyes have gone glossy. She blinks fast and clears her throat. Boarding at 10. Let's keep it professional up there. Always. But the word tastes different now. Less wall, more promise. We level off at flight level 390, soaring high above the moonlit sea of Japan. Cruise altitude. Seatbelt sign-off. Autopilot hums. I snag a 30-second cabin stroll. Nova sits in 1A, sketching swirling clouds that morph into mashed potato dragons. She points out engine nacelles and recites model specs like flashcards. My chest swells, too big for the uniform jacket. Skylar slips into the aisle, handing me water. In hushed tones, she says, "She asked if clouds have families." I swallow the lump in my throat. What'd you tell her? That some clouds drift alone for a while before they find where they belong. Her fingers brush mine as she passes the bottle. Static crackles up my arm. We stand there, shoulder to shoulder, watching Nova make worlds on airline stationery. For the first time in years, I feel perfectly terrifyingly pressurized, not by altitude, but by the fragile, breathtaking possibility of finally landing somewhere worth staying. Tomorrow brings paperwork, boundaries, maybe paternity tests. Fine. Tonight, above a black sea, I memorize the cadence of Skylar's breathing and the steady rustle of Nova's crayon strokes, carving the moment deep into the flight recorder of my heart. Our descent checklist begins in 40 minutes. Our real ascent has barely left the runway.
Chapter 11. Skylar. I wake before my alarm, the lavender glow of sunrise, washing my bedroom walls the color of quiet possibility. Nova is a warm lump in the middle of my queen-size mattress, curls fanned over her pillow like a halo. She must have climbed in here after the thunderstorm rattled the window panes at 3 a.m. I slide from beneath the quilt with practiced ease so she stays asleep, toes sinking into the plush rug that muffles every creak of our house. Fresh coffee grounds wait in the French press. I measure 2 scoops instead of 1. This already feels like a 2-scoop kind of day. While the water boils, I glance at my phone. 17 crew group texts and 1 flagged email from HR. I skim the subject line, then read it twice more to make sure fatigue is not inventing things. Promotion opportunity. Senior purser. Dubai base. My stomach swoops, the same drop I get when turbulence grabs the tail of a jet at cruise altitude. It is the promotion I half joked about during recurrent training last year. Triple the pay differential, leadership track, a cosmopolitan gateway to every international route in the company. Relocation package included, start date flexible in the next fiscal quarter. All I can think of is a little girl's voice yesterday, asking Beckett why clouds look like mashed potatoes. In the way he answered as though every question she asked was the most important inquiry of his day. I opened the email, absorbing fine print. They will cover temporary housing in Dubai Creek Harbor, schooling stipends, and a one-time family airfare voucher. Family. I rub the word with my thumb, as if it might peel off the screen and reshape itself. Steam hisses from the kettle. I pour the water, set the timer, and breathe into the quiet kitchen while the grounds bloom. The coffee aroma grounds me, but the promotion details keep circling. Prestige. Dollars. Adventure. Nova stirs down the hall, then thumps bare feet across the hardwood. She barrels into the kitchen wearing dinosaur pajamas 2 inches short at the ankle. Morning, Mommy. Her voice is still gravelly with sleep. Good morning, love bug. I lean down for a forehead kiss that smells of strawberry toothpaste. Do you want pancakes or cereal? Pancakes shaped like airplanes. She flashes a grin that could power a runway's edge lights. Airplane pancakes coming up. I pull out the mixing bowl with one hand and forward the HR email to my personal account with the other. The message disappears from the corporate view. Out of sight does not equal out of mind, but it buys time. 3 hours later, I hustle through Hartsfield-Jackson's employee entrance. Navy uniform pressed, hair slicked into a low bun. Commuter traffic was merciless, and the security line was longer than the holiday season. But I arrived at the briefing with 30 seconds to spare. Malik, my favorite gate agent, waves a flight plan like a conductor's baton. A TL turn, then SEA red-eye. He summarizes as though reciting lunch orders. I sign the roster and slide into a chair. The briefing room smells of burnt coffee and citrus disinfectant. Lana, a junior flight attendant fresh out of training, bumps my shoulder in greeting. Word is you navigated turbulence in first class yesterday. She wiggles her brows. Captain Hayes. Heat creeps up my neck. Gossip moves faster than jet streams. We maintained altitude and professionalism. It is true. Professionalism is the thin, fragile layer keeping my life from spiraling. Lana snorts but drops it when our cabin service manager, Gloria, enters with a stack of manuals. Gloria is known for 2 things: immaculate lipstick and an uncanny radar for distraction. She pauses mid-lecture, eyes on me. Monroe, with me. A dozen curious gazes follow as I rise and trail Gloria into a supply alcove lined with beverage carts. She crosses her arms. No lipstick smudge touches her coffee cup. You got the Dubai notice, correct? Yes, ma'am, this morning. They want an answer within 10 business days. Her voice softens by a millimeter. It is a plum position. Senior purser openings do not grow on trees. I'm aware. I reviewed your personnel file. Stellar record, language proficiency in Arabic and French, mentorship commendations. You will thrive. She leans closer. But thrive where you are planted, Monroe. Think about that. I bristle at the sermon but nod. My hands tighten on the clipboard as she departs. Think about where you're planted. The words echo while I prep the beverage cart. Where am I planted? The mortgage on the family house is unforgiving, and my mother shoulders half the babysitting load without complaint, yet her knees ache more each Atlanta winter. But Nova's roots have only just discovered sunlight in Beckett's orbit. Would ripping them up be selfish or protective? I have lost count of the times I prayed for a father who would love her as fiercely as she deserves. Now that he exists in real time, present and patient, am I prepared to uproot that bond before the ink on his acknowledgement papers dries? Boarding whirls by in a blur of strollers, roller bags, and Zone 2 announcements. Beckett is a phantom presence on today's schedule. He is ferrying a 737 from Dallas to Newark. But I still feel gaze impressions on the back of my neck every time I check on row 6. I see him in the patient way I explain turbulence to a nervous teenager, and in the extra apple juice, I slip to the toddler in 12C. Beckett has always been a subconscious compass needle, even when I tried to reset north. The flight to Atlanta is routine. We chase a tailwind that brings us to Hartsfield-Jackson, 17 minutes ahead of schedule. On descent, I peek through the cockpit door. The skyline glints in humid sunshine, hazy yet familiar. This is where Beckett and I tangled hearts for the first time after recurrent training. I used to love layovers here. Hole-in-the-wall barbecue, neon dive bars, nights wrapped around each other until sunrise. The terminal lights flash the same as ever, yet everything feels distant, like visiting a childhood home that shrank. Ground time is short. We turn the aircraft, reload snacks, and swap flight numbers, but the 15-minute break is enough for my phone to ping with 2 messages. One from Mom. Nova crushed her spelling test. The other from Beckett. Sending you preliminary custody research, just info. Call if you want to vent. Custody research. The phrase tightens my throat. I tuck the phone away and refocus on pre-boarding tasks. Lana offers to run for coffee. I accept. Caffeine is my current love language. We launch for Seattle at dusk. Cabin lights dimmed, passengers tucked into blankets. I finally open Beckett's attachment on the crew tablet. It outlines cooperative parenting agreements, mediation versus litigation, and visitation templates that prioritize stability. The document is neutral in tone, almost clinical, but I feel the effort behind every bullet point. He is trying. More than that, he is planning a future that includes both of us in Nova's radius. I set the tablet aside and walk to the cabin. Row 19 is chillier than the rest, so I offer an extra blanket to an elderly woman. She thanks me in a rasp of southern drawl. Her eyes are roomy yet kind. She pats my arm. You remind me of my daughter. She moved all the way to Riyadh for work. We visit on video calls now, but it's not the same. The cabin hum fades for a second. I force a smile. I hope she loves it there. She does, but I sure miss hugging her neck. Everything has a price, sugar. Her words needle into me long after I stow the empty trash bag. Everything has a price. I repeat the line while we land in Seattle under a midnight drizzle. My body yawns with exhaustion, but the layover hotel bed remains an enemy combatant against sleep. I open the HR email again, reading every clause until the screen blurs. 10 days to decide. I whisper. Everything has a price, into the dark, and finally drift off somewhere near 3 a.m. The next afternoon, we reposition Deadhead back to Atlanta. Nova meets me at arrivals, sprinting past passengers with her grandmother in tow. She slams into my knees, arms flung wide. Mommy, guess what? I spelled astronaut with no help. You did? That is amazing. I bury my face in her hair. She smells of coconut conditioner and playground dust. Mom smiles, though fatigue drags her shoulders. She wanted to wait for you. We rode the subway home. Nova chatters about class pets and lunch trades. I nod, but part of me is writing a mental pro-con list between station stops. Mom notices. She waits until Nova zones out with her tablet before leaning closer. You're thinking loud. I sigh. Corporate offered me senior purser in Dubai. Her brows climb to her hairline. Skylar James Monroe. That's a once-in-a-lifetime leap. I know. You sound as though someone sawed the wings off your dream. I stare at the streaking tunnel lights. Because the dream changed when I met him. And when I met her. Mom folds her hands, calloused from decades of hospital shifts. Dreams do not break, baby girl. They evolve. Tell me what scares you. I whisper the fears aloud for the first time. That Nova will resent me if I take her away from her father. That Beckett might petition for custody if I refuse to compromise. That I might give up the biggest career advancement of my life and still watch him drift from Nova after the newness wears off. Mom listens. When I finish, she squeezes my fingers. Nova needs stability and love. Those are portable. The real question is what you need to feel whole, because a whole mother makes a whole child. Her words sink deep. I thank her and promise pancakes tomorrow, then collapse into bed. 2 days later, Saturday dawns bright. Beckett and I agreed to meet at Piedmont Park so he could spend time with Nova outside airline corridors. I chose a navy wrap dress and white sneakers. Practical but pretty. My palms sweat anyway. We arrived early. Nova skips toward the playground, while I scout a bench near a flowering dogwood. Beckett jogs up 5 minutes later, baseball cap backward, jeans hugging narrow hips. He slows when he spots us, as if bracing for turbulence. Nova spots him and squeals. She launches herself at his legs. He scoops her, full body hug, laughing. The sound makes my spine feel like melted glass. For the next 40 minutes, I watch them build sandcastles at the edge of the sandbox. Nova chats nonstop. Beckett listens with rapt attention, occasionally glancing up to check if I am enjoying the show. I am, and that terrifies me. When Nova dashes to the water fountain, Beckett claims the bench beside me, wiping sand from his hands on a napkin. I emailed you the mediation outline. Too much too soon? It was thorough. I pick at my thumbnail. I appreciate the research. Cool breeze flutters his cap brim. Sky, talk to me. Something is burning behind your eyes. I cannot sidestep forever. The airline offered me a senior purser, based in Dubai. His jaw slackens. He drags a hand over stubbled chin. Wow, that is massive. Yeah. And complicated? I laugh without humor. Definition of my life right now. He angles toward me. What do you want? The question is simple, ruthless. My vision pricks. I want to grow my career without shrinking her world. My voice shakes. I want her to have both parents present. And I want to stop feeling like every choice means losing part of myself. Beckett's expression softens to something almost reverent. We can build a schedule. Commuter benefits, alternating months, video calls. I am not letting distance become a barrier if you decide to take this. His immediate support lances my heart. He is the reason the decision is excruciating, yet he refuses to weaponize it. Tears threaten. I swallow them. You'd globe hop to keep a 5-year-old's bedtime story routine? In a heartbeat. She is my priority. You are too, whether you want the honor or not. His cheeks flush, but he does not retract. I study him. Under his steady gray gaze, I glimpse the man who once sneaked me into an employee lounge during a thunderstorm, feeding me contraband fudge brownies at midnight while the city lights flickered. That Beckett could charm me into betting on whimsy. This Beckett is steadier, but no less compelling. Nova returns, dragging a stick jet made of twigs. She announces hunger. We decide on the food trucks along the promenade. While she wolfed down a gyro, Beckett buys 3 gelatos. I protest, but accept pistachio. We stroll the lake path, parents on either side, Nova skipping between us. For 10 minutes, life feels almost ordinary. For 10 minutes, I let my guard down. My phone buzzes. HR again, reminding me of the decision clock. 8 days remain. The lifeboat of tranquility tips. Beckett notices my posture stiffening. He does not pry, but he squeezes my elbow lightly, an anchor gesture. We circle back to the playground entrance. Nova wants one more slide run. I nod. Give her 5 minutes. Beckett watches her scamper off. His sigh is deep. Whatever you choose, I am behind you. And if behind is not enough, I will get beside you or ahead, clearing the path. Emotion raw edges my words. Say things like that too often, and I might forget every reason we fell apart. Maybe we could draft new reasons to stay together. The offer hovers, delicate as wings. He leans closer, eyes on my mouth, not quite kissing distance. My pulse rioters in my throat. Nova calls, "Mom, watch this." From the top of the slide, the moment shatters but leaves spark trails behind. We said goodbye 30 minutes later under the stadium shadow. Nova hugs him 3 times. Beckett tucks a folded paper plane into her pocket. He meets my gaze, questions waiting. I managed a nod. Nonverbal promise, we will talk soon. His shoulders ease. Back home, Nova snores in her bedroom fort. I sit at the kitchen table, laptop open, cursor blinking in a reply draft to HR. My pros and cons list fills 2 pages. Dubai means financial security, leadership, cultural adventure for Nova. Staying means shared custody without 12-hour time differences, proximity to my mother's steady love, a chance to explore the fragile new trust blooming with Beckett. I sip peppermint tea, reread the list. Anxiety tangles with anticipation. I open a separate document, type a single line of truth. I deserve a life that feels like mine, not one I am borrowing from someone else's expectations. Mid-keystroke, my phone lights up with Beckett's name. Check your email. My stomach flutters. I refresh my inbox. 1 message. Joint parenting proposal draft, version 2. Added Dubai contingency options. The attachment icon sits like a heartbeat. Even negotiating distance, he meets me halfway. My vision blurs. I click download, skim bullet points. He suggests a rotation. 2 months Dubai with me, 2 months stateside with him. Shared holidays carved by school calendar. And he pledges to pick up transatlantic routes to spend half his layovers near us. The math is messy, the logistics brutal, yet the effort roars louder than jet engines. I close the file, fingers trembling, and return to the HR draft. The cursor still blinks, patient and demanding. I inhale until lungs ache, then exhale, remembering Mom's words. A whole mother makes a whole child, I type. Thank you for the generous offer. I pause, stare at those 7 words. A notification blips. New message. It is Beckett again. Nova just called to thank me for the paper plane. She asked if I liked pistachio. Tell her yes. His digital smile appears in emoji form. I laugh into my empty apartment, heart thudding with something perilously close to joy. I finish the sentence, but not the email. Instead, I save it to drafts. Decision deferred, but intention clarified. I need more data, more conversations, more time wrapped around the reality of our fragile trio. 8 days remain. I plan to use everyone. Before closing the laptop, I open a fresh note titled, Skylar's Flight Plan. At the top, I write 3 destinations: Nova's stability, Skylar's ambition, Beckett's commitment. Underneath, I begin mapping routes that might reach all 3 without crash landing any of them. The night is late, but I feel awake after what feels like forever. Outside, An aircraft hums across the crescent moon, red beacons blinking steady. I imagine it charting a course that looks impossible until someone brave enough decides to fly it anyway. Tomorrow morning I will meet Beckett for coffee. Neutral ground, just us. Because our next step deserves daylight. For now I hit save, close the computer, and tiptoe to Nova's room. She sleeps clutching the paper plane against her cheek. I kiss her forehead, whisper a promise that even I have not fully decoded. Back in the hallway, my phone pings one final time. Another HR reminder. We look forward to welcoming you to the Dubai leadership team. I silence the notification and slip the device face down on the console. The future is calling from 2 continents at once, but tonight I am grounded exactly where I need to be, listening to the steady rhythm of my daughter's breathing and the faint echo of a man willing to rewrite his flight path for us. I do not know which horizon I will chase, only that the next leg of this journey begins now. You ever think about that one person? Yeah, that one. The one that got away. Or maybe the one who never really left your heart.
They broke it once, but what if they're the only one who can fix it?
Who, baby? Now we're talking second chances. 8 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of longing, regret, and the kind of love that refuses to stay buried.
And because healing your heart shouldn't break the bank, you get all of this for 70% off. Use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40 and get an additional 40% off.
The Second Chance Romance Audiobook Bundle.
It's not too late.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Beckett. I walk into the JFK crew lounge expecting the usual mix of clatter and caffeine, nothing more dramatic than a printer jam or a half-hearted debate about which brand of turbulence simulator is worst. Instead, I get the low hum of gossip that zaps through the room like a frayed wire. Lana and Malik are huddled near the vending machine with 2 other flight attendants whose names I do not know. They do not notice me at first. My name slips from Lana's mouth in the same breath as Skylar's, and the single word that makes my pulse trip. Dubai. I stop beside a bulletin board plastered with lost badge notices and pretend to check the bid schedule. My ears tune to every syllable. Senior purser in Dubai, full relocation, school allowance for her little girl, Lana says, voice pitched low but carrying. They want her answer by the end of next week. Malik whistles. Skylar Monroe, jet-setting royalty. She'll be running an entire cabin crew of wide bodies and sipping Arabic coffee on her layovers. Would you turn that down? Someone asks. With that package? Not a chance, Lana answers. Struggling with an Atlanta mortgage versus a beachfront condo on the Gulf? Girl, please. They laugh. I taste copper. The sheet of paper in my hand crinkles under my grip. I remind myself there is no betrayal in an opportunity email, yet the sting feels more personal than any crosswind. I force my shoulders loose, walk to the coffee urn, and pour scalding brew I will not drink. They notice me now. Lana's smile falters. Morning, Captain Hayes, she chirps, a touch too bright. A TL out and back today? Looks that way, I reply. The coffee sloshes. I set the cup down before my hand betrays the tremor. Everyone ready for a smooth turn? They mumble affirmatives, suddenly fascinated by their phones. The gossip circle breaks apart. I watch them scatter, adrenaline already chiming under my skin. Skylar said she planned to weigh every angle before deciding. That was 3 days ago, a lifetime in airline time. She never mentioned the Dubai offer had an expiration date shorter than a carton of terminal yogurt. I sink into a molded plastic chair, boot up the flight release on my tablet, and fight the swirl of panic that wants to spiral outward. Gloria, today's cabin manager, strides in and hands out briefing packets. She gives me a once-over. Hayes, you good? You look like you saw a ghost that charged for oversized baggage. I'm fine, I lied. My voice is steady, My heart anything but. I flip open the packet and review departure weather for Atlanta. Scattered thunderstorms. Figures. 30 minutes later, I step into the cockpit. First Officer Miguel Ramos swivels in his seat, grin ready. "You kicked the coffee pot again, Cap. You look ready to wrestle a thunderhead." "Just eager to beat the weather," I answer. I slide into my chair, strap in, and run the pre-flight flow by muscle memory. My mind keeps replaying the gossip loop. Senior purser, Dubai, full relocation. The words thud against every switch I flip. Once we push back, Miguel asks about my weekend. I feed him half sentences about park trips with Nova, conveniently omitting the promotion bombshell. He eyeballs me but lets it go. Climbing out of JFK feels like threading a needle between summer cumulonimbus stacks. The seatbelt sign remains on longer than usual while we dodge updrafts. I focus on headings and altitudes, anything that keeps me from calculating how many direct flights operate between Dubai and Atlanta each week. Not enough. Never enough. When we level at cruise, I take a breath. The cabin interphone buzzes. Gloria asks for a status update. I give her the routine numbers, then add, "Tell Lead I'll stop by mid-galley." Lead, of course, is Skylar. My stomach tightens. I have no script for this conversation and no time to write one. Miguel raises an eyebrow when I unbuckle. Try not to startle the troops. They just survived that climb. I'll be charming. My smile feels brittle. Mid-galley smells of warmed croissants and Jet A fumes. Skylar stands with her back to me, inventorying the snack drawers with efficient precision. Her navy cardigan hugs shoulders I know by heart, yet today the curve looks distant. I clear my throat. She turns, surprise flickering across her features before she smooths it away. "Captain," she greets, professional pitch firmly in place. Only her eyes reveal that she is tired, or guilty, or both. "Everything smooth up front?" "Smooth enough." I clasp my hands behind me, steadying the itch to reach for her. She studies me, arms folded, posture sharp. "You know the promotion. What you don't know is what I'm going to do with it." "That part, I admit. I'm waiting to hear from you." She tilts her head. "And if I say yes? If I take the flights, the rotations, the months away? Then I'll be the one making sure everything runs smooth on the ground until you're back." My voice is steady, deliberate. "If you say no, I'll still be here, making sure you never doubt your worth. Either way, it's your call, and I'll back you every step of the way." Her lips twitch, but it's not quite a smile. "You make it sound easy." "It's not." I shrug. "But neither is flying a 6-ton machine into a headwind. You managed that just fine. This will fall into place too." Her gaze lingers on me, searching. "And what about you? You've always had one foot out the door, relief missions, guilt trips. How do I know this isn't just a honeymoon phase for you?" I wince at the accuracy, but my answer is firm. "Because this time, I'm not chasing somewhere else. I'm chasing this. You. Us. Whatever proof you need, I'll show it, again and again, until doubt has nowhere left to land." She exhales, long and unsteady, then glances at the steaming pot as though it needs checking. I take a step closer, lowering my voice. "So tell me when you're ready. Promotion or not, I'm here. That won't change." Finally, the corners of her mouth soften. "File it under pending decision," she murmurs. I grin. "Then I'll be patient. First time for everything." Back in the flight deck, Miguel eyes me. "You look like you swallowed a fuel stick." "Personal turbulence," I admit. He nods, offers a protein bar, says nothing. The gesture loosens a knot inside me. I unwrap the bar. Chocolate peanut butter never fixes heartbreak, but the chew gives my jaw something to grind besides regret. The rest of the cruise passes quietly until Atlanta Center hands us vectors around a thunderstorm wall. We deviate west, burning an extra 7 minutes of fuel. The jet rocks. Miguel handles radios while I ride the stick, marveling at how clear decisions feel when danger is visible on radar. I can bank away from red blotches. I cannot bank away from an email in Skylar's inbox. We landed on the south runway. Taxis are long due to construction. I watch raindrops smear across the windshield, thinking about how many raindrops separate Atlanta from Dubai. Millions, maybe billions, each one proof that distance can be measured in more than miles. After the shutdown, Miguel claps my shoulder. Go decompress, Cap. You look like you need ground power to your soul. I offer a thin smile. Terminal duty calls, but my head pounds. I trudge through the jetway. In the concourse, a concession stand TV blares cable news. A headline scrolls about rising fuel costs and overseas pilot bonuses. I mute the audio in my brain, focusing on the line of passengers hunting connecting gates. Crew scheduling pings my phone. Report to operations for a quick briefing. I sigh. Bureaucracy never sleeps. Ops is a fluorescent box near baggage claim. Carol, the scheduler on duty, motions me in. Hayes, quick thing. You express qualified for the new Dreamliner last year, right? Yes, ma'am. Great. There's a temporary assignment training new hires in Houston. 2-month stint, housing included, partial per diem. Starts next quarter. Dubai, Houston, gap between. I laugh under my breath. Thanks, I'll consider it. Every airline carrot comes with strings. Layover at the Renaissance Concourse Hotel overlooks the runways. I could watch planes all night, yet the view feels accusatory. I call my sister for perspective. Cassie grabs the call after 2 rings, her toddler shrieking in the background. You sound like a kicked puppy, she says after I summarize. Men lose women every day by staying silent. Use your damn words, Beck. I tried. She counters with reality. She countered with fear. Different animal. What if her fear outweighs my promises? Show, do not tell. Actions, big brother. Cassie pauses to bribe her child with animal crackers. Also, stop assuming you know her answer. You two spend your time talking with your bodies instead of your mouths. Time to reverse that. I thank her, hang up, and stare at my reflection in the window. My uniform shirt hangs open at the collar, revealing the chain where Nova's paper plane rests. She gave it to me so I don't get lost in the clouds. I touch it and let the ache bloom unchecked. The hotel bed remains unslept. I open my laptop, search for international commuting agreements. Forums, blogs, legal advisories flood the screen. Pilots do it, flight attendants do it. Entire families ping-pong between hemispheres. The logistics are savage but feasible. I sketch a table of potential schedules. 2 weeks on, 2 weeks off, or a 4-week cycle aligning with Nova's semester breaks. My math turns frantic. At 2 a.m. I realize I'm trying to bargain with the universe instead of facing my own terror. I shut the laptop and lie back. The pattern of landing lights on the runway paints the ceiling in moving diamonds. My mind drifts to the first time Skylar and I shared a layover bed. Atlanta, ironically. We were both dead tired after a weather divert marathon, yet she stayed awake tracing my freckles like constellations. That night she said distance feels smaller when someone leaves a light on for you. I promised to be her light. Then I blew a fuse and the second life got complicated. Memory morphs into yearning. I flip onto my stomach, bury my face in the pillow, and let the ache roll through my body. My skin remembers her warmth, the silk of her locks, the cinnamon taste of her neck. The scene is sensory, intimate, never merely physical. It reminds me that connection is a blatant miracle. My groan is half frustration, half prayer. I push up, drag a notebook from my duffel, and start writing a letter to Nova. I explain volcanoes of feelings in pilot metaphors she will one day understand. I tell her bravery sometimes looks like staying still when the world begs you to chase tailwinds. My handwriting blurs. I breathe until the page steadies. Next, I open a fresh page. Title it, Reasons to Stay. Reasons to Go. Under stay, I list Nova's rapid-fire grin, Skylar's kitchen dance moves, her mother's Sunday roast, the Mets season tickets I never use. Under go, I write Skylar's ambition, Nova's chance to learn another language, My own overdue reckoning with selfishness. The columns refuse to balance. At 4, exhaustion finally drags me under, but dreams are littered with departure boards blinking the word "final" next to every flight number. I wake to my phone buzzing across the nightstand. The screen reads 7:12. Skylar's name glows. My heart lurches. "Morning," I answered, voice gravelly. She hesitates. "I hope I did not wake you." "Could not sleep anyway." "I am booking a neutral ground conference room at the Ponce de Leon Library for Sunday afternoon," she says. "My lawyer will attend via video. I would like you there. We can start drafting a preliminary agreement." "Of course." My pulse gallops. Sunday is 2 days away. "Anything else you need?" She exhales softly. "Courage, and maybe coffee. I will bring a thermos." A faint laugh, shaky but real. "See you then." The line clicks off. I stare at the ceiling. 2 days until our first mediated negotiation. 2 days to prove I'm not a flight risk in human form. I swing my legs over the mattress, determination settling like armor. Crew scheduling text that our return leg to is delayed. Mechanical issue. Unexpected daylight hours sprawl ahead. I shower, dress in jeans and a Braves t-shirt, and head downstairs. Miguel lounges in the lobby, scrolling headlines. I ask if he wants breakfast. He observes my restless energy and nods. We find a diner outside the airport perimeter, all chrome and formica tables. Over eggs and grits, I confess that Dubai offers drama. Miguel listens, wiping hot sauce from his lip. "You are scared because it is outside your checklist," he says. "In the cockpit, we have backups for every system, so build backups for this. Move part-time, bid long haul, use our reciprocal jump seat deals. This is not impossible. Cost will rack up. Your heart already carries the debt. Pay with action instead of regret." His blunt wisdom lands hard. I pay for breakfast, thankful. By noon, the aircraft is cleared. We ferry north under clear skies. A TC slots us early. When we start descent over the Jersey shoreline, I look out at the Atlantic shimmer. Somewhere beyond that water is a city of glass towers and desert wind that might claim the 2 people I love most. I set my jaw. We land 15 minutes ahead of the new schedule. Taxi to the gate feels eternal. When the seatbelt sign dings off, I rise, muscles coiled. Outside the flight deck, Skylar waits, clipboard in hand. The passengers have not begun deplaning yet, so the aisle is ours for a breath. She scans my face. "You look exhausted," she murmurs. "Thinking does that to me." "Same." Her gaze holds mine. Something fragile flickers, almost a truce. The forward door opens. A flood of passengers pours out. She steps aside to guide them. Our hands brush by accident, warm spark. She does not pull away immediately. I take that as permission to hope. Later in crew parking, rain drums on the windshield of my truck. I dictate a voicemail to my lawyer. We need a draft language ready by Sunday. After I hang up my phone lights with a text from an unknown number. "Captain Hayes, Emirates Recruitment here. Your resume surfaced via industry referral. We would like to discuss wide-body command opportunities based in Dubai. Competitive package, including family relocation support." My laughter is half hysteria, half disbelief. The universe's sense of irony is savage. Thunder cracks overhead. I drum my thumbs on the steering wheel. One direction holds everything familiar, the other holds everything unknown. Both lead to Skylar in some fashion. The difference is whether I chase her or stand shoulder to shoulder. I picture Nova's paper plane. Planes do not fear the sky, they are built for it. I click reply. "Thank you for the invitation. Timing is complicated. I will review details and respond shortly." I hit send, heart hammering. Opportunity for me as well. Same city, same sky. Possibility edges out panic. Rain eases to a soft patter. I start the engine. The road ahead glistens like freshly laid asphalt, no center line visible, only the reflection of taillights stretching toward whatever future I have the courage to carve. Hooked into the wheel, I voice a single promise to the empty cabin. I'm not letting them slip past the horizon. The words solidify like landing gear locking into place. I ease onto the ramp, a new course filed in the silent air.
Chapter 13. Skylar. I brace my hand on the bulkhead as the aircraft shivers through final approach. The landing gear thumps below, a hollow echo that rattles up my spine. Outside the starboard windows, the Atlanta canopy glitters under a smear of dawn pink, the Chattahoochee a brass ribbon threading the skyline. My body should be humming with routine. You could drop me blindfolded into any cabin in the fleet, and I'd still hear the rhythm of landing checks in my bones. But right now, every hinge of metal feels personal. Seatbelt signs still aglow, I stride the aisle one last time, eyes roving over belts, tray tables, elbows jutting into space. Row 17's overhead bin has popped, one corner sagging. I push it shut, lips curving in that practiced calm smile passengers trust. Inside, my thoughts jabber like loose cutlery. Dubai, senior purser. The words pulse behind my eyes like runway strobes. Back in the forward galley, I tap the interphone. Cabin secure, I tell Beckett, but my voice is a shade too husky. I clear my throat. One loose bin latched. His reply crackles through the handset. Roger, landing in 3. Even over tinny plastic, I hear the fatigue in his timbre. Or maybe that's my projection. Either way, the man on the other end of this line is no longer a chapter. I can close by shelving the book. He is co-authoring every page, and I'm still flipping ahead to see whether he underlines the same sentences as me. The wheels kiss asphalt so gently, passengers glance up, surprised we're down. It's textbook Beckett. Finesse when everyone braces for roughness. Reverse thrust. Whooshes, deceleration pressing me into the jump seat webbing. I breathe out, tension siphoning like cabin pressure equalizing. But relief fades fast when I remember the debrief still coming. Cockpit, crew room, somewhere he can corner me with quiet questions I'm not ready to answer. Taxi stretches long, construction cones forcing zigzags across the ramp. Outside, service trucks swarm like ants, eager to strip our metal beast bare and ready it for another hop. When the chime signals arrival and belts unclick, I unlatch, paste on smile number 22. Warm but efficient, and open the door. When the jetway finally empties, Lana and Miguel emerge from aft, trading wisecracks about bag claim chaos. Gloria slips the post-flight cleanliness checklist into my palm and heads for the exit. She's got a connection to make. I run through galley counts with Lana, sign off inventory, and haul the metal waste cart to the service door. Each mundane task feels surgical. Slice distractions, cauterize emotions, sterilize the mind. By the time I secure the final seal, the cabin hushes, just recirculated air and faint fuel tang. Footsteps approach down the aisle, steady, measured. Beckett. I don't turn until he's close. He halts at row 1 and props a shoulder against the bulkhead. You're free to debrief now, lead? His lips tug at the title, like he knows it might not belong to me much longer. I need 5 minutes to pull passenger feedback, I hedge, sliding the service log into my satchel. I'll wait. He folds his arms, pilot's blazer stretching across broad shoulders, epaulets catching dawn light like gold knots. His composure is formidable, though a muscle twitches near his jaw. He's holding tension the same way I'm holding avoidance. I swipe tablets, compile survey captures quicker than ever. Numbers scroll, letters blur. All the while, Beckett's presence pulses like static electricity at my back. When I straighten, the silence between us snaps taut. Ready, I say, throat dry. We step onto the deserted jetway, metal walls echoing each footfall. The air is cooler here. The climate control hums like a distant storm. Beckett slows, waits until I'm beside him. The crew lounge is a madhouse right now, he says, voice low. We can use the ops briefing room. It's empty. Not a suggestion. An olive branch. Private. Contained. My heart knocks once, hard. I nod. Fine. We walk the labyrinth of service corridors. Gray carpet. Fluorescent fixtures. Union flyers curling on bulletin boards. The airport skeleton most travelers never see. Our steps sink. Too in tune for ex-lovers. Too wary for colleagues. Outside ops, he swipes his badge, holds the door. I smell cedar cologne, dark roast coffee residue, that faint air-stale scent unique to cockpits. Every inhale reminds me of nights tangled in his sheets, my face tucked under his jaw, listening to the steady thump of his pilot heart. Inside, the briefing room is a 10 by 12 rectangle. Conference table, plastic chairs, whiteboard cluttered with fuel-hedged numbers. Beckett flicks on a single lamp, leaving the overhead fluorescence off, dimming the space to soft gold. He sits across from me, hands clasped on the table like we're negotiating international airspace treaties. I drop my satchel on the floor. The door clicks shut. Silence surges, thick as storm clouds. He starts first. I want the truth. No PR gloss, no strategic timing. Are you going to take Dubai? The directness carves a shiver down my arms. I haven't decided. Clock's ticking. His voice remains even, but frustration etches lines beside his mouth. I braid my fingers together, nails digging into skin. It's about my life, my career, and our daughter's geography. I flinch. He notices, softens tone. Look, I respect your ambition. You deserve everything this company can offer, but I need to know what field I'm playing on. I can't game plan for fatherhood if the goalposts teleport to another continent. You're good at long-range navigation, I mutter, tension barbed. Plot a course. He exhales sharply. Feisty humor, glad it survived. He leans forward. What do you want, Sky? Not what HR packages, not what gossip says. What do you want? The lamp casts shadows across his cheekbones. He looks exhausted, earnest, heartbreakingly open. I swallow. I want. My voice fails, throat choking on too many contradictory answers. Security, adventure, roots, wings, all of it. His gaze softens. Say it. I close my eyes, drag breath deep. I want my daughter to know her father. I want to lead, to travel, to break ceilings my mentors barely touched. I want my mother's health to be easy. I want to stop counting every dollar before I buy Nova new sneakers. The words tumble, raw. And I'm terrified that wanting all those things means sacrificing something vital. Someone vital. Eyes still shut, I hear his chair scrape. Then warmth envelops my hands, Beckett's fingers wrapping mine. My lids fly open. He's kneeling beside me, expression earnest. I don't want you to sacrifice. I want to help you balance, even if the seesaw tilts across oceans. Tears sting. You say that, but you haven't lived the schedule. My voice trembles. Midnight bedtimes in one zone, breakfast conferences in another, Nova's parent-teacher meetings on lagged video calls. It's brutal. I'm willing to fly the brutal. His grip tightens. Emirates reached out yesterday. They're hiring captains for the A350, Dubai base. If you accept, I can bid there too. Shock punches air from my lungs. You would move? If that keeps us ours? Yes. His smile is rueful. The irony isn't lost on me. I accused you of scattering the family across continents when I spent years hiding behind global routes to dodge commitment. Emotion crashes. I pull my hands free, stand, pace a tight line between table and wall. This is insane. Nova's life would be permanent jet lag. New school, new climate, new culture. Children adapt. He counters, also rising. We can enroll her at the international school near Creek Harbor. She'll speak Arabic by 3rd grade. How is that a loss? He steps closer. Tell me a reason rooted in her best interest, not your fear. His challenge slices through rationalization. I pivot, face him. You want reasons? Try this. My mother, Nova's primary anchor, can't just uproot and chase desert sunsets. Her knees barely survive the winter. Gulf heat will crush her. And healthcare costs abroad? Astronomical without company insurance. Beckett opens his mouth, shuts it. He didn't consider that angle. Victory flickers but feels hollow. He rubs his temple. Okay, fair. What if I request a stateside commuter schedule? The airline will let me cluster duties. 30 days on, 30 off. I'd split time. Nova needs continuous stability, not a yo-yo father. His frustration flares. So I'm damned if I commute, damned if I relocate. What configuration wins, Sky? I hug myself, pacing again. The room feels smaller, oxygen thinner. Nothing wins. That's the problem. I stop by the whiteboard, stare at scrawled jet fuel numbers. Maybe the promotion isn't right. He crosses to me, slow, cautious, as if approaching a skittish animal. Or maybe the timing isn't right. Ask HR to defer 6 months. They offered a flexible start. Leverage it. We solidify custody, support your mother's surgery, get Nova through pre-K. I blink. You listened to every detail I babbled about her schooling. Of course I did. His brows knot. You think I don't memorize the coordinates of your worries? The earnestness cracks something in me. My back finds the wall. He palms the panel above my head, boxing me gently, not trapping, sheltering. I'm tired of fighting like opponents on different runways, he murmurs. Let's run one flight plan. His proximity heats the air. I smell cedar again, stronger. Every cell in my body remembers how to lean into him, but my brain clangs warning bells. Beck, we tried partnership before. It melted under turbulence. Because I bailed at the first mechanical fault. That's on me, not the design. His voice drops, rough. Give me a chance to rebuild. Tears well. I swipe them angrily. You left without goodbye. I know. He bows his head. Every missed birthday, every question mark in Nova's bedtime stories. That's my ledger of regret. I can't erase it, but I can overtime the rest of my life paying it back. The raw sincerity cleaves me in two, half craving to believe, half fearing the cost. I push at his chest, step out of the cage of his arms. Words are cheap currency in this terminal. I whisper, "Show me." He nods, accepting the distance. Sunday's mediation. Let me present a structured plan. Legal, logistical, financial proof of stake. I swallow. Okay, but know this. If the plan hinges on me folding my ambition, it's dead on arrival. His eyes blaze. And if it hinges on me dissolving into a ghost, same. We stand, breathing each other's resolve, like jet fuel fumes. Opposites? No. Parallel runways aim toward the same horizon, but separated by asphalt. The intercom outside crackles, flight crew paging. Real life demands resumption. Beckett scrubs a hand down his face. Next rotation's in 8 hours. You need rest. So do you. My voice is gentle. Go home. Shower. Hug your guilt pillow. That earns a cracked smile. Only if you promise pancakes with Nova tomorrow. A bittersweet laugh catches me off guard. She'll insist. I shoulder my satchel, adjust my blazer. At the door I pause. I forwarded HR a draft deferment request. No promises. Hope flickers in his eyes. Copy. Don't crash any simulators before mediation. Likewise, lead. He salutes, 2 fingers to his brow. A tease, but reverent. I step into the hallway. His voice follows, softer. Sky? I pivot. You're not alone in the cockpit anymore. The words hover, potent. I nod once, pulse vibrating in my ears, and walk away. Outside, the terminal buzzes with mid-morning rush. Families herding strollers. Suits hustling to gates, aroma of pretzels and jet blast mixing in recycled air. I ride the escalator to arrivals, phone vibrating with new mail. HR confirmation, deferment accepted pending managerial approval. 6 months buffer. Relief whooshes through me, followed by terror. A stay is not a cancellation. The forked path still looms. I exit sliding doors into the humid August air. Taxis honk. Traffic roars. Somewhere overhead, another wide body claws into the sky, wheels folding like prayer hands. I watch it angle upward, wondering if the flight crew debated dreams and duty on that cockpit jump seat minutes earlier. My phone buzzes again. Mom sending a photo. Nova holding a cardboard sign that reads, "Welcome home, Mommy." She's missing her 2 front teeth now. I hadn't noticed before. The gap makes her grin even brighter. Tears blur the screen. I type back, at baggage claim in 10. Can't wait. A final message pings. Beckett. Bookstore in the evening. They're hosting astronauts reading to kids. Thought our future bilingual space enthusiast might like it. Then, no pressure. Offer stands either way. I stare at the invitation, thumb hovering. Sunlight glints off a distant tower, dazzling. Promise or peril? Maybe both. I type, "Let me check her bedtime schedule," hit send, and tuck the phone away. In my mind, I already see Nova perched on Beckett's shoulders, craning to hear stories about galaxies, her paper plane pendant glinting under fluorescence. Decision day approaches like final descent, messy crosswinds guaranteed. But right now I am on the ground, breathing, moving, living. I can navigate when the radar populates. I square my shoulders, drag my carry-on toward baggage claim, and whisper to the thrumming city beyond glass, "No more autopilot. Manual control from here." The universe does not answer, yet the sliding doors part on cue. Gusting warm wind across my face. It smells like jet fuel and possibility. I step forward, pulse syncopating with the heartbeat of the runway, and chase whatever future waits at the gate.
Chapter 14. Beckett. I wake long before sunrise, lungs already tight with the sense of time slipping. The roar of a departing cargo jet hums outside my apartment, headlights smearing pinstripes across the ceiling. I should try to steal another hour of sleep, but Nova's compass rose pendant rests on my nightstand, its silver body catching the runway's amber glow. One glance and I am wide awake, every nerve wired to the reality that I am a father in the present tense, not a hypothetical. Coffee percolates while I stand at the stove scrolling through yesterday's texts. Skylar's last message, "Let me check her bedtime schedule," stares back. No follow-up yet. It is not a no, but it is not the yes I crave either. I set the phone face down and focus on the hiss of water meeting grounds, the smell of dark roast. Simple tasks anchor me when thoughts threaten to spiral. At 6:30, I lace up running shoes and head for Piedmont Park. Dawn paints the Unisphere in rosy bronze, joggers flocking like birds around its spray fountains. I run 2 loops, lungs burning, legs remembering the marathon training I abandoned when overseas flights swallowed my calendar. Each stride chants the same question. What does responsible fatherhood look like when half the world keeps dangling shiny promotions in your path? By the 3rd loop, I have no best answer, only sweat stinging my eyes and a vow to keep moving even when clarity lags behind. Back home, I shower. I change into my jeans and a gray polo, then video call my sister while scrambling eggs. She picks up on the 2nd ring, the toddler perched on her hip, cereal stuck in curls. "Wow, Daylight, look at you," she teases, handing her kid a spoon. "You lose a bet, or are you actually adulting?" "Something like that," I say. Skylar deferred Dubai for 6 months. Sunday we sit with lawyers. Cassie's eyebrows climb. Deferred, not declined. I nod, flipping an egg. I think she's buying time for a plan that checks all boxes. Nova's stability, her mother's health, her own career trajectory. I want to help her check them, not be another box to squeeze. That's progress, big brother. You used to define commitment as an obstacle course. She shifts her child to the other arm. So what's the next move? I'm calling HR today. Cassie snorts. You, volunteering for bureaucracy? Record this for the family album. I grin, but nerves tighten my chest. I want to know if they can redesign the promotion. Stateside leadership rotation, hybrid management, anything that lets her rise without uprooting everything. I can't stand on a soapbox about being present if I don't advocate for her too. Good, she says. Now feed yourself before you faint from altruism. We end the call. I inhale eggs and toast, heart hammering a beat faster than the clock. Mid-morning, I drove to the airline's corporate offices near JFK. The glass atrium smells of lemon polish and ambition, framed photos of aircraft lining the hallway like medals. I stop at a restroom, splash water on my face, and practice an elevator pitch in the mirror. Captain Hayes, seeking information on dual-base leadership tracks. The reflection looks steady, if you ignore the pulse thumping at my neck. Human Resources sits behind frosted doors etched with the company logo. A receptionist greets me, checks my ID, and directs me to a small interview suite overlooking the tarmac. Planes roll by beyond tall windows, engines throbbing like distant drums. The view reminds me why I started flying at 17, and why that dream alone is not enough anymore. After 5 minutes, Alexis Herrera enters. She is tailored efficiently in a charcoal pantsuit, tablet tucked under one arm. We exchange handshakes and sit opposite each other at a circular table. Captain Hayes, what can I do for you? She asks, tone cordial but puzzled. Pilots rarely appear at HR unprompted. I clasp my hands to keep them still. I'm here off record, if possible. I need insight on career pathways for one of our senior flight attendants, Skylar Monroe. Alexis tilts her head. She's the candidate we offered senior purser in Dubai, correct? Yes, that's the role. Are you her representative? Not officially. My chest tightens. I'm family. Recognition sparks in her eyes. Gossip travels faster than Wi-Fi. She gestures for me to continue. Skylar deferred pending personal considerations, I say. Her skill set is leadership gold. I'm wondering whether the company would entertain alternative tracks, say, a stateside hub coordinator or a rotating leadership exchange, so she can advance without relocating full-time overseas. Alexis opens her tablet, scrolls. We do have an emerging leaders program launching next quarter. Hybrid, 6 months on domestic operations strategy, 6 months on international service redesign. Senior pursers can nominate themselves, but the portal isn't public yet. My pulse jumps. Could Skylar's Dubai offer transition into that program? Possibly if her base manager sponsors the switch. She studies me. I won't lie. It's unusual for a candidate to seek a lateral instead of the original promotion. Unusual doesn't mean impossible. No, it doesn't. Alexis nods slowly, fingers tapping. If she submits a formal request before the deferment period ends, we could slide her into the pilot cohort. I manage a breath. What about childcare and elder care stipends? Her mother has health issues. That falls under our family support package. She would qualify for a caregiver allowance, plus flexible scheduling. Alexis flips the screen around so I can read bullet points. It's not as lucrative as the Dubai relocation, but it's competitive. Relief floods my chest. Could you discreetly email me the program brief? I'll make sure she sees it before our mediation. Alexis hesitates. We normally send materials directly, but I understand you want to control timing. She meets my eyes. I'll forward an info sheet, marked confidential. Thank you. I rise, extending a hand. You're helping a family stay intact while still letting its members soar. That matters. Her expression softens. Happy to assist. And Captain, good luck. Outside, the August sun blazes off taxiing aircraft, heat waves rippling across asphalt. I slip on sunglasses, heartbeat steady for the first time in days. The Emerging Leaders Program is not a silver bullet, but it is a runway we did not see before. On impulse, I drove across the JFK perimeter to the Employee Child Care Center. I signed forms yesterday authorizing pickups. Nova's summer program lets her build cardboard spacecraft and memorize constellations, two things she can monologue about for hours. Inside, colorful murals of clouds and cartoon jets cover the walls. Nova spots me from the reading nook where an instructor holds up a book about Mae Jemison. She barrels over, curls bouncing, twirls like a helicopter. Look! She thrusts a sheet of astronaut stickers into my hand, eyes shining with pride. The absence of a title, no dad, no daddy, lands like both a bruise and a gift, proof that trust is growing but not yet settled into labels. I swallow the ache and widen my smile. That's stellar, I say, crouching to her height. You earned the entire galaxy. She beams and slips her small hand into mine, as natural as breathing, then tugs me toward the sign-out clipboard. I scrawl my signature, heart thudding at the word that isn't spoken yet, and at how desperately I want to earn it. She nods, satisfied, then studies me with childish intensity. You look happy today. I swallow a knot. I am. Seeing you does that. She beams, returns to her sandwich, unburdened by the tectonic plates shifting beneath our family. Children sense emotional weather, but they do not need the full forecast. When lunch ends, I drive her to my apartment for the afternoon. We craft a paper solar system that hangs from the ceiling fan, planets wobbling whenever the blades turn. She names the biggest sphere Beckett Jr., declares it a kind planet that fixes broken stuff. My throat threatens to close. While she naps on the couch, storybook open on her chest, drool smudging a page, I read Alexis's attachment. Emerging Leaders offers tuition for a master's in aviation management, rotational assignments at multiple hubs, plus a 2-week training summit each quarter in whichever region needs service audits. 6-month cycles mean Skylar could remain mostly stateside while still gaining executive credentials. It is not Dubai glamour, but it is a launch pad. Anxiety flickers. What if she thinks I am meddling? Worse, what if she thinks I am sabotaging her shot at globe-trotting greatness to tether her to me? I stare at the sleeping child, palm cupping Nova's warm shoulder, and decide risk is part of ascent. I forward the brief to Skylar's private email with a note. Saw this. Could suit your ambitions and our family's geography. No pressure, just options. B. My thumb hovers before tapping send. Even that single letter initially carries weight now. Afternoon thunderstorms roll in, grounding departures. Dark clouds bruise the sky as I buckle Nova into the back seat. She clutches a plush rocket, humming Twinkle, Twinkle in broken cadences. The wipers were slow and steady. How many minutes to the bookstore? She asks. 20, give or take the clouds. I like clouds, they look like mashed potatoes. A laugh cracks free. I remember. Traffic crawls on the Van Wyck, lightning forks overhead. Nova's eyes widened. I launch into a cockpit-friendly explanation of static discharge wicks and how planes handle strikes. Storytelling calms her, reminds me I possess knowledge beyond spreadsheets and checklists. We arrived in Forest Hills with 4 minutes to spare. The independent bookstore glows through the rain like a beacon, windows painted with galaxies and moon phases. Inside, shelves form cozy mazes, the scent of old paper mingling with cinnamon from the adjoining cafe. A circle of beanbags surrounds a low stage where an astronaut in a blue jumpsuit flips pages of a picture book. Skylar stands near the back, umbrella dripping into a bin. She wears a plum-wrapped dress, eyes searching until they land on Nova, then flick to me. Relief softens her posture. I wave, mouth, "Hi." She nods, small but genuine. Nova darts to her mother, receives a whispered kiss, then drags us both to the beanbag zone. The astronaut begins reading about gravity. Nova settles between us, one hand on each of our knees as though grounding her personal constellations. Mid-story, Skylar leans to murmur, "Thank you for bringing her. Wouldn't miss it." I risk touching her hand where it rests on Nova's shoulder. She allows the contact, though her fingers tense. After story time, we browse aisles. Nova picks a chapter book about a girl who flies to Mars in her imagination. I foot the bill while Skylar orders hot chocolate for Nova and chamomile for herself. We claim a corner table. Rain taps the window, traffic lights blinking outside like runway beacons. Nova slurps cocoa, engrossed in her new book. The quiet moment feels fragile, yet sacred. Skylar finally speaks. "I got your email." I brace. "Thoughts?" She stirs tea. "Surprised, to be honest. I assumed you wanted me to choose Atlanta by default." "I want you to have altitude," I say. "I just want our crew manifest to stay intact." Her mouth lifts at the aviation metaphor. "The program is impressive. Less pay than Dubai, but more strategic. Money scales. Presence doesn't." She nods, gaze flicking to Nova. "Mom's cardiology follow-up is next month. Staying close through winter would help." My pulse quickens. "So you're leaning?" She sets her cup down. "Leaning, not landing." I exhale, respect the caution. Whatever runway you choose, I'm bidding routes that sync with it. Skylar's eyes shine, gratitude tempered by lingering skepticism. We cannot outrun history in a single afternoon. Yet progress hums between us like the quiet whir of an auxiliary power unit. Nova finishes cocoa, announces she needs the restroom. Skylar takes her hand. Alone briefly, I rub the paper plane pendant through my shirt, grounding myself. A text buzzes. Unknown number. "Captain Hayes, this is Emirates Recruitment, following up on our previous outreach. Virtual interview slots available next week." My thumb hovers over delete. I do not press it. I leave the message unanswered, a fork in the sky waiting for clearer weather. Skylar and Nova return, cheeks flushed from hand dryer wind. The shop owner flicks lights to closing mode. We bundle into the humid dusk, sharing one umbrella for all three of us. It is awkward and damp and perfect. At the curb, Skylar straps Nova into my back seat. "I'll ride to Mom's with you," she says quietly. "We need to finalize Sunday's dock list anyway." Hope sparks. Co-pilot privileges granted. The drive to her mother's brownstone is short. Rain has faded to mist. Streetlights halo raindrops on the windshield. Nova dozes within minutes, book clutched to her chest. Skylar breaks the silence. "You talked to HR for me?" "Yes." "That's big." Her voice wavers. "No man has ever lobbied for my career without expecting credit. I'm not cashing in chips. I'm investing in our shared future." A quiet fills the cabin, thick with something tender but wary. She reaches across the console, squeezes my knee, then coughs like she surprised herself. "Thank you. Always." We pull to the curb. I kill the engine. Skylar brushes curls from Nova's forehead, then turns to me, eyes glossy under street lamp glare. This still terrifies me. "Same?" I swallow. "Turbulence means you're still flying." A soft laugh escapes her. She leans forward, presses a swift kiss to my cheek. The touch scorches through fabric and flesh, straight to heart. "See you Sunday, Captain." "Yes, lead." My voice is husky. She steps from the truck, helps Nova toward the townhouse. Halfway up the steps, she looks back, rain mist silvering her locks. Her lips move around silent words I'm not sure I catch. Might not disappear. Maybe I'm trying. Either way, I nod. I drive home in a daze, city lights streaking like shooting stars. Upstairs, I pen a new letter. This one to Skylar. I list truths. I will follow her into any sky. I will anchor our daughter when she lands. I will keep advocating until her ambition and our family coexist in the same flight plan. The page fills with sincere lines, no grand promises beyond showing up, every day, in word and deed. I tuck the letter into an envelope, seal it, and write her name. I will hand it to her after mediation, letting actions speak first. Before bed, I open the Emirates text again. I mark it unread, then set a reminder for after Sunday's session. If Skylar chooses emerging leaders, I will decline. If she chooses Dubai, I will board that horizon with her. Either way, the next descent will be hand in hand. I slip the pendant over my head, moonlight glinting off its wings, and settle into bed. Outside, the city never stops rumbling, but inside the silence hums with approaching possibility. Tomorrow is another loop of checklists and caution lights. Tonight I let myself dream of a future where flight paths converge rather than collide. That dream carries me into sleep, and towards Sunday's storm-calm showdown where we chart the rest of our shared sky.
Chapter 15. Skylar. The smell of hospital-grade disinfectant rushes my nose the moment the automatic doors hiss open, and suddenly I am 24 again, belly tight as a kettle drum, begging myself not to black out on a linoleum floor no one has bothered to mop. I shake the memory away with a practiced flick of my neck, stride through Emory's main lobby, and remind myself I am here for Mom's cardiology consult, not for ghosts. She walks beside me, cane tapping. I match her pace, but my pulse flutters like jittery cabin lights. We took the elevator to the third-floor clinic. While Mom checks in, I snag 2 paper cups of water from a cooler. Sip, breathe, repeat. The taste is tin and déjà vu. I glance across the waiting room. Same beige walls, same scuffed baseboards, and, God help me, the same vinyl chairs that cradled my contraction-racked body 5 years ago when no one I loved could get there in time. My vision tunnels. For a moment, all I hear is the roar of my heart and the nurse saying, "Ms. Monroe, we have to move now. Your blood pressure is spiking." Mom's hand covers mine. "You go somewhere just now, baby girl?" Her eyes are gentle, but worry tints the question. "Only in my head." I squeeze back. "Need anything?" "Just a chair that doesn't squeak when I sit." She smiles, a joke to loosen my knotting stomach. It works, partly. We settled near the window. Rain freckles the pane. I breathe through the metallic air until tension slides back into its cage. Eventually, the cardiologist calls Mom. I follow her inside, help with forms, listen to medication tweaks. The doctor's tone is hopeful. Mom's next surgery can wait another 6 months. Relief loosens my shoulders. When we exit the building, she says she feels like celebrating with empanadas from the food truck at Midtown. I tuck her arm through mine, marveling at her resilience, and decide she is right. We deserve fried pockets of joy. Yet the memory of that other hospital hallway tags along, mute and heavy, like an unchecked bag no crew will claim. 5 years earlier. I signed the discharge papers with a trembling hand, still wearing a thin gown that smells of antiseptic and fear. The nurse asks if anyone is coming to pick me up. I lie, say my ride circles outside, and hobble to the sliding doors clutching a car seat with a 5-pound miracle inside. Nova sleeps through the drizzle, her newborn sighs soft as paper wings. I never heard it until now because my blood pressure crashed, my oxygen plummeted, and a code team swept in shouting numbers that still wake me some nights. Emergency C-section. 1 liter of blood transfused. I came out groggy and alone, throat raw from the breathing tube. They said I ripped it out myself, roaring for my baby. She had been safe in warming lights the whole time, but fear presses its bruise even years later. Outside, cold wind knives through my gown. A taxi slows but keeps rolling when it sees no outstretched hand. I fumble my phone, cheeks slick with rain or tears, maybe both. I want to call him. I almost do. But the Atlantic yawned wide, and time zone math plus new parent panic equals silence. I climb into a waiting rideshare, pull Nova close, and whisper, "It's okay, honeybee. I've got you." Even if that promise feels like a paper plane flying straight into a storm. Back to reality, I drop Mom home with leftover empanadas for her fridge and Nova's latest macaroni art masterpiece for her mantel. She shoos me away, promising to nap until Jeopardy. I kiss her cheek and drive toward Jackson Heights to pick Nova up from aftercare. Rain has lifted. Sunset streaks tangerine across the windshield. Traffic nudges forward. I flick on the radio, but every station jangles, so I switch it off. In the hush, the 5-year living room replay starts again. Me clutching newborn Nova, Beckett nowhere in arm's reach. I shake my head hard enough that a curl escapes my clip. Why is this resurfacing now? Because last night he told me he lobbied HR for a plan that lets me rise without leaving. Because the possibility of us is suddenly a breathing thing instead of a relic. Old wounds never vanish. They flare when healing feels close enough to taste. At school, Nova sprints to the car, waving a cardboard star chart. "I found Orion's belt at recess, Mommy." Pride beams from her face. Her joy grounds me in the present. I buckle her in, promise hot chocolate, and drive. But the past lingers. Later, after bedtime tuck-ins and 3 rounds of Goodnight Moon, after Nova slides into dreamland, clutching Beckett's paper plane pendant like it belongs to her now, I open my journal. Words pour. The birth story, unvarnished. The room temperature. The IV drip. The absence. My handwriting slopes angry and then soft. At the end, I scrawl one question. Do I want him to know? I close the journal, make tea, and stare at the ceiling until midnight claims my eyelids. Next morning, Hartsfield-Jackson Crew Lounge. I arrive early for a St. Louis turn, hair tightly pinned, uniform crisp. Sleep was patchy, coffee extra strong. The lounge hums with pre-shift chatter. Lana recounts a passenger meltdown. Malik argues that Biscoff cookies are the only acceptable in-flight snack. Their banter soothes me. I print manifests, check gate details. Behind me, a familiar baritone says, "Morning, Sky." I turn. Beckett stands by the coffee urn, navy blazer unbuttoned, gray eyes tired but warm. He hands me a fresh cup. 2 sugars, right? Right. Our fingers brush. Electricity zings up my arm. I step back, hide it with a sip. Briefing begins. Gloria runs safety updates. Beckett and I lock eyes across the table during turbulence procedure review. A silent echo of our own storm navigation efforts. Meeting adjourns. Crews peel off. Beckett stays, scans the bulletin board, then glances at me. "Walk you to the gate?" "Sure." We weave through the terminal. Conversation stays surface, weather, passenger loads. My flashback buzzes under my skin like static, but I keep it buried. At the jetway door, Beckett hesitates. "You okay? You seem somewhere else." "Just tired." I lied. He nods, unconvinced, but passengers crowd behind us and work takes priority. I breathe relief and bored. Flight out is smooth. Beckett's touchdown in St. Louis is feather soft. Turn time is 35 minutes. I pace the jet bridge, resetting seatbacks, when a senior flight attendant from another crew, Dana, stops me. She fluffs her silver pixie cut, glances toward the cockpit where Beckett jokes with ground engineers. "Is that Hayes?" she asks, smirking. "Tell him thanks again for the Frankfurt patch swap years ago. Saved my bacon on that holiday schedule. He was stuck overseas for a week, a poor thing." My stomach plummets. "You remember when?" She checks her phone, shrugs. Summer 5, 6 years back. Whole crew got stranded by the Lufthansa strike. She waves, walks off. Heat prickles my scalp. But airports have landlines, and hotels have Wi-Fi. He could have fought harder. My chest tightens. Passenger boarding resumes. I paste on my smile, heart slamming like landing gear. En route home, Becky, our galley nickname for autopilot, handles the cruise. I fetch Beckett water and set it beside him. His eyebrows lift in thanks. I linger in the cockpit doorway, gaze fixed on the clouds rolling beneath. "Sky," he says quietly, "something's wrong." I swallow. Frankfurt strike. Summer 5 years ago. That's why your voicemail came so late. Confusion flickers, then understanding dawns. Pain lines his eyes. "Dana mentioned it?" I nod. "You were stuck. I was bleeding out in an OR. He winces. "I tried every standby, every jump seat. They froze all non-essential movement. You didn't text after the fact. No flowers? No cards?" My voice trembles despite steel intentions. "I clutched a newborn alone in a taxi. My blood pressure tanked. I thought I'd die." "I didn't know." His whisper is ripped raw. "I knew you were due soon. I thought I'd land home in time. When I finally got through, you were discharged. Your mother said you needed rest, not visitors." I close my eyes against a swell of memory. "Maybe she thought protecting me meant banning you." "Or punishing me," he mutters. He rises, steps closer. The flight deck narrow as a confession booth. "I can't rewrite that night, Sky. Tell me how I can make this easier for you." Words clog. Anger and tenderness wrestle. I manage. "I need you to carry part of the weight. Knowing hurts, but hiding hurts worse." He nods. "Then I want the truth. All of it. Tell me after we land, please." My throat feels scraped, but I whisper, "Okay." We return to Hartsfield-Jackson under violet dusk. Post-flight walkthroughs blur. I follow Beckett to a quiet service corridor. He leans against the wall, hands open. I speak. Contractions. Terror. Hemorrhage. The NICU wheezes incubator lights. My mother's tight-lipped fury at his absence. Beckett listens, knuckles white on his crossed arms. Tears wet his lashes. Mine streak my cheeks unchecked. When the story empties out of me, he whispers, "I'm sorry." Over and over like a mantra. He reaches, then stops. Asks permission with his eyes. I nod. He folds me in an embrace that is gentle, not claiming. I shudder against his chest. For the first time, the memory loosens. We pull apart. His voice is hoarse. "You deserved a better partner." "I deserved honesty," I say. "I'm here now," he vows. Not running. A tremor of hope. I breathe. "Actions, Beckett. We'll see." He nods, accepts the terms. "Can I drive you and Nova tomorrow? Mom's follow-up? I'll bring blueberry muffins." I almost refuse. But healing requires letting in sunlight. Fine. Blueberry, heavy on crumble. His grin is tentative but bright. Captain's honor. I walk away before emotion swells again. He lets me. At the employee exit, I glance back. He's still there, hands on hips, watching as though making sure I reach the gate. Outside, city lights flicker like runway strobes, guiding late landings home. The chapter closes with my heart bruised yet lighter, and a single promise rising. Turbulence ahead, yes, but this time I won't navigate it alone. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake Southern fiance. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 16. Beckett. I cut the truck's engine outside my apartment, but the cab doesn't fall silent. Skylar's words keep echoing in the vacant space between the seats. Emergency C-section. 1 liter of blood. Taxi ride in a paper gown, alone with a newborn. The image is brutal in its simplicity. A life-or-death sprint while I was 3 time zones away, stalled behind a strike-grounded jet in Frankfurt. My hands still grip the steering wheel. I pry them free, flex aching fingers, and stare at the Atlanta skyline beyond the windshield. For months, I told myself I'd missed the birth. One event. Tonight she forced me to see the full reel, the fear, the hemorrhage, the raw injustice of a woman delivering our child without a partner's hand to hold. Shame claws up my throat, hot and unrelenting. I swore an oath the day I earned these captain's bars. Keep everyone safe, never leave a passenger behind. Somehow the woman I loved most slipped straight through my safety net. I climb the stairs to my 3rd-floor walk-up, key rattling because my fingers won't quit trembling. Inside, the apartment greets me with yesterday's coffee and the hollow thud of my own footsteps. No photographs on the walls. Never stayed still long enough to hang them. I drop my flight bag on the sofa and pace until the carpet feels like a taxiway burned into pile. First instinct is to call Skylar back, apologize until my voice quits on me. But I've spent years relying on apologies and easy charm. Words aren't ballast, they're helium. Tonight demands something heavier. I grab a legal pad from the junk drawer, flip to a fresh page, and scrawl a heading in block letters. Evidence of consistency. Under it, I list everything a real partner and father would already have handled. Stocked breakfast groceries, Nova's blueberry obsession, Skylar's jasmine tea, EpiPen refill for Nova's nut allergy, backup inhaler for Nova's asthma, 5-point harness car seat for my truck so no one has to swap hardware at the curb, pediatrician, aftercare, and Grandma Monroe's doctor saved my phone, therapy appointment for me. Guilt this dense needs professional hydraulics. Line after line, the page fills. Long-haul rosters traded for local hops. Holiday shifts volunteered so I'm home the rest of the month. Spare change of pre-K clothes in my glove box just in case. My pen tears the paper near the bottom. I pause, force myself to breathe like I'm in a pressurization drill, then add one last bullet. Stop promising. Start doing. The fridge hums behind me, a sarcastic reminder of how empty it is. 3 condiments and an onion that has sprouted green hair. I grab my keys again. The 24-hour supermarket on Ponce de Leon Avenue blazes neon against the night, mostly empty except for graveyard shift nurses and insomniac songwriters. I push a cart down the produce aisle, loading blueberries, spinach, almond milk, quinoa, jasmine tea packets for Sky, chocolate chip cookie mix she swears is for Nova when the midnight sugar crash hits. At the bakery counter, I add 2 dozen mini blueberry muffins, heavy on the crumble topping, just how she likes them. The cashier eyes my haul in the hour. Jet-lag kitchen panic? Family emergency, I answer. To my surprise, it doesn't feel like a lie. Back in the apartment, I spread the groceries across the counter. The kitchen looks more like a home in 5 minutes than it has in 5 years. I fill a gift bag with half the haul. Mom-approved produce on top, cookies buried so they don't melt, and slip a hotel notepad and pen beside it. I've stolen plenty of Marriott stationery over the years. Time to use it for something decent. Skylar, I can't erase what happened in the hospital. The only thing I can do is make sure you never face another crisis alone. A stocked fridge isn't flowers, but it's fuel. Check my schedule. You'll see I'm grounded near Atlanta for the next year, picking up every red-eye and holiday scrap so I can be home when Nova wakes. I've added myself to the camp pickup list, renewed her allergy script, and booked a session with a therapist who specializes in pilots who screw up and want to do better. Thank you for trusting me with the truth. I'll honor it with action. B. I seal the envelope and tuck it between the muffin boxes. Dawn is still hours away, but adrenaline keeps me upright. I open the airline scheduling portal and file a formal request to cluster routes around JFK for 12 months, volunteering for the notorious Christmas Eve spiral to Cleveland and whatever empty holiday slots no one wants. The confirmation email pings my inbox. Step 1 locked. Then I draft another message, this one to Nova's daycare director, attaching a scanned copy of my license for the pickup roster. The third email goes to my own union's mental health liaison. 4 lines. Need resilience therapist. Long-term plan. Urgent. Send. By the time the first light bruises the sky, the grocery bags are loaded into my truck again. The neighborhood streets are quiet enough that I can park at the curb of her driveway without waking the neighbors. I set the bag gently on the porch, wedge the envelope under the brass knocker, and back away before I talk myself into knocking on the heavy oak door. As I climb into the cab, my phone vibrates. Captain Alvarez, my base manager. I brace for pushback. Instead, his gravel voice says, "Request approved, Hayes. 6-month trial. If you vanish offline, the deal's dead." "Copy," I answer, and mean it with every cell. With the formalities in place, I drive to Hartsfield-Jackson. The daycare sits on the employee side of the perimeter fence, a low building painted with cartoon clouds. The administrator, Priya, snaps my ID photo, hands me a laminated pass. "Emergency drills every month," she says. "Answer your phone within 5 rings." 5, I promise, pocketing the badge. Walking out, I feel something unfamiliar, lighter but centered. Duty that outlasts an 8-hour leg. I grab a burnt espresso in the crew lounge just in time to watch Miguel wheel his bag in for a Denver turn. He studies my muffin crumb shirt pocket and raises veins around my eyes. "Look at you," he says. "Domestic superhero overnight." "Slow upgrade rollout," I reply. "Still installing." He claps my shoulder. "Throttle back, Beck. Consistency means pace too." I nod. Lesson logged. Then stray to the employee parking lot and swap my heavy car seat into the back row. Pickup time at Nova's summer camp is 3 sharp. I arrive at 2:55 with butterflies bigger than any crosswind landing. Kids pour out, high-fiving counselors. Nova appears last, cardboard rocket held high. She spots me, freezes for half a heartbeat, then beams. "You came," she says, cheeks dimpling. "I recharted my course," I answered, kneeling to strap her seat. She climbs in without a wasted motion, growing trust, not quite spoken, but sturdy enough to fill the cab. On the drive to her grandmother's, she chatters about glitter, constellations, and how Pluto deserves a redemption arc. Every mile feels like stitching new fabric over a tear I left unattended too long. Skylar's mother meets us at the door in slippers, surprise flickering into guarded warmth when she sees me hauling groceries. We unload them together. She stores blueberries at eye level so Nova can reach. I catch her casting side glances, gauging sincerity, but when I pull the EpiPen from my pocket and tuck it into the kitchen drawer without prompting, her shoulders loosen. Skylar texts as I'm wiping a stray blueberry off the linoleum. "Did you leave a produce bomb at my door?" "Affirmative, lead." I can't hide the grin. "Picked Nova up too. Your mom invited me for dinner." 3 dots pulse. Disappear. Pulse again. "I'll come over." I let out a breath that tastes like hope. Dinner feels cautiously domestic. Mismatched plates. Nova narrating space adventures. Mrs. Monroe's quiet watchfulness morphing into unsolicited seconds. After the dishes, Skylar and I sit knee to knee at the dining room table, shuffling mediation paperwork. Instead of blame, we barter logistics. Who covers health insurance? how to handle holiday layovers. She scribbles notes in purple ink, glancing up whenever our fingers brush across the binder spine. When Nova yawns wide enough to crack her jaw, Skylar shepherds her upstairs. I rinse mugs, heart banging like a compressor. She returns minutes later, curls escaping her bun, and walks me to the curb where my truck idles under the street lamp. I read your note. Her voice trembles not with anger, but with something gentler. The groceries were perfect. I'll keep restocking, I tell her. Subscription service, consistency delivered daily. She laughs, small, startled, beautiful. I'm still scared, she admits. Me too. We value the landing, so we respect the turbulence. She studies my face. The barest breeze lifts the scent of jasmine shampoo. We hover close enough that I can see rainwater shimmering on her eyelashes. A kiss would be easy, but easy isn't our brand anymore. Slow burn needs oxygen. I tuck a stray curl behind her ear instead, feel her lean into the touch. Tomorrow we sit with lawyers, she whispers, turning serious again. We present a flight plan, I say, and we fly it together. Her hand squeezes my forearm once, grateful but cautious, then retreats. Blueberry muffins were a good choice, Captain. I hear the baker's handsome too, I joke, climbing into the cab. She snorts, waves, watches until I round the corner. In the rearview mirror, she is a silhouette against porch light. Still, but not distant. Back in my apartment, the silence feels different, full of potential rather than regret. I change the sheets for the first time ever in too long, shove the junk off my dining table, and hang 3 unused picture frames on the wall. Placeholders for a future I plan to show up for. Phone buzzes on the nightstand. Captain Alvarez again. Quick thumbs up emoji followed by counting on you. Next message pops from an unknown UAE number. The Emirates recruiter. Kind reminder. Virtual interview Monday. I stare at the text, thumb hovering. Dubai was a dream once, but a dream that couldn't accommodate a paper plane pendant clutched by a 5-year-old. The recruiter's reminder can wait until after mediation. I switch the phone to Do Not Disturb, drop the pendant onto the nightstand, and lie down. Engine whine drifts through the open window. Another jet claws into the night sky. I used to feel a spark of envy every time a plane left without me. Tonight I feel something steadier, the electric hum of a runway lit at both ends. Somehow, suddenly in years, home looks like a valid destination on my navigation display. Tomorrow we'll sit across from attorneys and sign the opening paragraphs of our family's new charter. If I stumble, Skylar could still board a one-way flight to Dubai and take Nova with her. That knowledge sharpens my focus better than any caffeine shot. I close my eyes, replay the checklist, and let fatigue finally pull me under. Confident not because the path is easy, but because this time I filed the flight plan, fueled the tanks, and checked every bolt myself. The sky outside hums on. I'm exactly where I need to be.
Chapter 17. Skylar. The first sound I register is the hiss of my electric kettle, and for a split second I forget why my heart is already beating double time. Then the smell of jasmine tea unfurls and everything rushes back. Today's meditation, Beckett's determined face under the street lamp last night, the way his fingers trembled when he tucked a curl behind my ear, but still respected the inch of space I needed. Nova pads into the kitchen in her dinosaur pajamas, curls in a loose puff. She rubs her eyes, spots the muffins on the counter, and breaks into a grin that seems far too big for 7 a.m. Blueberry again? Courtesy of our friendly neighborhood pilot, I say, sliding a plate across the table. My voice tries for breezy, but the words cling to something warmer. Gratitude, maybe hope. Cautious, yes, but it's there. She climbs onto a chair. He must really like us. I choke on my tea, out of the mouths of babes. He likes taking care of us. I correct, unwilling to unpack the freight of really like before I finish my first cup. While Nova attacks a muffin, I braid her curls, Over under, each crossover a silent mantra. Stay calm, stay open, stay smart. My phone buzzes on the counter. It's Beckett. Leaving the crew lounge now. Need me to bring extra pens? I tap back. Already have a color-coded army, thanks. He sends a thumbs-up emoji, then another message eclipses it. Proud of you. Heat flashes my cheeks. I lock the screen before Nova starts quizzing me. Can he come to astronomy night next week? She asks, cheeks berry-stained. We'll see. The answer is non-committal but softer than it would have been a month ago. I hand her a damp washcloth, then check the clock. 2 hours until we meet the attorneys at Ponce de Leon Library, a neutral ground none of us can claim as home turf. My stomach somersaults at the thought of formalizing our history in legal jargon, but also at the memory of how Beckett showed up yesterday. He filed route clustering paperwork, restocked my fridge, and picked up Nova without a single reminder. Those are verbs, not nouns. Actions, not apologies, he wrote in that note. So far, he means it. By 9:30, the apartment looks less like a hurricane made of Crayola shavings. Nova's camp backpack waits by the door. Mom's empanada dish is rinsed and drying. I slip my mediation binder into my tote, triple-check that the notarized birth certificate is in its sleeve, and swing the door shut with the finality of a pressurized cabin door. Down on the sidewalk, Beckett's silver truck idles at the curb. He's leaning against the tailgate, sleeves rolled, a cardboard tray of iced coffees balanced on one palm because, of course, he researched my pre-mediation caffeine request. Nova bolts ahead, rocket backpack bobbing. Beckett crouches to greet her, but she surprises him by pausing a breath short of collision. An unspoken test. He opens his arms without rushing, and only then does she barrel in. My throat tightens. He hands her a juice pouch, then extends a cold brew toward me. Half calf, 2 pumps of vanilla, oat milk. I sip, find it perfect, and refuse to smile too wide. You're alarmingly observant. Blame cockpit checklists. The banter is easy, but the air between us thrums with nerves. Neither of us mentions the letter or the groceries. That gratitude lives in the quiet. Traffic is merciful. Nova narrates cloud shapes while I mark bullet points in my binder. Custody schedule, holiday rotation, emergent care clauses. Beckett drives with one hand on the wheel, the other steady on the gear shift. When Nova says Pluto deserves its planet status back, he agrees solemnly, adding that any celestial body iced out by bureaucracy deserves a second hearing. I catch his eyes in the rearview mirror. The orbit pulls a smile from me before I can stop it. At the library, he drops us at the entrance while he parks. Nova skips ahead to the children's wing for the Saturday science demo. I check her in with a volunteer and press a kiss to her forehead. She smells like blueberry sugar and curiosity. The mediation room sits on the second floor, glass walls fronting a row of study carrels. Beckett arrives moments later with 2 yellow legal pads and a pack of multicolored sticky flags. For your army, he says, handing them over. We choose seats side by side instead of across. The attorneys, a sharp-suited woman named Ms. Patel for me, a genial older man named Mr. Green for Beckett, arrive and shuffle papers. Formal introductions feel stiff, but Beckett's knee knocks gently against mine under the table, grounding me. Ms. Patel opens. Our goal is a parenting agreement that centers Nova's best interests. Both parties have reviewed each other's drafts. I nod. Beckett echoes. Mr. Green adjusts his glasses. Captain Hayes has included a comprehensive route clustering schedule. He slides a printout to Miss Patel. She skims, eyebrows rising. Christmas Eve Cleveland loop? She mutters. Beckett shrugs. The terminal chili is legendary. His humor breaks the starch in the room. My pulse loosens. We move through topics: healthcare coverage, passport approvals, guardianship contingencies. Every time my voice wavers, Beckett waits, lets me finish, then reinforces my point instead of countering it. When he disagrees, rare, mostly over travel vacation allotments, he offers alternatives rather than ultimatums. It feels respectful, collaborative, foreign in the best way. The only landmine detonates when Ms. Patel proposes a clause stating that either parent relocating more than 500 miles must trigger renegotiation. Dubai hovers like a distant mirage. I inhale, ready for tension, but Beckett speaks first. I support the clause, he says. If either of us moves that far, Nova's stability changes. We should revisit. Shock tingles under my skin. You're sure? He meets my gaze. You asked for consistency. That includes guardrails. I nod, voice thick. Ms. Patel's pen scratches the change into the draft. By the time we initial each page, 2 hours have vanished. Nova appears at the door clutching a foam core constellation map. Mommy, look! Orion? Ms. Patel smiles. Perfect timing. We're done for today. Nova trots inside, plops in Beckett's lap, and launches into a description of star-born hunters. Beckett listens as though he has all the time in the universe. His arms bracket her gently, not possessive, simply present. The scene looks natural enough to bruise some fragile part of me that has lived in survival mode too long. When Mr. Green offers to file the new draft with the court, Beckett thanks him, then turns to me. Early lunch? Nova earned pancakes. I hesitate, attorney's words echoing. Guardrails. Invitation feels safe inside them. There's a diner around the corner. Nova whoops approval. Beckett gathers our binders without needing to be asked. One tiny gesture, but it lands like a stabilizer fin on a tail wobble. At the diner, Nova orders silver dollar pancakes, with extra syrup but not too much. An instruction the waitress takes down without blinking. Beckett surprises no one by choosing an omelet loaded with jalapenos. I stick with a spinach wrap, stomach fluttering too much for heavy carbs. Conversation flips between school carnival planning. Nova wants a planetarium bounce house and airline trivia. Beckett claims the secret to perfect touchdown is visualizing a kiss, not a slap. When Nova runs to the jukebox with quarters from my purse, I lean across the table. You didn't have to agree to the relocation clause. I did. He tears his straw wrapper into confetti. If Dubai becomes the best option later, we'll renegotiate as a team. I still might take emerging leaders, you know. I read the syllabus, he says, unapologetically smug. It's designed for brilliant people who also value home field advantage. Flattery noted. Heat blooms in my cheeks again. I hate how transparent I am with him. Or maybe I like it, which scares me more. Nova returns as the jukebox launches a 90s R&B track. She drags us to dance in the aisle. Beckett towers but doesn't hesitate. He bops shoulders like a dork and lets Nova lead spins. Laughter cracks something brittle in my chest. When the pancakes arrive, we are breathless, syrup sticky, and the waitress shakes her head fondly. Between bites, Nova recounts her foam core triumph. Beckett nudges the whipped cream canister toward her, then wipes her chin when drips threaten. My chest tightens at the tenderness. Unexpected. Consistent, not performative. After the plates are cleared, Beckett pulls 2 envelopes from his messenger bag. Official copies of the mediation notes for your records. I color flagged the custody calendar in case you hate my highlighter choice. You made copies already? Office supply store next door. Pilot motto, never taxi without filed paperwork. I bite back a smile. Thank you. He sobers. I'm not expecting forgiveness overnight, but I am clocking flight hours toward it. That earnest sincerity might be more dangerous than his killer smile. Trust yawns like a canyon, beautiful but potentially lethal if I misstep. I'm learning to believe what I see, I manage. Then I'll keep showing you. Outside the diner, the August sun beats down. Nova tugs Beckett's hand toward a street vendor selling helium balloons shaped like planets. He buys her a shimmering blue Neptune and ties the ribbon around her wrist with a practiced square knot. Aviation training strikes again. We stroll toward Mom's brownstone. Nova skips ahead, balloon bobbing. Beckett matches my pace, careful not to crowd. After half a block, I notice he's angling his body between me and the curb, a subtle protective instinct that warms and annoys me in equal measure. You know I can dodge puddle splashes alone, I tease. Humor me, he says. Old habit. The admission disarms me. You had puddles in Atlanta? Thunderstorms too. Mostly, I just enjoyed pretending I could shield you from everything. You did, until you didn't. The words slip before I catch them. He winces. Deserved. I wince too. Truth is sharp, even when served at room temperature. Instead of defending, he nods. I missed the hardest chapter, but I kept the book. Let me write better pages. We reach Mom's steps, just as Nova's balloon slips its knot. Tiny fingers fumbled. It sails upward, vibrant against the sky. She gasps, tears welling. Without thinking, Beckett vaults the stoop railing, snags the ribbon midair, and lands balanced like a gymnast. He kneels, reties the knot snugly. Nova throws her arms around his neck. Fixed, he murmurs. He could be talking about more than a balloon. Mom opens the door, eyebrow arched at Beckett's acrobatics. He greets her politely, then hands over a pack of chamomile tea he found at the store. Another small gesture. Mom's posture softens a millimeter. High praise. Inside, Nova drags Beckett to the dining table to draw constellations. I join Mom in the kitchen to slice watermelon. She watches them through the doorway, voice low. He's trying. Trying doesn't erase history. No, but history won't raise your child alone. She pats my arm. Discern, Skylar. Don't default to exile. I sigh, drop melon cubes into a bowl. I'm scared to believe the change will stick. Trust is a muscle. Exercise it. She peels a rind, eyes twinkling, and rest it when it cramps. Before I can craft a reply, Beckett calls. We need a referee on star spellings. His grin is sheepish beneath Nova's stern glare. I join them, lean over their sketchpad, and let the domestic tableau sink into my bones. It feels frighteningly good. Evening slides in on a lavender sky. Beckett's departure time arrives sooner than expected. He stands on the stoop, shoulder bag slung, offers a hesitant hug. I allow it, short, firm. His whispered, "Thank you for today," brushes my ear like a promise. As he strides to the truck, Nova waves her Neptune balloon. See you Tuesday, right? He salutes with 2 fingers. Count on it. My pulse flutters at his confidence. He drives away, taillights winking red. I watch until they vanish, then exhale a breath I didn't know I was holding. Inside, I tuck Nova into bed. She props her constellation map on the nightstand, eyes heavy. Mommy, can he come again tomorrow? We'll see, I answer. Smoothing her curls, she nods, already drifting. When silence settles, I curl on the couch with the mediation copy Beckett highlighted. His color coding is ridiculously precise. Custody days in blue, holidays in green, medical clauses in amber. My thumb traces the margins. He listened, absorbed, adapted. Action, not apology. My phone buzzes. Made it home. Truck radio said clear skies. Hope you and Nova see every star tonight. I type back. She's asleep, but I'll tell her. Thank you for today. Almost add a heart emoji. Delete. Too soon. Instead, I send a moon icon. Neutral, but luminous. He responds with a paper plane icon. My lips twitch. The apartment is quiet, yet full. I sip leftover chamomile, feet tucked under me, and realize the fear in my chest has shifted. It's still there, but now it mingles with the exhilarating ache of possibility. Like the moment an aircraft rotates, nose up, engines roaring, wheels leaving the asphalt. There's always a chance of crosswind or bird strike, but there's also the wide open sky. Tomorrow I fly a morning Boston turn. Tonight I let the sky beyond my window remind me that vistas worth reaching rarely come easy. Beckett's daily gestures are small wings, but they're starting to hold lift. I set down the tea, pull a throw over my lap, and whisper into the dim room. Don't crash, Monroe. Yet the words feel less like a warning now, and more like a dare to believe that sustained flight, together, is possible. Across town, maybe he's staring at the same sliver of moon, planning grocery lists and route trades. Either way, we're no longer on separate runways. We're queued for the same departure, waiting for the tower to clear us. My next layover is in Charlotte with a 12-hour window of nothing but hotel carpet and insomnia. If Beckett shows up for Nova's parent-teacher conference without prompting while I'm gone, I'll know this isn't just takeoff thrust. It's true. Sustained altitude. Until then, I'll keep one hand on the yoke and the other ready to seize the sky.
Chapter 18. Beckett. I ease my truck to the curb outside PS 139, engine ticking down while the pre-K doors spill a kaleidoscope of backpacks into the June heat. Today is the first real test of the custody schedule Skylar and I forged in that glass-walled library room. She's somewhere over New England, short-hauling a Boston run. I'm ground-bound by choice, clutching a visitor badge that reads, Authorized Caregiver. The plastic rectangle feels heavier than any captain's epaulets I ever pinned on. Inside the foyer, bulletin boards bloom with crayon suns and construction paper rockets. Nova's classroom door opens and her teacher, Ms. Ellison, ushers students out in orderly bursts. When Nova spots me, she freezes midway between a classmate's elbow and a stack of lunch boxes. 1 heartbeat, 2, then she trots over, curls bouncing. She doesn't leap into my arms yet, and I respect the caution. I crouch to her level. Hey, Space Captain, I say. Mission accomplished? She offers a shy grin and thrusts a worksheet dotted with star stickers. I spelled quasar right on the first try. My chest expands in a ridiculous swell. That's out of this world amazing. I hold my palm up. She slaps it, then navigates her arms around my neck for a quick hug. Still careful, but the duration lingers longer than yesterday's. Progress logged. Ms. Ellison approaches with a warm smile. Captain Hayes, thanks for making it. We can head to the conference room whenever you're ready. Skylar told me parent-teacher sessions are usually brief, but I arrived 30 minutes early to read every handout Ms. Ellison emailed. Preparation calms turbulence. Nova skips down the hallway beside us, humming the tune from her favorite Planet song. I picture Skylar landing in Boston right about now, shutting down switches in her cockpit, trusting me to navigate this micro-crisis-free afternoon. My hands sweat anyway. The conference room smells faintly of dry erase markers and cafeteria pizza. A half-moon table holds Nova's artwork portfolio. Ms. Ellison gestures for Nova to sit at a nearby reading nook. You can color while we chat, sweetheart. Nova settles cross-legged with a basket of markers, already humming again. Ms. Ellison closes the door and turns a kind but assessing gaze on me. I brace. First, thank you for being here. Children thrive on consistent adult support. She flips open a folder. Nova's academic performance is excellent. Top marks in literacy and early math. Pride pulses through me. Ms. Ellison's tone gentles. Her social-emotional check-ins show she occasionally worries about people leaving. She expresses it with questions like, will Mom still be here after work? Or, will tomorrow look the same? Perfectly natural, but worth attention as her family structure adjusts. I swallow, guilt tangy. We're working on predictability, synchronized calendars, more face-to-face time. That will help, she says, eyes warm but probing. Routine is anchor. Reassurance paired with follow-through. She slides over Nova's drawing, 2 planes flying parallel paths toward the same sunrise. She says one plane is Mom's, the other is yours. She put them on the same skyline this week. Last month they were far apart. Emotion hits like sudden downdraft. Thank you for showing me. Keep logging miles together, she advises. Kids measure love in presence, not promises. Presence, not promises. The phrase lodges under my sternum. I thank her again, sign the feedback form, and collect Nova from the reading nest. She tucks her drawing into my binder as though filing flight paperwork. Out on the sidewalk, ice cream truck jingle drifts around the corner. Nova's eyes flare with hope. I nod permission. She orders strawberry swirl, then surprises me by offering the first bite. Soft serve melts on my tongue, sweet with childhood. Small hand slips into mine as we stroll toward the park across the street. Ms. Ellison said I'm super brave, Nova announces between licks. She said I use my voice. You absolutely do, I affirm, and I'm proud of you for telling grown-ups what you need. She kicks a pebble down the path. I need Mom and you, and Grandma, and sometimes blueberry muffins. I laugh. We can manage that supply chain. Her honesty nudges another thought. Do you ever wish our planes could fly together more? She shrugs, sticky pink streak on her cheek. I like watching the sky get full. Full, not perfect. We reach the playground. Nova races to the climbing dome, rocket backpack thumping. I settle on a bench, phone in hand, compelled to update Skylar even if she's mid-to-plane. I snap a photo of Nova hanging upside down, send it with a caption. Conference went stellar. Social emotional check. She's a brave star. More later, focus on your turnaround. Within minutes, 3 dots pulse, then Skylar replies, knew she'd ace it. Thanks for being there. ETA back in Atlanta, 1930. A second text pings. Tell her Mom's proud. I called Nova over, show her the message. She shines. Playground time stretches sunny and unhurried. I push Nova on the swings until my arms burn, listen to her debate whether Saturn or Jupiter has better rings, and answer a million what-if questions about the gravitational pull of love. Each answer binds me tighter to the reality I once flew from. I am this child's father, not by accident, but by ongoing choice. When her stomach rumbles, we leave for the grocery. Nova steers the mini cart like a captain taxiing. Together we choose chicken breasts, bell peppers, and cilantro for taco night, Skylar's favorite quick dinner. Nova insists on adding a bouquet of affordable carnations because Mom likes orange. I pay, heart ridiculously full. Back at my apartment, I pull a step stool to the counter so Nova can sprinkle taco seasoning while I sear chicken. She chatters about constellations. Her shoulder bumps mine every few seconds, tiny gravitational taps, to confirm I'm still there. Presence, not promises. As the tortillas warm on the skillet, she gazes up. You're really here today, not in the sky. Her observation punches tender. I'll be here tomorrow, too. And the day after. My route's changed. On purpose. She bites her lip. Like you changed the knot on my balloon? Exactly like that. My voice thickens. I keep knots tight now. She nods, satisfied, and returns to cheese sprinkling. By 6, the apartment smells of cumin and grilled peppers, life and home. Nova's car seat graces one end of the table. Skylar's empty chair waits like a promise. Soft jazz filters from the Bluetooth speaker. I plate tacos, carve lime wedges, and scoop a little extra guac for Skylar. She's always hungry after flights. When Nova darts off to wash hands, I take a rare pause. My reflections pinwheel. Teacher's words, Nova's fearless commentary, Skylar's half-smile under yesterday's streetlight glow. I love them. Simple, terrifying, final. Not the reckless love that once had me skipping across continents to avoid landing, but a grounded, altitude-holding love that wants laundry days, therapy sessions, and middle-seat nightmares because those are the threads of family. The front door clicks. Skylar steps inside, hair wind-tousled, travel blazer slung over her arm. She freezes at the sight of a candle flickering on the table. "I thought tacos and early bedtime might be better than takeout," I offer, nerves skittering. Her eyes travel over the scene. Nova proudly placing napkins, my apron covered in cheese fallout, the inexpensive carnations in a water glass. Something melts in her posture. "Smells amazing." Nova barrels over, slams into her waist. "Mom, I spelled quasar first try." "Of course you did," Skylar murmurs, kissing her hair. I hand Skylar a lime margarita mocktail, recipe courtesy of my sister's text, and pull her chair. She sits, eyes glossy. We eat, Nova narrating every bite, half the cheese landing on her shirt. Skylar laughs, a sound I haven't heard unguarded in years. After dinner, Nova hates teeth-brushing tyranny, but concedes when Skylar promises to read 2 chapters of the Mars Girl book. As they vanish to the bathroom, I tackle dishes. Over running water, I catch Skylar's voice flowing down the hall. Warm, confident, home. I stack plates with surgical precision just to delay the moment she emerges. What do you say to someone you left in a hospital corridor, but want to stand beside for the rest of your life? She returns barefoot, tucking a stray curl behind her ear. She's out cold. 12 minutes flat. She flew hard today. My voice wobbles. She notices. We migrate to the sofa. Distance remains, a cushion between us, but the silence isn't stiff. She sips tea. I nurse water. City sirens blur outside. Finally, she says, "Ms. Ellison emailed me the social-emotional note. Thank you for attending and sending the picture. I want to be there for everyone." My confession scrapes the air. I changed my routes permanently. Alvarez approved a year of local clustering. I'll fly red-eyes, garbage holidays, anything that keeps me here. Her eyes flare with uncertainty and something brighter. "You didn't have to." "I did." I clasp my hands, because I love her, Sky, and, pulse pounding, I love you. Not the way I did years ago, when love felt like wind shear. I love you in checklists and grocery bags and showing up even when the gate is a mess. She sucks in a sharp breath. For a heartbeat, I panic. Too soon? "I refuse to disrupt your career path," I ramble, nerves spilling. "I'll support whichever program you choose. Emerging leaders, Dubai, neither. Just let me match your altitude, not block it." Her eyes glisten. She sets the mug down, wipes a thumb under one lash. "I want a life that feels like mine, remember? Today felt closer." Hope bursts behind my ribs. Because of tacos? Because presence. A tiny smile. "You listened when Ms. Ellison talked about routine. You executed." I exhale, relief staggering. But Beckett, her hand floats mid-air, then lands on my knee. I'm still scared to rewrite history. I know. I cover her fingers. History will stay. I'm campaigning for the future chapter headings. She studies our joined hands, fingertips tracing my knuckles like reading Braille she forgot. I asked Mom once why pilots say affirm instead of yes. She said because affirmation implies sustained action. Her gaze lifts. "I need affirmation." "You'll have it," I promise, voice cracking. One consistent day at a time. The evening hush thickens with the unsaid. Finally, she nudges closer, shoulder brushing mine. "Tell me what Nova said at recess." I recount the playground conversation, every Pluto detail. She laughs in all the right places. We talk until the candle gutters, until city lights cast shifting patterns on the ceiling, until our knees touch without flinch. Nothing seismic, just slow burn gravity. When the clock nears midnight, she stands. "I should cab home." She bites her lip. "Early airport report." I walk her to the door, heart pounding as if climbing through a storm front. She slips shoes on but lingers. With a breath that sounds like a leap, she rises on tiptoe and presses a soft kiss to my cheek. It lingers longer than last time. "Thank you, for today and for tomorrow in advance," she whispers. "Always. The word is a vow." She steps into the hallway, turns. Good night, Beckett. Good night, Sky. I lean against the frame, watch until the stairwell swallows her slight figure, then close the door and slide down it, palm over racing heart. This, carnations, tacos, shared silence, feels more profound than any high-altitude declaration. It feels like the moment a plane locks onto a glide slope, committed to land no matter the crosswind. I tip my head back, eyes stinging. I didn't deserve a second approach, but I'm cleared for one, and I will plant the main so gently she never doubts the touchdown. My phone buzzes. Skylar's name. Forgot to tell you. The tacos were perfect. A second bubble appears before I can reply. Also, orange carnations are underrated. I grin so wide my cheeks hurt and text back a single paper plane emoji. She responds with a moon. Cipher understood. Shared sky. I push off the door, stride to the kitchen, and scribble tomorrow's grocery list. More jasmine tea, fresh blueberries, because love is stocked shelves and alarm clocks. Then I peek into Nova's room. She sprawls starfish-style, constellation maps crumpled beneath one hand. I tuck the sheet gently at her side and brush a curl off her cheek. I'm here, I murmured. I'm staying. The steady rise of her chest is the only confirmation needed. I close the door, heart calibrated, and return to the sofa where Skylar's mug still sits, faint lip print curved on the rim. Against all odds, this doesn't feel like turbulence anymore. It feels like lift. Tomorrow, Skylar starts day one of the Emerging Leaders interview circuit while I tackle Nova's parent-volunteer science booth alone. If my papier-mâché solar system survives eager second graders, and if Skylar walks into that conference room wearing the orange carnation I placed on her clipboard, then I'll know our new flight plan is truly airborne.
Chapter 19. Skylar. I'm halfway through my first layover latte when the HR email pings my phone. No bold-faced subject line, no confetti emojis celebrating international glory, just a polite reminder that the Dubai Senior Purser package expires at midnight. Tap to accept. Tap to change everything. The cappuccino goes cold in my hand. All around me, Hartsfield Jackson's Airside Cafe hums with normal Saturday bustle. Families debate Cinnabon versus Auntie Anne's. A businessman hammers his laptop while slurping iced brew. Flight crews swap delay gossip. But inside, the world tilts like a jet catching sudden crosswinds. I reread the offer details I've memorized. Executive housing on Dubai Creek Harbor, tax-free salary, leadership track, paid international school for Nova. A younger version of me would have leapt high enough to crack the cockpit ceiling. But younger me hadn't watched Nova cling to Beckett's neck during last night's bedtime story, hadn't heard her happily murmur, "Same sky," as the paper plane pendant glinted on the nightstand. Younger me hadn't almost died in a hospital corridor alone. My thumb hovers over the screen. Mom's voice echoes. Dreams evolve, baby girl. Pick the version that lets you breathe. Breathing, I've realized, is easier when your family fits on the same time zone grid. I set the phone face down. The decision is already made, since Nova's grin yesterday when Beckett showed up for her parent-teacher meeting armed with a stack of star stickers. The only thing left is telling HR and telling Beckett. The HR bid is simple. I pull up the deferment thread, type a single sentence. After careful consideration, I am declining the Dubai reassignment and pursuing domestic leadership pathways. I sign and hit send before fear can build altitude. Telling Beckett, that's trickier. He wants me to fly, not clip my wings for him. If I'm not careful, he'll assume I sacrificed ambition for romance and fling himself right back into martyr mode. Or worse, he'll second-guess every local opportunity I take, wondering if I secretly resented him for grounding me. My phone buzzes again, this time a photo from Beckett. Nova standing beside a papier-mâché solar system at the school carnival booth, hair in two puffs, smile spanning galaxies. Beneath the image, his caption reads, Your little astrophysicist just taught 3 fourth graders what a Kuiper belt is. How's Emerging Leaders Day 1? Emerging Leaders orientation went fine. The program director liked my logistics solutions, and the rotational schedule means I can finish the first semester entirely at JFK base. I should text that. Instead, I stare at the photo and feel my pulse tumble. Typeface flickers beneath the image. He's still typing. Another message appears. Wish you were here to see her shine. A follow-up bubble pops, then disappears. Maybe he deleted something emotional. Typical Beckett, eager but cautious. Tell her I'm proud, I type back. Home by 1900. I'll bring cupcakes. Bubbles appear. Roger that. I push the Dubai decision out of mind and board the Boston flight. Crew today is Lana and Malik. They don't know about the HR deadline, so they chatter about airport fashion trends while we run the beverage cart. I smile, nod, answer passenger questions. Muscle memory. But inside, I'm counting hours to the conversation with Beckett. Touchdown at Logan is smooth. Malik wink-nabs me extra Biscoff packs. In the quiet of the jet bridge, I open my phone to double-check HR's confirmation. A new email blinks. Subject: confirmation of declination. It's official. Relief washes warm, swiftly chased by terror. I just turned down a life-changing salary. Breathe, Monroe. Dreams evolve. On the quick turn, I dart into the terminal bakery, buy 6 cupcakes, 3 chocolate, 3 vanilla, compromise delivered. The gate agent tags the box as crew property. I stash it in the galley, praying turbulence spares the frosting. Return leg lifts under patchy clouds. Passengers snooze. Lana and Malik gossip about a rumored merger. My mind drifts to Beckett's apartment, probably strewn with glitter from the science booth. The memory brings a smile that lingers until descent. Traffic cooperates. I pull up to Beckett's building 3 minutes ahead of schedule. The summer sun still hangs soft and gold. I balance cupcakes, ring the buzzer. His voice crackles through. Come on up. Doors open. Inside, Nova's laughter greets me before I round the hall corner. She's in the living room, arm deep in a box of star-shaped confetti, while Beckett unfolds a collapsible telescope on the balcony. He spots me and beams. The relief on his face punches straight through my ribs, like he half expected I'd vanish to Dubai between breakfast and dinner. Nova barrels over, frosting intent. Cupcakes. I handed her the box. She scampers to the coffee table. Beckett wipes glitter off his forearm, crosses to me. Hey, Captain Emeritus, he teases, brushing a smudge of marker from my cheek. His fingers linger a beat too long. Looks good on you, I counter. The low lighting makes his eyes soft steel. Nerves flutter. I step back, toe out of my sneakers and brace for confession. We settled around the table. Cupcake wrappers crackle. Nova recounts selling paper-mâché planets. Beckett interjects commentary about sticky-tack catastrophes. I sip water, nod, heart drumming louder with each laugh. Finally, Nova disappears to rinse confetti off her arms. Beckett leans against the couch arm, expression open. How was orientation? Eye-opening. I swallow. Just say it. I turn down Dubai. His posture stiffens. Not surprise. More like a pilot bracing for sudden tailwind. You declined? Why? For Nova. I twist my fingers. And for me. Emerging Leaders lets me grow here. Mom's health, Nova's routine, you. It all factors. A flicker crosses his face. Hurt? I never wanted you to clip your wings. If you think I don't. I slide closer. But I needed to choose a dream that doesn't cost me bedtime stories. That's not clipping, that's steering. He releases a breath. The tension eases, yet something shattered remains. So you chose it because it's safer? I flinch. No, I chose it because home matters. My voice softens. But maybe I should have talked to you first. Communication, novel concept, he says, half smile trying to hide a real bruise. I've been trying to show up, Sky. Hard to tell if it's enough. Guilt prickles. It is. I reach for his hand. I was afraid you'd think I sacrificed. He threads our fingers, but gaze drifts. I'd support you across oceans. But I won't lie, knowing you stayed because of Nova and not us. The unspoken hurt lingers. I squeeze his hand. I stayed with my family. That includes us if we let it. Our eyes lock. Silence stretches, thick with unsaid promises. Nova bursts back, wielding a telescope eyepiece like a wand. Alignment ready, she declares. Beckett stands, offering a truce in a gentle smile. Night sky tour? He holds out a hand to me. I take it. Stand. We step onto the balcony. Dusk deepens, first stars freckling the indigo. Beckett angles the telescope. Nova squints. I lean against the railing, feeling the crosswind between fear and longing. He glimpses me, mouth curves. Look, Mommy. Nova calls. We're all in the same skyline. I meet Beckett's eyes again. Maybe misunderstanding isn't fatal if the horizon stays shared. Still, the chapter ends with turbulence unresolved. I decline Dubai, but can I convince him my heart didn't shrink to fit Atlanta? Or will he drift, believing he's still second to duty? Tomorrow, Beckett's schedule throws him an unexpected out-of-state relief flight. If he leaves without clarifying where we stand, crosswinds might yank us into separate jet streams again, unless I ground the conversation before dawn.
Chapter 20. Beckett. The sunrise over Hapeville is a postcard I don't feel entitled to. Pink and gold wash the runway, illuminating the line of Airbus tails like medals I haven't earned. The crew lounge is half empty this early, but I hug the far wall anyway, hoping the coffee machine's sputter drowns out my pulse. Lana spots me first. Her smile dims when I don't wave back. She senses turbulence before I taxi. Yesterday, Skylar turned down Dubai for Nova. For all of us, she said. But the way I reacted still churns like a fouled prop. If she could choose family over a career catapult, why can't I give her a captain who's worthy of partnership? One who didn't abandon her. The gulf gapes wider each time I replay her face when I question her motives. I failed the landing. Again. Captain Alvarez strides in, silver hair reflecting the fluorescence. He thrusts a manila folder at me. Sim schedule for your upgrade check. He slaps my shoulder. You'll crush it. The folder may as well weigh 100 pounds. I stare at the bold header, a TL training lead and simulator instructor certification. All those nights studying systems diagrams, and now the certification feels stolen. I swallow. Actually, sir, I need to withdraw. His bushy brows slam together. Excuse me? I'm declining the upgrade. My voice barely carries, but the words drop like a gear-up landing. Alvarez's glare could burn a hole in the fuselage. You volunteer for garbage holidays, you cluster routes around Atlanta, and now you ditch your career jump? Explain. Self-condemnation licks my insides. It's not the right season. Bull. When you want something, you fly through monsoons. What's different? The answer throbs behind my ribs. I don't deserve a bigger cockpit until I fix the wreckage I left on the ground. But saying that out loud would sound melodramatic. Personal reasons, I manage. He exhales hard, nostrils flaring. Fine. Formal resignation letter on my desk by noon. And Hayes, watch your altitude. Ground effect feels safe. But you'll drag your tail if you cruise there forever. He stalks off. Heat prickles my neck as Lana approaches tentatively. Trouble? Schedule shuffle. I force a smile too tight. She opens her mouth, but Miguel appears. Our departure briefing is starting, saved by the klaxon. I sit through Gloria's safety updates without hearing a word, eyes locked on the flight release. Skylar's name isn't on today's crew list. Relief and regret twist together. Avoidance is cowardice, but the thought of facing her after last night's half-hearted reassurance. Because presence, she said, and I responded by doubting her, turns my stomach. Miguel and I run the checklist. His side glances grow sharper with each step. Finally, he elbows me as the first passenger boards. Spill. Nothing to spill. You're flying like someone swapped your coffee for jet fuel cut with guilt. Focus on the V-speeds, Ramos. He whistles low. Fine, Captain, soon, but not really. I flinch. He shrugs, straps in, leaves me to the weight of my decision. Takeoff is smooth, but I grip the side stick too tight, shoulders aching by top of climb. The sky is clear to Atlanta, yet I keep watching the radar, hoping external turbulence will mirror the internal mess, something I can actually correct with heading changes. Mid-cruise, the cabin interphone buzzes. Lana's voice carries a hint of steel. Galley, when you have a sec. Miguel covers radios. I step into the aisle. Lana waits, arms folded over the drinks cart. Word is you ditched your upgrade. News travels faster than Wi-Fi. I nod. Why? She asks. Family. She arches a brow. Then why do you look like you just emergency dumped fuel over Atlanta? I open my mouth, close it. Lana softens. You and Skylar are flying parallel. Don't self-divert. Talk to her, Beck. I doubt she wants to hear more uncertainty. Uncertainty is honest. Silence is turbulence. She spins the cart, ending the lecture. Her words echo as we descend into Hartsfield-Jackson's humid haze. The landing is service letter perfect, gear kiss, spoilers smooth, but satisfaction never touches me. Ground time is 45 minutes. I stride the concourse to stretch my legs and escape my thoughts. A news screen blares footage of ATL captain ceremonies. I wonder if HR has processed my withdrawal yet. Beside the gate window, a toddler points out planes, father kneeling beside her. The image slices me open. I snag my phone from the console before courage fades and type a text to Skylar. Resigned the promotion. Needed focus at home. 3 dots appear. She's typing. Then they vanish. My stomach drops. Silence can be turbulence, Lana said. We race back up the coast under gathering storm clouds. A TC vectors us around cumulonimbus towers. At each bank, I fight the urge to break radio etiquette and scream. Miguel senses it. Whatever you think you broke is fixable, hermano. Except history, I mutter. History is static. Narrative is editable. Sometimes first officers moonlight as poets. I hum noncommittal. It's pouring when we taxi in. Wipers sweep torrents across the windshield. Post-flight checklist complete. I unbuckle, desperate to bolt before crew questions multiply. But the jet bridge isn't attached yet. We sit, trapped. Miguel powers down systems. Text her again. This time, don't hide in announcements. The seatbelt sign pings off. I sent another message. Can we talk after your shift? I watch dots hesitate. None appear. My stomach free-falls. Passengers disembark. Lana waves goodbye with a subtle shake of her head, disappointment disguised as sympathy. I slip inside, hoping to avoid conversation, but Malik blocks the exit. Heads up. Scheduling spread a sudden open captain slot on next month's A350 bid. Your name's off the list. You okay? Fine, I lied. He studies me, then steps aside. Humiliation burns hotter than jet blast. The rain chases me home. I drop the flight bag, collapse onto the couch. My phone remains stubbornly silent. Each minute coils tighter. In a spasm of self-punishment, I open the resume draft I'd sent Emirates months ago. The recruiter's unread interview reminder still loiters. Overseas escape beckons, but the memory of Nova's voice chanting constellations yanks me back. Ground effect or not, I want to stay. A soft knock startles me. I open the door to find Skylar, drenched, breathing hard, clutching her own phone. Her bun is lopsided from the sprint. You're impossible to pin down when you're spiraling, she says, stepping inside without invitation. Guilt flares. You were mid-line. I didn't want to burden me? She drops her bag, eyes blazing. You quit the upgrade without a conversation. Then you ghosted after my text. How do we build trust if you keep making unilateral course deviations? I flinch at the aviation dig. I thought I was unworthy. Unworthy? Her laugh is bright and brittle. Beckett, I declined Dubai to anchor our kid. I needed you to keep flying high so we both grew. You jettisoned altitude out of self-pity. Not pity, penance. She strides closer. Penance helps no one if it guts progress. You keep saying presence matters. Show it by believing you deserve to stay. Storm outside booms like punctuation. My knees threaten to buckle. I watched you give up a dream for us. I couldn't accept mine while fearing it made me selfish. Selfish would be leaving, she says, voice softer now. Ambition isn't betrayal if we support each other. My eyes sting. I don't know how to unlearn flight or flight. Practice. She cups my jaw, thumb wiping rain from my cheek. Start by rescinding that resignation. Then come to Emerging Leaders' welcome reception tomorrow as my +1. Hope flickers, fragile. You still want me there? If you pack your self-worth along. Her smile wobbles but holds. I nod, throat thick. Relenting. I slide my phone into my palm, draft an email to Captain Alvarez. Retracting withdrawal, ready to recommit. I hit send before doubt claws back. The response from Alvarez came faster than a gear-up signal. His phone buzzed, and the captain's gravelly voice seemed to echo through the text. You're lucky I haven't clicked submit on the vacancy paperwork yet, Hayes, the message read. The training lead slot at Hartsfield-Jackson is still yours if you can keep your head in the game. Outside, rain slackens. Skylar exhales, relief mixing with exhaustion. We're all allowed crosswinds, Beck. We just keep correcting the course. Energy surges, a desperate, grateful need. I draw her into a tight embrace. She melts against me for a heartbeat before pulling back just enough to kiss me. Slow, affirming, a promise of shared altitude. Dinner? I whisper when breath returns. Only if you cook. She grins. Prove a captain can multitask. I salute, and part of me, the part that steered jets through storms, finally believes I can handle this approach. Tomorrow I face Captain Alvarez's grilling, then step into Skylar's professional spotlight at her reception. If I freeze, I'll prove every doubt right. But if I hold the yoke steady beside her, maybe the runway lights won't look so daunting. Maybe they'll guide us home together.
Chapter 21. Skylar. I wake before my alarm, lungs already tight with a pressure change I can't name. Rain drums soft against the fire escape slats, as if the sky is trying to mumble something it can't say outright, and the other side of the bed is still empty. Beckett slipped out around 3 to ferry a last-minute relief hop to Raleigh. One leg out, one leg back, he'd whispered, pressing a sleepy kiss to my temple. Home by lunch, Scout's honor. Only Scout forgot to text wheels up or wheels down, and now my pulse is stuck in a holding pattern. Nova snores in the next room, blissfully unaware that grown-up hearts can missync like badly tuned engines. I tiptoe to the kitchenette, find a note propped against the French press. Coffee set, just add water. Meteor shower forecast, 2110. Thought we could watch from the roof if you're not wiped. B. The neat block letters try to soothe me, but something's off. Last night, after he rescinded the promotion resignation, Beckett still looked like a man waiting for ATC clearance that never came. He told me he loved me, and I believe he meant it. But the words felt borrowed from a language he's not fluent in yet. I scoop grounds, stare at the dark swirl, and wonder if I pushed him too hard. When I asked him to attend today's Emerging Leaders welcome luncheon as my +1, he hesitated. Not long, but long enough for doubt to wedge in. The conference suite buzzes with energy. 20 candidates, crisp name tags, mentor captains shaking hands. I glide from table to table, trading jokes about uniform tailoring and TSA lunchbox inspections. The program director corners me near the coffee urn to gush about my process improvement proposal. I nod, smile, even laugh, but a part of me keeps scanning the door for a tall pilot in a charcoal blazer. At 9 o'clock, the director calls us to order. Beckett's chair next to mine remains empty. I text him, "Everything okay?" The message lingers unsent because I can't decide between one question mark or two. I shove the phone away, breathing through the tiny betrayal of hope. The keynote kicks off. Empowerment, inclusion, the future of transcontinental cabins. But my mind drifts to Beckett's face in the dim apartment last night. The way relief and terror waged war behind his eyes when I told him Nova put our planes on the same skyline at school. He's here but not here, as if the cockpit door half-latched. When the panel breaks for Q&A, I excuse myself and stand in the hallway pretending to scroll flight updates. Finally, the screen lights. Beckett Hayes, 2 missed calls. Voicemail transcription garbles, but 2 words stab clear. Weather hold. I slip into the bathroom, lock a stall, and listen. Hey, Sky. Tower froze departures. Got rerouted to Norfolk. Flight deck snag. Might not land till 16:30. Can you... Static hacks the rest. Didn't want to bail. More static. 4 hours late. Not his fault, but the disappointment burns anyway. The steady flame of every delay. Every hospital corridor flashback. I swallow hard, text back, "Be safe. I'm proud of you." Then I pocket the phone, pinch my wrist until the hurt steadies me, and march into the luncheon room with a flight attendant's smile glued on. By the time the welcome reception wraps, I'm running on adrenaline and half a protein bar. My phone vibrates. Beckett. Landed. Debriefing maintenance. ETA Atlanta 1800, but the note doesn't dislodge the word that's been clanging since morning. Distance. I picked Nova up from day camp. She bursts out waving a finger paint nebula, and my bruised heart lifts on reflex. The minute we buckle in, she tilts her head. "Mommy, did Beckett forget picture day? Ms. Penny says when people break promises, adults feel floaty like balloons." I'd almost laugh at the brutal accuracy. "He didn't forget, baby. The weather got in the way." Her brows knit. But the weather is just clouds. Pilots fly around clouds. I swallow the knot rising. Sometimes the sky changes the plan. She pivots to the window, pressed silent by thought. At a red light, she asks, "Are you sad again?" The again slays me. How many times has she clocked sadness I pretend to hide? I flick the turn signal and pull over by the park. With the engine idling, I turn in my seat. I'm worried. About Beckett? Yes. Honesty tastes raw. I don't always know if he's going to land where I can see him. She nods, small shoulders rising. When I'm scared on the swing, I look at one spot on the ground. That helps me not swirl. She points to my chest. "Maybe you need a focus." 4 years old and shepherding her mother through turbulence. A laugh, half shattered, escapes. "Maybe I do." I squeeze her hand. "Thank you." We drive on. She hums the solar system song. I rehearse the coming conversation with Beckett. Tell him how his withdrawal, physical and emotional, scrapes old wounds. Ask directly if self-condemnation still pilots his cockpit. Brave the answer. Rain begins again as we climb the stairs. Inside, the apartment glows with lamplight, but Beckett is pacing, phone at his ear. Grease smudges his cuff. His hair is damp from sprinting through the storm. The relief that floods his face when he sees us is visceral, yet a shadow lingers. He mouths a maintenance call, kisses Nova's forehead, then ducks into the bedroom to finish. I watch him through the cracked door, shoulders slumped, hands splayed over eyes. Whatever the mechanic said wasn't good. Nova tugs my sleeve. Snack. I led her to the kitchen. Grapes, cheese sticks, quiet tasks. The door creaks. Beckett emerges, drained. He crouches to Nova's level. Kiddo, I promised a meteor shower, but lightning ruined the plan. Can we do planet flashcards instead? She pouts but nods. He hugs her, too tight. I note the tremor in his hand. Guilt or exhaustion? When she skips to the living room, I cross my arms. Talk to me. What did maintenance say? He sinks against the fridge. Engine compressor blade fault. Paperwork is hell. They ripped my next 3 legs while they inspect the fleet. That's not your fault. I should have caught the vibration earlier. His laugh is brittle. Captain Hayes, master of self-sabotage. There it is, the self-condemnation that made him resign. Stop! My voice cracks like thunder. He blinks. I lower it. You keep punishing yourself for everything. Frankfurt, Dubai, now a machine malfunction. I chose to stay here. You chose to stay. We can't keep seeing every setback as proof we're unworthy. He scrubs his face, whispers, I thought if I grounded myself, you'd feel safe. I feel safe when you're honest, not when you shrink. I step closer, palms on his chest. His heartbeat thunders. Tell me what you need. He exhales ragged. I need you to believe I'm trying. I do. I tip his chin. But I need you to believe it too. His eyes close, lashes wet. I'm terrified the next mistake will be final. Airplanes land because pilots trust the math. I press my forehead to his. Trust the math of us. He pulls me into a fierce hug. I'm sorry for today, for the silence. Presents, not promises. I remind gently. Come back to the room we're all in, Beck. Nova's voice floats from the couch. Mommy, Beckett, Mars, or Jupiter? Who has more moons? We break apart, smiles shaky but sincere. Beckett calls, depends on the year. Asteroids join the club. Nova giggles. I take his hand, lead him to the couch. We spend the next hour quizzing each other, laughing whenever we both guess wrong. Slowly, the tension bleeds from his shoulders. When Nova drifts to sleep mid-flashcard, Beckett carries her to bed. I watch him tuck the blanket under her chin, kiss her hair with reverence. A knot inside loosens. This is the man worth believing in. Back in the hall, he corners me gently. I'll talk to Alvarez in the morning. No more knee-jerk resignations. I nod, throat tight with relief. And you'll text wheels up, wheels down. Every time. He presses a kiss to my wrist where my pulse flutters. Focus point. Outside, thunder mutters but recedes. We stand in the dim hallway, storm-tired, yet steadier. The gap between us finally small enough to cross without turbulence. Tomorrow, I present my first emerging leaders case study. Beckett promises to sit in the back row, silent support. If he shows, and if I can speak my findings without glancing at him every 30 seconds, I'll know we're truly aligning flight paths instead of just circling the same airport.
Chapter 22. Beckett. Atlanta 0457. The world outside my bedroom window is still charcoal gray, but sleep has already taxied to the far end of the runway and taken off without me. Skylar's steady breathing drifts from the other side of the mattress. Nova's paper plane nightlight casts a tiny halo in the hallway. Everyone I love is finally under one roof, and somehow my chest still feels like a pressurized cabin with a cracked seal. Yesterday, I watched Skylar walk into her emerging leaders orientation and take command of that room the way she commands a jump seat during turbulence. Eyes bright, shoulders back, jokes at the ready. All the pride in the world ballooned inside me, and still I found a way to hijack the moment, First by arriving late. Weather, yes, but the guilt is mine. And then by flinching at her gratitude, as if love were a meteor that might punch through my hull at any second. Self-sabotage is an Olympic sport I mastered long before I mastered crosswind landings. Frankfurt, Dubai, the A350 resignation. Every time progress beckons, I pull the eject handle. Then Skylar and Nova forgive me, and the cycle resets. Only forgiveness is starting to feel a lot like runway overrun. You can rely on the extra asphalt once, maybe twice, but eventually you plow the grass and take out the lights. Today, Skylar presents her first case study to the senior exec panel. She asked me, twice, to sit in the back row, quiet moral support. I promised I would. Promises used to be cheap. If I break this one, the whole airframe buckles. I swing my legs over the side of the bed, toes curling against the cool floorboards, and pad into the kitchen to start coffee. The French press gurgles like disapproval. I stare at the dark swirl and catalog my patterns. Step 1, chase the horizon. Step 2, miss a critical waypoint. Step 3, punish myself before anyone else can. Step 4, repeat. The pattern ends today. I tug on running shoes and hit the boardwalk at Piedmont Park. The dawn air tastes like damp iron and carousel sugar. Each stride drums a confession I've avoided. I can't build a family on the tarmac of self-loathing. Nova won't learn resilience from a father who keeps crash testing his own heart, and Skylar won't keep choosing a co-pilot who files every flight plan in pencil. By the 6th kilometer, a plan coalesces, terrifying in its clarity, but solid as reinforced composite. No more provisional fixes. I need professional recalibration and a gesture that proves I believe in future tense, not probationary clauses. Back home, I shower in record time, then punch in the number scribbled on the fridge. The airline's mental health liaison. My first appointment months ago was triage. Today, I request weekly sessions, indefinite duration. Long-term avionics overhaul, I joke to the coordinator. She doesn't laugh. She schedules me for Fridays at 10 o'clock and emails the intake packet before we hang up. Step 1 locked. I find our base chief in his office reviewing crew time charts. His eyebrows climb when he sees me. Another resignation? Opposite, I say, palms sweaty despite the AC. I want back on the A350 upgrade roster. Full commitment, no more waffling. He eyes me over rimless glasses. Because? Because I screwed up, owned it, and fixed variables I can control. If I want to model stability for my family, I have to quit flinching at my own potential. A beat. Then he nods once. Sim slots are tight, but you're in. Miss one session, you're out. I won't. I sign the amended bid before courage evaporates. Outside, sunlight cracks through the cloud deck. Bold step, phase 2. Prove to Skylar I can grow and stay. I text Skylar a quick headed to the conference room. Front row cheer squad, then slip my phone into airplane mode. No refreshing, no self-second guessing. I find a seat in the last row of the auditorium, heart thundering loud enough to set off turbulence alerts. Skylar materializes on stage in a tailored navy dress that matches her crew uniform but screams executive authority. She opens with a joke about in-flight Wi-Fi tantrums, earns a ripple of laughter, and rolls into her slide deck. Real-time supply tracking, ethnically inclusive meal service tweaks, a cost analysis key to human dignity. She is brilliant, equal parts data and empathy, and I am dizzy with awe. Halfway through, she scans the room. Our gazes lock. I tap 2 fingers to my heart, then extend them out. I see you. I'm here. Her lips curve, but the steel never wavers. 10 minutes later, the exec VP practically offers her a budget on the spot. Applause swells. I stand last to keep seeing her glow. Crowds stream out. Skylar fields congratulations with gracious jokes, but I read the strain beneath, waiting for me to vanish. When she finally reaches me, I open with the truth before fear can intercept. I signed back onto the captain upgrade. Therapy every Friday. And I'd like you and Nova to come to the simulator open house next month. so you can see the cockpit I'm chasing. Her eyes widened, glossy. That's a lot of altitude in one morning. No more ground effect, I say. I only pull power now if you call an engine fire. She laughs, a bright, relieved sound that ricochets down the marble hallway. But trust is muscle. It needs reps. What's phase 3 of your master plan? She teases. The bold step lodges in my throat. I reach into my jacket, fingers brushing a small velvet box I bought after the run. Impulsive, but right. Not an engagement ring. We're not there. It's a pendant. A tiny compass rose, north-shaped like a paper plane. I press it into her palm. For the days you wonder if I'm off course, I say. Open it later, after cupcakes or fights or decades. The answer won't change. Her breath catches. She closes her fist around it. Show me the heading tonight, she whispers. I'll set the course. She walks back into the crowd, shoulders even straighter. I breathe for what feels like the first time in months. Tonight I'll cook, we'll swap stories, and she'll decide whether to wear the compass. Either way, engines are throttling for the final approach to something new. If I hold the yoke steady, altitude is ours to keep.
Chapter 23. Skylar. The ballroom at the St. Regis always reminds me of an aircraft cabin caught mid-climb. High arched ceilings, river glitter flickering through panoramic windows, air thick with recycled cologne and nervous ambition. Tonight, the company's annual Passengers First Gala has gone full Art Deco runway. Black marble dance floor shaped like a stylized compass. Golden jet silhouettes projected across the walls. Servers weaving past VIPs in uniforms so pressed they could slice limes. I glide in on 4-inch heels and borrowed bravado. Solo despite the +1 printed on my invitation. My new emerging leaders cohort insisted I sit at their table. But for now, I hover near the entrance, clutching a flute of seltzer, and scanning the room the way I scan a cabin before final descent, checking for loose emotions. The last 48 hours have been emotional crosswinds stacked one on another. Beckett returned from his maintenance misadventure, held me under the hallway light, and promised therapy, the captain upgrade, and a future plotted in indelible ink. Then he slipped a velvet box into my palm, with instructions to open it whenever I questioned his heading. Inside the box, a rose gold compass pendant, North Point shaped like the tiny paper plane Nova loves. It should be reassuring. Instead, my heart is insurgent. Maybe it senses old patterns. Beckett soars on declarations, then disappears into self-condemnation. He swore he would attend tonight as moral support, yet my phone shows no new messages since his early afternoon text. I am clear to wear a tux. See you under the icicle chandeliers. That was 5 hours, 1 meteorological advisory, and exactly 0 follow-ups ago. I slip the pendant from my clutch and rub my thumb over the plane-shaped north. A waiter in emerald livery stops to offer champagne. I decline, ask for sparkling water. If Beckett has turbulence tonight, I want full situational awareness. Across the ballroom, Lana waves me over. Her cocktail dress is hot pink satin, her smile even brighter. Malik stands beside her in a bottle green suit, tie knotted in a perfect eldridge. They saved me a seat between them. Still no sign of Captain Hot and Cold, Lana murmurs as I sit. He calls it weather delays, I say, forcing lightness. I call it questionable route planning. Malik leans in. Give him a minute. Sim slots have him buried. The band strikes the first jazzy chord of the night, and conversation shifts to gossip about fleet upgrades. I nod, laugh at the right punchlines, but every few beats my eyes drift to the entrance arches. The CEO mounts the stage promptly at 1900, thanking sponsors and reminding everyone about the silent auction benefiting pediatric heart surgeries. Light applause ripples. Dinner service begins. On my plate, cedar plank salmon, cilantro rice, grilled bok choy in a soy glaze, On my mind, empty chair to my right. Lana forks bok choy, whispers, "You can still bail. You already dazzled the execs with your case study. No need to torture yourself." I shake my head. I am not running from a party I helped organize. And if Beckett shows at the last minute, I'm not playing the ghost he expects. Malik lifts his glass. Resilience toast. To Executive Sky. We clink. The wine tastes like success, laced with melancholy. By the time dessert appears, mini key lime tarts, an anxious buzz zings through my veins. I excuse myself, weave through clusters of board members and marketing directors, and step onto the riverside terrace. Cool night air hits my face. Fairies whisk across the light glowworm toys. I breathe in the brine and try to shake the hollow ache blooming under my sternum. My phone vibrates. Hope flares, then dims when the screen flashes Mom's name. I answer anyway. "Novi asleep by 8, she reports, voice warm. "We read the Mars Girl chapter you flagged." "Thank you," I say, leaning on the railing. "How is her cough?" "Quieter. She asked if Beckett made it to your fancy dinner." "Not yet," I confess. Mom asks softly. "Child think grown-ups can deploy magic, remember? Don't let her rewrite that story alone." The reminder stings. "He's trying, Ma." "I know," she says, gentle. "So are you. Call when you reach home." I pocket the phone and stare at the city glow. Loneliness, a physical thing. Soft footsteps behind me. I turn, hoping, only to find the CEO's chief of staff, Veronica Clay. Her bob is razor-angled, her expression sympathetic. "Ms. Monroe, your policy brief on cross-cabin nutritional equity blew the board away," she says. "This time next year we may be courting you for VP of Customer Experience." "Thank you," I answered, throat clogged. Veronica's praise is an oxygen mask, but it can't fix the depressurization inside me. She tilts her head. "You look like your mind is 20 gates away." "A little turbulence," I admit. Veronica's gaze sharpens with older sister insight. "Turbulence is temporary. Opportunity is fuel. Don't idle the engines for someone else's holding pattern." She squeezes my shoulder and returns inside. Her words are smart. Beckett promised he would stop idling. My lungs feel brittle. I push off the railing, steel my spine, and re-enter the ballroom. Inside, the CEO announces the annual Humanity in Flight Award, given to any employee who performs a life-saving act. The lights dim, spotlights swivel. A hush settles. I slide into my seat, just as the MC reads the citation. "A mother went into cardiac arrest on board a Dallas to Newark flight last month. A captain left the flight deck after autopilot engagement to perform CPR until medics met the jetway." Tears prickle. That story circulated in crew chat, but the captain's name was never shared outside incident reports. The MC continues, voice bright. "Tonight we honor Captain Beckett Hayes, whose decisive action saved a life at 36,000 feet. Gasps erupt. My heart detonates between ribs. Searchlights pivot to the side entrance where Beckett appears, black tux crisp, silver wings gleaming. He strides down the center aisle, applause swelling like jet engines spooling for takeoff. I forget to inhale. Every step he takes spotlights the contradictions. The man who doubts his worth, the man who drags oxygen from the sky for strangers. He mounts the stage, shakes the CEO's hand, accepts the crystal jet statue. Instead of a standard thank you, he turns to the mic, gaze sweeping the sea of faces, before stopping on mine. "Gratitude," he begins, voice steady though his fingers tremble on the mic stand, "is meaningless without accountability. I'm honored, but this award belongs to every crew member who taught me that presence saves lives." A polite murmur. He draws a breath. I spent too many years flying away from the people who mattered most. 2 of them are here tonight, one sleeping at her grandmother's, the other sitting at table 23. Heads swivel toward me. Heat flashes my cheeks, but I hold his gaze. Beckett continues, softer now. Skylar Monroe, you are the compass I thought I didn't deserve. You chose home over a dream so our family could learn to breathe together. Tonight, I choose altitude without abandoning ground. I have recommitted to my captain upgrade and to ongoing therapy because I refuse to teach our daughter that love is a flight risk. Silence ripples, the audience collectively holding breath. He lifts the statue, smiles wryly. CPR kept one heart beating. Skylar's faith keeps mine from flatlining. So if you see me pull back on the stick again, remind me of this moment, of a ballroom full of witnesses, and the fact that a 5-year-old believes her paper plane can find true north. The crowd erupts, applause, whistles, glasses clinking. I sit frozen, vision shimmering. Lana's hand slides into mine, a squeeze of pure delight. Beckett descends the stage, weaving through people reaching to clap his back. When he reaches our table, he looks at me as if everyone else has disappeared. I stand, awareness sizzling under my skin. He rests the crystal award on the white tablecloth, then drops to one knee. Not proposal posture, but humility. Gasps echo. I promised public accountability, he says, voice intimate amid chaos. Dinner tomorrow at Mom's, then therapy check-in Friday, then flight sim study Saturday. I will text wheels up and wheels down every leg. Will you be my partner in the flight deck of real life? My throat locks. Tears threaten the perfect winged liner I spent 30 minutes applying. I manage a shaky smile. Only if you save me a seat at the simulator open house. I rest my hand on the polished brass railing of the rooftop terrace, heart still fluttering from the applause below. Beckett's answering grin is sunlight after a storm drain. He rises and in front of executives, ground crew, marketing reps, and half the Atlanta aviation scene, he pulls me into a kiss. It is not the reckless crash of our 20s. It is steady pressure, measured trust, lips tasting faintly of champagne echoes. Applause swells again, cameras flash, and somewhere someone wolf whistles. When we break apart, Lana fans herself with a napkin. Turbulence officially cleared, folks. Malik lifts his glass. To presents, not promises. Beckett's eyes stay locked on mine. I meant every syllable. Emotion buoys my words. Then buckle up, Captain Hayes. He threads his fingers through mine and leads me across the compass-shaped dance floor, band swinging a sultry jazz riff. The city lights spill in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, painting us gold. We glide together, body to body. Not the stiff, formal kind of dance, but a slow waltz made for 2 people who remember exactly how each other fits. I peel my gaze from our reflection in the glass and find his. Soft, adoring, as if he's seeing me for the first time. Skylar, he murmurs against my ear, you look unforgettable. Heat crests behind my ribs. I'm still in this dress. I tease, voice husky. And these heels. He presses a single, ghost-light peck that warms the spot where pulse meets skin. Worth every second. The last notes of the song drift away. He tugs me toward the terrace doors. The doors slide open and the humid June air rushes in. Warm, scented with night jasmine from the pots lining the railing. He steps outside, eyes drinking me in. God, it's like you belong here, he says. Voice low enough that only I hear. I step closer until our bodies press together. My heart thumps beneath his palm, and I tilt my head up to catch his lips. He's patient, worshipful, like every kiss is a vow. I slip my fingers beneath the cuff of his crisp jacket and tug it free, letting it rustle to the floor. He does the same to me, peeling off my jacket with slow reverence, then dropping it beside his. My arms are slick with nerves and excitement. He backs me against the railing and we lock eyes. "You're burning up," he growls, thumb stroking my collarbone. "Because of you," I whisper, tracing the line from his shoulder down to the waistband of his trousers. I taste disbelief on my tongue, him wanting me this badly. His breath hitches. "Show me." I nod, breath catching. My dress buttons down the front, ivory satin hugging my curves. I begin to unbutton it, slow for show. Each pop of silk feels loud in my ears. Beckett watches, eyes dark. When I hit the final button, the dress slips open like petals, revealing lacy black lingerie. I step out of it, letting the satin pool at my feet. The lace cups cradle my breasts. The matching panties press into my hips. He lifts a hand to brush a fingertip across the swell of my breast. I gasp, arching into his touch. "Perfect," he breathes, voice trembling. My fingertips ghost along the planes of his torso, muscular, warm, scars faint at his ribs. "Not bad yourself," I murmur, trailing down until I slip my hands beneath his shirt. He lifts it over his head, revealing tan skin where muscle flexes beneath. My pulse thuds as I skim my nails over his chest, tasting every ridge. He dips to press kisses along my jaw, warm and insistent. Then he lifts, eyes hooded. "Come on," he says softly, thumb brushing across my bottom lip. I pull him into the suite, lights dimmed, a low chaise positioned by the window, moonlight flooding the room. He presses me onto the chaise, between his knees, and kneels. My breath shivers as he grips the sides of my panties and slides them down my thighs, inch by inch. Every inch freed leaves me hotter, slick with anticipation. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Tomorrow Nova will ask why her paper plane pendant now twinkles from my neck, and Beckett will need to explain public declarations to a 4-year-old.
Chapter 24. Beckett. I wake before dawn, the memory of her slick warmth still heavy around my manhood. Last night replays behind my closed lids, her back arched on the chaise, lips wrapping me in a rhythm that felt like coming home.
Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at BWWM.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixaVaughnRomance.com. Eyelids gritty, heart already kicking up turbulence. The pre-dawn quiet of my Atlanta apartment feels weightless, like the cabin at cruise altitude. But my thoughts are anything except smooth. I shave, nick my jaw twice, and stare at my reflection while steam ghosts the mirror. My cheeks have gone ruddy from too much sun bouncing off cockpit glass, but the bags under my green eyes are new. They carry a month of all-night flight blocks, a year of wishing I had asked the right questions before Skylar walked out of O'Hare with our daughter, and a lifetime of haze men holding their feelings inside pressurized cabins. Today will be different. I pack my uniform in a garment bag, replacing it with the navy tuxedo Skylar's friend Yara messengered to the apartment yesterday afternoon, the one she promised would fit like you were born in it. My hand slides into the inner pocket a third time to feel the folded note cards. The speech is only 8 sentences long. 8 sentences is all I get before the gala sponsor flashes a smile tight enough to slice me off the stage. If I lose my nerve, if I ramble, if I even think of steering around the word love, I will crash before I leave the runway. The rideshare drops me at Hartsfield-Jackson's employee entrance just after 6, dawn pinking the Chattahoochee River. In the crew lounge, coffee tastes like scorched battery acid, but I pour it anyway. The machine coughs, sputters, and finally cooperates. Captain Liam DeSantis raises an eyebrow when I sit beside him. "You look like you're about to propose or confess to murder," he says, sipping from a mug that reads, "World's Okayest Pilot." "Little column A, little column B," I answer. He grins. "This mission classified?" "Skylar's Foundation Gala tonight in Atlanta. I'm giving a speech." I clear my throat. Even the word speech feels enormous. Liam whistles low. "You're going for the Hail Mary in front of the industry?" "Family first," I say, though the phrase shakes in my chest. I used to believe altitude fixed everything. Trouble on land. Climb to 37,000 feet. Watch cities turn into a child's Lego set. But Skylar is on the ground, and Nova is on the ground, and I have to land eventually. "Then go," Liam says quietly. "Throttle forward." Our turnaround leg is a short Atlanta to Charlotte hop. Good. I need a cockpit, a straight horizon, something I cannot ruin with an ill-timed confession. While the Boeing 737 hums through pre-flight checks, I breathe in kerosene and circuit boards and settle into procedures. Altimeter cross-checked, nav lights confirmed, doors armed. 36 passengers filed on board. Among them, a little girl plaits her plastic pony's mane while her mother stows carry-ons. The scene is so painfully familiar, I almost forget to engage auto-thrust. Somewhere in Atlanta, Nova is probably braiding her own doll's hair, maybe humming Kids Bop under her breath. Does she wonder why her father swapped bedtime stories for flight rotations? My throat tightens. I push the yoke gently, and we roar down runway 4 in a clean takeoff. Cruise is mercifully free of chatter. First Officer Singh handles radio calls while I run my speech again, lips moving against the headset mic, though it's muted. Grounded trust, clear skies, a promise to never disappear again. 8 sentences, but every word carries the weight of an unsaid decade. We touch down in Charlotte, unload, reload, and hop the puddle to Atlanta. By noon, I'm hustling through Hartsfield-Jackson, tuck slung over my shoulder, chasing the shuttle to the downtown hotel, hosting the Crosswinds Foundation's annual gala. Skylar launched the nonprofit last year after Nova's asthma attack on a turbulent overnight flight. Grants for parents of kids with chronic respiratory conditions, educational seminars, flight-safe inhaler kits. She turned our worst night into purpose. I turned it into another relocation excuse. The irony tastes sour. I check into a corner suite with a skyline view. Midtown's glass towers glint in bright southern sun. Heat rolls off the buildings, shimmering like mirage. I shower for the second time today, towel off and tug on the tux. Yara wasn't exaggerating. The jacket contours over my shoulders. The pants fall clean to polished Oxfords. Good. Now I only need courage. 3 hours till cocktail hour, 5 until the speech slot. I text Liam. Wheels down. Clear skies so far. He fires back a single thumbs-up emoji followed by a plane taking off. Typical. At 4:30, I ride the elevator to the banquet floor. The lobby outside the ballroom buzzes with nerves and perfume. Waitstaff adjust gleaming chafers, and a jazz trio tunes up in the corner. Near the registration table, Skylar's best friend Jada flips through guest list printouts. Her locks, beaded with gold cuffs, sway over a plum sheath dress. "Captain Hayes," she says, arching a brow. "I didn't think you'd have the guts to show. Even pilots get grounded eventually." She studies me, expression softening. She didn't ask me to ice you out. She's scared, Beck. Don't add turbulence. That's the last thing I want. I swallow. Can I ask where she's sitting? Stage left, third table up. Nova's with her. Jada's gaze shifts over my shoulder. They're not here yet, but when they arrive, mind the approach path. Understood. Inside the ballroom, chandeliers throw constellations across linen-draped tables. Each centerpiece is an arrangement of paper airplanes folded from maps of the United States. Skylar's playful touch. I claim my seat, table 8, dead center to guarantee my speech can't be ignored, and scan the room. Executives from major airlines, hospital donors, ground crew unions, a few state representatives. The crowd that once lined up for my signature on partnership deals. Tonight I trade handshakes for mea culpas, 5:45. The lights dim. The MC strides on stage, greeting attendees as servers glide between tables with sparkling cider and champagne. My pulse counts down each second. When the orchestra cues the first set, the doors open again, and Skylar enters. The room tilts, cabin pressure dropping, because no simulators prepare you for the sight of the woman you love, stepping into golden light wearing a gown the color of starlit ink. Her skin glows, smooth as polished obsidian. Her hair is swept up, curls pinned with silver combs. Nova, bouncing beside her in a sapphire tulle dress, waves at acquaintances with the unconcerned grace of a 6-year-old who hasn't realized half the room whispers about her parents. Skylar scans the tables. The moment her gaze lands on me, she stills. No smile, no scowl, only a measured inhale. She guides Nova to their seats without breaking eye contact. The air between us vibrates like wake turbulence. Dinner begins. Salmon with citrus glaze, roasted asparagus, a risotto that sticks to my fork because my appetite is shot. Conversation at table 8 swirls around me, yet I hear only my own mental recitations. Sentence 4, apology. Sentence 6, promise. The MC announces scholarship award winners, toasts Skylar's board, then introduces a short entertainment interlude. A local gospel choir lifts harmonies high, and I feel each note reverberate against the cage of my ribs. Finally, the MC returns, mic in hand. Our next speaker needs no introduction. A seasoned commercial pilot, a decorated Air Force veteran, and, as of tonight, one of the Crosswinds Foundation's most generous anonymous donors. Anonymous. Skylar's shoulders jerk in surprise. Please welcome Captain Beckett Hayes. Stage lights blind me for a beat. The applause isn't raucous, it's polite, puzzled. I cross the dais, heart throttling. The podium feels too tall. Nova squeals, a small, excited sound that punches me right in the sternum. I raise a hand in greeting. Then I unfold the note cards. Let go, Beckett. Fly manual. Good evening. My voice booms through the sound system, steadier than the shaking in my knees. Most of you know me from headlines about on-time performance or interline agreements. But those numbers mean nothing the moment a loved one struggles to breathe 6 miles above the ground. Murmurs ripple. Skylar's lips part, eyes glossy. 6 months ago, my daughter Nova experienced an acute asthma attack mid-flight. Her mother, Skylar Monroe, the finest flight attendant I've ever flown with, kept her calm. The passengers saw our professionalism. What they didn't see was fear. The kind that digs in when you realize your child's next breath depends on a bottle of oxygen and prayer. I pause, swallowing. I let fear steer my choices long before that night. I chose transfers over conversations, silence over vulnerability, altitude over accountability. Sentence 4. Tonight I owe you an apology. Skylar, I kept my distance because I believed love made a distraction, that proximity could cost me proficiency. I was a coward. You raised our daughter with grace while I logged flight hours. Sentence 6. I'm here to promise that the excuses end tonight. No more last-minute layover gifts to fill the spaces where bedtime ought to be. No more hiding behind flight schedules. Nova, kiddo, Papa is taxiing home for good. She giggles, claps tiny palms. And to Crosswinds donors, I pledge continued support so no family handles turbulence alone. Every time a child pushes that call button, we will be ready. I close the cards. My chest feels split open, raw air flooding in. Skylar and Nova, my flight path starts and ends with you. Thank you for teaching me that the best view isn't from the cockpit, but from the front row of your lives. Silence blankets the ballroom. Then applause swells, hesitant at first, then thunderous. I exhale, pulse racing. The MC steps forward, squeezes my shoulder, and ushers me off stage. As I descend, Skylar rises. Our gazes hold, the entire room turning into white noise. She moves toward me, but a cluster of donors intercept her, eager to congratulate the Foundation's visionary. I hover, unsure if barging through benefactors to plead my case is romantic or pathetic. Probably both. Nova escapes the adults, sprinting across marble tiles. She barrels into my knees, arms flung wide. You talked about me on the microphone! I crouch, arms trembling as they fold around her. Because you're my favorite story. Her curls tickle my cheek, carrying the scent of bubblegum shampoo. I wore the bracelet you sent. She brandishes her wrist. The silver plane charm glints under crystal chandeliers. Mommy let me. Hope flares bright, but I temper it. Can you bring her here, Munchkin? She nods, scampering back. A small path opens as diners rise for dessert. Skylar glides toward me, a composed storm. Her mahogany eyes shine, not quite tears, but very close. When she stops inches away, I smell vanilla and something earthy, like cedar. You blindsided me, she whispers. I know. My palms sweat. Part of me wants to punch you. She lifts a shoulder. The other part? I don't know what the other part wants. I'll wait until you do. I gesture toward the terrace overlooking the Atlanta skyline. Fresh air? She hesitates, then nods. We slip outside. The March night is mild, city lights blinking like distant constellations. Traffic hums below, a low, steady cadence. She crosses her arms. A public declaration, Beckett. You hate the spotlight. I hate losing you more. You can't fix everything with one speech. I don't expect to. I lean against the railing, careful not to crowd her. This is gate one of many. I'll taxi slowly. She huffs a laugh despite herself, always with the airplane metaphors. It's what I know, but I'm learning new languages. Parenting language, partner language. Her gaze drifts to the ballroom door where Nova presses her forehead against the glass, fogging it with breath. She adores you, Skylar says softly. I intend to earn that adoration every day. Silence stretches, but it's not hostile. The kind of silence where engines idle, waiting for tower clearance. She steps closer, fingers brushing my cuff. I need time. Take all of it. And honesty. No more protective omissions. Her pupils reflect city lights. I owe you the unedited flight log. I open my phone, thumb hovering over the flight ops resignation email drafted last night. I already filed for a domestic base, no international blocks. If that's not enough... She covers my hand. Warm. Steady. Let me make the decision. Don't throw away your wings because you think they scare me. They scared me, I admit. I kept flying away from the possibility of failure. Funny, she says, voice lighter, because every captain I know teaches that you handle crosswinds by angling into them, not running. Teach me, I say. I'm done tail drifting. Her lips twitch, close, closer. Then footsteps clack behind us, and Jada calls Skylar back for sponsor photos. The moment snaps. She withdraws, features shuddering. We'll talk later, she says. Count on it. She disappears inside, Nova trailing like a bright comet. I remain on the terrace, heart hammering, horizon cracked wide with possibilities. Behind glass, cameras flash. The Foundation logo rotates on LED screens. When Skylar steps in front of the backdrop, she looks over her shoulder and meets my eyes again. This time, her expression is not wary. It's a wide-open sky right after a storm, the first break of blue. A gust rattles palm fronds and planters by the railing, but I stand anchored, watching her, lungs filling with lighter air than I remember breathing. The night is far from over. Sponsorship contracts need signing. Reporters will ask questions. Ex-lovers on the payroll will sniff scandal. Yet for the first time, the turbulence feels like proof that we are still moving forward together. Inside, the MC approaches the mic. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats for a final surprise. The ballroom hushes again, and Skylar pivots, eyes widening at something off stage. I can't see what it is from here, only her startled smile blooming. My phone pings, a text from Liam. Did she say yes, Captain? Not yet, I type, thumbs flying, but I'm on final approach and the runway lights are green. I pocket the phone and push open the terrace door, stepping into music, applause, and whatever waits just beyond the curtain.
Chapter 25. Skylar. I clutch the stem of my champagne flute so hard my knuckles ache. Beckett's speech still echoes inside my ribs, heavier than any bass line the orchestra can throw at us. Around me, the gala whirs back to life in polite spurts of applause and the clatter of dessert plates, but everything feels 3 seconds out of sync, like my heart is lagging behind the music. I press 2 fingers to the hollow of my throat, right where my pulse hammers. When did the ballroom get so warm? Warm enough that the silk of my gown sticks to the small of my back. Warm enough that the scent of gardenias from the centerpieces curls into my lungs with every uneven breath. Nova slips into the chair beside me, cheeks round with excitement and powdered sugar. Mama, did you hear him? He said we're his favorite story. Her voice is a hush because she knows grown-up secrets are supposed to be whispered. I smooth a napkin across her lap, buying time to steady my voice. I heard him, Ladybug. He's not flying away anymore, she says. That means you won't be sad on the days I do cartwheels for just you. The chandelier's light scatters in her big brown eyes. I cup her face, thumb tracing the smile dimpled into her cheek. I want to believe Beckett. I really do. But my chest tightens with the memory of my own father, promising Mom he'd be back before Christmas. He came home in April with a new wife and a suitcase that smelled like duty-free cigarettes. I blink hard and turn to the stage where the MC has moved on to raffle drawings. The foundation logo brightens the giant screen, an upward curving contrail that Yara designed to look like a heart if you squint. But all I can see is Beckett's silhouette through the side drapes, half hidden by stage rigging, half swallowed by spotlights. He's talking to my program director and nodding like a model employee, but his eyes keep flicking in my direction. Each time they do something in me flares, hopeful and terrified at once. Jada slides into the empty seat on my other side. Her perfume is cinnamon and confidence. Well, are you going to stand here and melt into the carpet, or are you going after him? I have 5 donor photos in 5. I nudge a crumb off Nova's dress. My smile cracks at the corners. We can't have sticky sugar evidence on the future board chair. Jada arches one perfect brow. Excuses, Miss Sky. Go fix what is breakable before the press turns speculation into tabloid fact. She means the speculation that Beckett only donated money to clean up Hayes Airlines' reputation. She means the fact that half the aviation bloggers here will spin any look between us into gossip as soon as they notice the curl of Nova's hair matches the cowlick that refuses to lie flat on Beckett's crown. I reach under the table, squeeze Jada's hand. Cover me? Like primer on a bad breakout, she says. Give me 5 seconds to redirect the photo op to the terrace. She is gone before I can thank her. A consummate fixer. Nova tugs my sleeve. Am I staying with Auntie Jada? Yes, Pumpkin. She has your iPad. I kiss her forehead. Only 1 episode tonight. She holds up 2 fingers. 1.5, I compromise. She grins, victorious. I stand, smoothing my skirt, and circle the edge of the dance floor. The ballroom floorboards creak under my stilettos, but no one looks up. That's good. The moment should stay ours until I decide otherwise. Backstage smells of fresh paint and neroli-scented hand sanitizer. Beckett's tux jacket hangs open, revealing suspenders stretched over the crisp white of his dress shirt. The top button is undone. I wonder if he popped it because of the Georgia heat or because his heart is sprinting as fast as mine. Either possibility makes me dizzy. He sees me and straightens. Hi. Hi. The single syllable rushes out like escape air from a pressurized cabin, but it's all I have until my brain catches up. We stare. The hush between us thrums with things we have never named. Can we talk somewhere quiet? I manage. He nods, relief softening the harsh lines of his jaw. Service corridor. I scoped it earlier. Of course he did. Pilot to the end, always planning exits. He leads me down a narrow hallway that smells of coffee grounds and florals. At the end, an emergency exit door opens onto a loading bay, lit only by string lights left over from last month's music festival. No paparazzi, no board members, just concrete walls that soak up our voices. The moment the door clicks shut behind us, I exhale so roughly it sounds like a sob. Beckett's eyes widened. He steps closer, hands raised as though approaching a spooked cult. Sky, I know a speech doesn't fix 12-hour layovers and 4 years of excuses. It doesn't, I whisper. But it was more than I expected. My voice shakes. I swallow. I used to watch you walk off planes like you owned the sky. Nova would press her face to the terminal glass, waiting for you to look back. You never saw her. The confession tastes like rust. His shoulders hunch, as if the weight of the words is literal. I saw her, Sky. I just couldn't look long. I was terrified that if I looked, I'd see everything I was missing. And tonight? My hand lifts before I know it, to tug at the folded pocket square in his jacket. Pale blue. The same shade as Nova's dress. Are you still terrified? I'm petrified. He brushes a knuckle under my chin, a touch so light it lifts goosebumps down my arms. But I'm also done letting fear make my decisions. I step back, needing space to think. You say that now, but turbulence has a funny way of breaking promises at 30,000 feet. Skylar. He waits until my gaze locks with his. I added your name and Nova's to my next of kin paperwork yesterday morning. Emergency contacts, beneficiary, all of it. My lawyer has the revised will. He winces. That sounded morbid. Point is, you're first in every system that matters to an airline. The gesture punches the wind from my lungs. My father never once filed child support paperwork on time. Mom spent half my childhood chasing him through family court while balancing 2 jobs. I swore I would never repeat her mistakes, never tether my life to someone who left me guessing about groceries or affection. An ocean of old panic clouds the edges of my vision. I need you to understand something. I go back until a cool cinder block bites through the satin at my spine. I don't know how to love you without wondering when you'll leave. My mother loved a man who forgot birthday parties and parent-teacher conferences. And she spent decades explaining his absences to me like they were storms that just showed up unannounced. I'm not a storm, Sky. No, you're the sky itself, I choke out. Vast, uncontainable. Every time I think I have you mapped, another front rolls in. His face twists. He steps forward, slowly, giving me room to duck away. I don't. He sets one palm flat on the wall beside my head, not caging me, just touching the solid surface so I can feel him trembling. I never want you small enough to fit in a flight plan. I want you next to me on the flight deck, calling me out when I bank too hard. He tips his forehead to mine. The contact sends a sharp current down my spine, but it is not purely wanted. It is recognition of the woman I am when I'm with him. bigger, scarier, unstoppably alive. I close my eyes because looking at him this close is like staring directly into sunlight. I filed for joint custody yesterday, I whisper against his jaw. My attorney emailed the draft petition to your corporate inbox. It outlines visitation, travel per diems, everything Nova needs. I told him I wouldn't sign until I spoke with you. His breath catches. You thought I'd fight you? I thought you might run, I admit, or demand control on your terms. He shifts, breaking the forehead touch so he can see my face. I will sign whatever document says Nova belongs with both of us, in any state, on any day, for as long as we both breathe. I don't need control. I need presence. His eyes glint with something fragile and fierce. And I need you, if you'll have me. He says it softly like a secret prayer. My throat burns. Presence has a cost. I fumble for the words. My mom paid it in resentment and overdue bills. I can't pass that currency to Nova. We'll pay with something else then. He cups my cheek. Time, honesty, frequent flyer miles converted into grocery runs. A laugh bursts from me. It feels foreign and necessary. He smiles, hopeful. Can I hold you? I nod. He wraps his arms around me, careful yet sure, and the solidity of his chest under my palms calms the frantic wing flap inside my ribcage. His tuck smells like citrus soap and the faint tang of jet fuel that never quite washes out of pilots' clothes. My fingers slide into the hair at the nape of his neck. He shivers. Against my ear, he murmurs, "Tell me your fears. All of them." I inhale slowly and let years of unspoken things spill into the hush. The night my father didn't come home. Mom crying into laundry baskets. The first time I got on a plane alone at 17 and discovered that at altitude, heartbreak weighs half as much. The day I told Beckett I was pregnant and he kissed my knuckles like they were relics, promising he'd request domestic routes. The week later, he accepted a temp assignment in Tokyo because it was a fast track to becoming a captain. The month I gave birth alone with only Mom and a student midwife in the room. The year Nova asked every Sunday if her father would call, and I lied, saying he was flying over oceans where Wi-Fi won't reach. He listens without interrupting, mouth pressed to the shell of my ear, arms never loosening. Night air seeps under the loading bay door, cooling the sweat at my hairline. By the time I finish, my voice is raw and my shoulders feel lighter. He kisses the damp trail under my eye. Thank you for trusting me with that. Don't make me regret it, I whisper. Never. His lips brush mine, tentative. I met him halfway. The kiss is not the fiery type that sweeps clothes aside. It is an anchor dropped in deep water. He tastes like sugar from the dessert we never ate, and something saltier. Regret maybe, or devotion. When we break apart, our breath clouds in the chill. I tuck a loose curl behind my ear and glance at my watch. Media interviews start in 7 minutes. If I'm not inside, Yara will send a search party and a lecture. Let them gossip, he says, hand trailing down my arm. Or let me stand next to you, so they get one story instead of 2 competing headlines. My chest squeezes. Side by side is scarier than opposite sides of the room. Nothing good happens in comfort zones, Monroe. I roll my eyes at the call sign tease but nod. We walk in together, but if Nova so much as yawns, I'm yanking her out before she melts down. Deal. He squeezes my hand, then releases it, respecting the inch of public distance I need to survive scrutiny. We push back into the corridor. The ballroom door looms ahead, lights strobing through porthole windows. At the threshold, I hesitate. Beckett brushes my elbow, a silent "I'm here." I square my shoulders and step into camera flashes. Heads swivel. I can almost hear the click of blog posts drafting themselves, but I ignore the press pit and focus on Nova, now perched on Jada's hip. My daughter spots us and gasps audibly, arms flinging wide. Beckett scoops her mid-stride. The three of us join Jada for pictures in front of the banner. The photographer's shutters rattle like hail, yet I feel oddly steady. "Ms. Monroe, Captain Hayes," a reporter calls. "Can you comment on the custody arrangement rumors?" Before I can answer, Beckett sets Nova gently on her feet and holds up both palms. "The only arrangement that matters is this." He slips his fingers through mine. A collective murmur ripples across the crowd, but my pulse stays strangely calm. I smile tight for the cameras. "The Crosswinds mission is to make sure every family lands safely. We're starting with ours." Flashbulbs burst. In the chaos, I lean sideways and whisper, "Smooth move, Captain." "Wait until you see my follow-through," he murmurs back. I snort, then stifle it for the next photo. We pose through 10 more minutes of questions before the MC calls everyone to dance. As the band transitions into a love song Nova adores, she drags Beckett to the edge of the dance floor. They sway, her tiny sneakers on his polished shoes. The sight thaws something frozen inside me, but it also awakens an ache I cannot name. Jada bumps my shoulder. "You're staring like a woman who found water in the desert." "Because it feels temporary," I admit. "Only if you let the sun evaporate it," she says. "Shade it with boundaries." The song ends. Beckett carries Nova back, cheeks flushed, eyes bright. I expect him to deposit her and retreat. Instead, he looks at me, question clear. "Dance?" My throat closes, but I nod. He hands Nova to Jada, then guides me onto the polished wood. The band starts a slower number, heavy on sax and soft brushes. Beckett's right hand settles respectfully on my waist. My left palm rests on his shoulder. The heat of his skin seeps through my glove-thin anxiety. We move in unison, small movements. Conversation held in silent eye contact. Around us, donors sway, gowns sweeping shadows. When the sax rises into a delicate improvisation, Beckett leans close. "Fulton County Superior Court wants us there Tuesday morning. There's a backlog, so our custody petition might get an immediate hearing. Drive down to the city with me? We can walk into the courthouse together and show the judge we're united." My stomach flips. "I have a Las Vegas turn on Monday night. Drop swap, I know 4 flight attendants who would kill for your seniority slot." He searches my face. "Please, Sky." I should say I need to think. I should quote the policy about fraternization. Instead, I nod because something fundamental shifted tonight, and walking backwards feels impossible. Okay. The word hums like a magnet catching. But if Nova's cough flares, we reroute. Always. He kisses my knuckles in front of everyone, like that first terrified day when I told him about the baby. A flash explodes from the photo pit. Sensation skitters down my spine. I turn and see a tall woman in a red blazer lower her phone. Amelia Baxter, Hayes Airlines Vice President of Corporate Compliance. She offers a cool smile that never reaches her eyes, then taps her wrist where a watch would be. "Your employer," I mutter. Beckett's hand tightens on mine. She'll wait. Doubt prickles. Compliance officers never wait. "One hurdle at a time," he reminds. My dance shoes glide, but my mind races ahead. I picture Amelia dropping a disciplinary memo for fraternization. I picture bloggers twisting tonight's affection into scandal. I picture my mother calling from Atlanta to ask if I'm sure my heart has seatbelts strapped tight this time. Beckett senses me drifting. He lowers his forehead to mine again. His voice is a bare vibration. "Crosswinds can handle headwinds. Trust the wings you built." I exhale, sinking into his words. The song winds down. Applause rises. Beckett steps back, bowing slightly. My ribs expand, curious, cautious. Then my phone buzzes. Unknown number. I decline. It rings again. Same number. I step to the edge of the floor and answer. while the band launches into an upbeat tempo. "This is Skylar," a clipped voice responds. "Ms. Monroe, this is Clerk Anders from Fulton County Superior Court. The judge has advanced your custody petition to the emergency docket at 9 a.m. Monday. Failure to appear may result in dismissal. Have a pleasant evening." The line clicks dead. My heart stutters. Monday, less than 48 hours. If I fly my scheduled route tonight, I'll land in McCarran at dawn, sleep for 5, then deadhead east with no buffer for delays. I turn to Beckett. He is across the floor now, listening to Amelia with a polite frown. I move toward them, but Jada intercepts me. "Everything okay?" I swallow. "Family court moved our hearing to Monday morning." Her eyes flare. "That's impossible. They give 72 hours notice." "Well, they didn't." Panic pries under my ribs. "If I miss it..." "You're not missing it." She scans the room. "Get your coat. I'll call dispatch. Trade your Vegas leg. Beckett can deadhead with you on the red-eye to Atlanta." As if summoned, Beckett approaches. "Problem?" I loop my arm through his, gripping tight. "The hearing is Monday morning." His gaze sharpens, pilot analyzing weather data mid-flight. "My jump seat pass gets me on the next Delta red-eye. We'll take Nova, stay at my sister's in Old Fourth Ward. She has a spare crib and zero judgment." He turns to Amelia before I can protest. "I'll debrief tomorrow by phone. Personal obligation." Amelia arches an icy brow. "Captain Hayes, the compliance review can wait," he says, voice steady. "My family cannot." She evaluates him, then me, then Nova, who tugs at Jada's dress and yawns. "Very well, but understand that optics change," he finishes, "when you fly above the cloud layer." She purses her lips but stands aside. My lungs expand fully only now, following the speech. Beckett squeezes my hand. "Gate G14 leaves at 11:22. We can make it." I nod, an unexpected thrill sparking. "Then let's go on our next adventure." As we gather Nova's wrap and shepherd her toward the exit, I glance back once. The ballroom spins with light and laughter, oblivious to the tremor that just reshaped my life. Outside, Atlanta night air smells like magnolia and jet fuel. The hotel shuttle idles at the curb. Beckett loads our bags. Nova sleepily leans her head on my hip, thumb drifting toward her mouth. I guide her hand away and kiss her curls. Beckett climbs in, extends a palm. I take it. The shuttle door closes with a soft hiss, sealing us in motion. We pull from the curb, taillights flaring, and I catch my reflection in the tinted glass. A woman braced for turbulence, yes, but also strapped in beside the man who finally chose landing over leaving. The road unwinds toward Hartsfield, red brake lights blinking like runway beacons, and I feel the first true swell of hope since the day Nova took her first breath and Beckett took his first flight out of reach. Yet somewhere in the pit of my stomach, a warning light flickers. Family court is a headwind I cannot control. Judges can ground even the best-laid flight plans, and I have no idea what story Beckett's legal team will spin once Monday dawns. Still, as asphalt rhythms hum beneath the wheels, I squeeze his fingers and let the uncertainty settle. Crosswinds may buffet us, but I built wings sturdy enough to carry 3 hearts. My mother's mistakes teach caution, not paralysis. This time I will chart my own flight path. The shuttle merges onto the interstate, city lights streaking past like stars ripping free of gravity. In my reflection, my lips curve, half laughter, half dare. Bring it on, headwinds. I'm ready to climb. At the airport security checkpoint, a marshal approaches, badge glinting. "Captain Hayes, Ms. Monroe, we need you to come with us. There's been an incident with your flight plan." Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Beckett. I've walked passengers off burning aircraft without feeling this much heat inside my uniform collar. The TSA marshal's hand is warm on my elbow, firm enough to guide, but not yet restraining. Behind me, Skylar stiffens. I feel it as surely as if we are connected by wire. To my right, Nova's sleepy head lifts from Sky's shoulder, curls bobbing like question marks. "Sir, follow me, please," the marshal repeats. Her badge flashes gold in the fluorescent spill of the checkpoint. "Ma'am, you and your daughter as well. We just need a quick clarification on the standby authorization attached to your booking." I nod, keeping my voice calm. "Understood. A Hayes Airlines scheduling officer may have entered my jump seat pass manually. Let me call dispatch." I already suspect Amelia's long reach, but I keep suspicion off my face. We are led to a side office of glass walls and beige carpet, sterile yet somehow humming with static. The marshal offers bottled water before stepping outside to confer with a colleague. The moment the door shuts, Skylar rounds on me, voice pitched low so it will not frighten Nova. "Did your corporate compliance flag the reservation? Because if this is retaliation, we can fight it, but we need evidence." Her words fire out crisp, controlled. She is already tilting towards strategy. I reach for her hands. She allows the contact, but her shoulders stay braced. "I swear to you," I say, each syllable deliberate. "My commitment to you and Nova does not hinge on what Hayes Airlines thinks or what they threaten. If they grounded every license in my pocket tomorrow, I would still be here, on this exact path to that courthouse." Her eyes search mine, looking for the flicker of easy exit she has seen before. I steady my breathing until my pulse settles in sync with hers. 30 seconds pass, then a full minute. Finally, her shoulders ease a fraction. Nova nudges between us, chin tilted up. "Are we still going to Grandma's house?" Her round face is pinched with worry. "Yes, Peanut," I answer. "Just a minor paperwork swirl." I crouch, letting my knees creak on carpet. Grown-up turbulence. Remember what we do in turbulence? "Breathe like waves," she recites, "and hold hands." She slips her small fingers into mine, then into Skylar's, forming a chain. "I can do big girl breathing," she adds. The marshal returns with a clipboard. "Captain Hayes, your standby listing is fine. The issue is only that Ms. Monroe's ticket originally indicated she was traveling under her employer's non-rev status. Since she has swapped flights less than 12 hours before departure, Delta policy requires validation from her supervisor. We can do that by phone." Skylar exhales softly. "My dispatcher is still awake. Give me 90 seconds. She checks her phone, thumbs already moving. While she waits for the call to connect, she glances toward me. I realize that the look is not irritation, but relief dressed up as practicality. My chest loosens another notch. 5 minutes later, the marshal prints 2 fresh boarding passes. Crisis contained. Yet the interruption crystallized every silent fear Skylar left unsaid in the corridor earlier. It is not enough to promise. I must keep promising. Keep showing up. Keep steadiness during every unplanned detour. I cannot fix the past, but I can be perfectly reliable in the present tense. We clear security on the second try. At the gate, Nova presses her nose to the window, tracing dark runways with a sticky fingertip. Planes taxi beneath sodium vapor lamps, their white winglets shining like shark fins. Skylar sits beside her, head bowed. I settle on her other side. Tonight the seats are molded plastic, not first-class leather, but I feel closer to her than I did on any private jump seat across the Pacific. My knee bumps her thigh. She shifts but does not pull away. She whispers, "Why did you change your beneficiary forms before speaking to me? That could have waited." "Because I needed to prove to myself I wouldn't backpedal," I say. "If my lawyer hit send, then fear no longer voted." She studies me, teeth grazing her bottom lip. "I don't need gestures. I need consistency." "You will have both." I hesitate, but the confession pushes up anyway. Every time I step into a cockpit, the autopilot asks for redundancy before engagement. Double confirmation, triple sometimes. You deserve the same redundancies from me. Emotional backups that never fail. She blinks, surprised by the metaphor, then gives a tiny nod as if tucking it into a pocket. Boarding begins. We queue with families and elderly passengers because Nova's asthma qualifies her for pre-boarding. The gate agent scans our passes. "Welcome aboard, Monroe Party of 3. The words fizz inside me. I want to frame them. In the forward galley, the lead flight attendant recognizes me. "Captain Hayes, good to see you reversed." Her Texas drawl lilts. "Jump seat is open if you'd rather shadow us." "Thank you, but I'll stay with my family in row 12 tonight." My heart kicks at the sound. My family. She beams, hands us rows 11 and 12 instead, so Nova can stretch across our laps. We settled. Engines spool while cabin lights dim to midnight blue. Nova is tucked between us, seatbelt over unicorn pajamas. Skylar's right hand keeps stroking her hair even after Nova drifts. I lift the armrest so our shoulders touch. Cruise altitude comes fast. Clouds below are silver swells. Skylar is half asleep, lashes fanning her cheeks, when Nova's soft voice surfaces. "Daddy," she whispers, then pauses as if testing the word. My lungs freeze. My daughter has never called me that. She always used captain, a term that kept me special yet separate, like a character in a bedtime book. She tries again. "Dad?" The vowel is rounder, heavier somehow. Skylar's eyes open. She turns her head just enough that lamplight frames her profile, but leaves her expression unreadable. I swallow past the lump wedged under my tongue. "I'm here, baby girl." Nova pushes upright, rubbing an eye. "Will you be there on my picture day next Friday? We have to bring a grown-up." She fingers the charm bracelet I gave her, the airplane winking between chubby knuckles. "I already blocked the day," I say. "Hair bows and emergency inhalers and weird cafeteria pizza. All of it, I'm there." Her smile breaks like sunrise. She leans into my chest. "Okay. Night, Dad." The simple syllable cracks something inside me. I brace one arm across her back, palms spread to feel each breath. Instantly, memories flood. The first time Skylar sent me Nova's newborn photo, the fists I clenched on Tokyo tarmac, the tears I hid behind aviators. I bow my head until my lips rest on Nova's crown. My voice is a rasp. "Night, sweetheart." Across her sleeping form, Skylar's gaze glimmers. This time I read the expression, wonder mixed with watchful caution. My free hand finds hers beneath the blanket, fingers intertwined. I mouth the words without sound. "Thank you." She mouths back. "Earn it." Challenge accepted. We land in Atlanta just after dawn. ALT arrivals always feel like controlled chaos, but this morning the airport breathes soft as a cat curled in sunrise. Skylar carries Nova against her shoulder, the child's weight limp with exhaustion. I fetch the gate-checked stroller and navigate us toward baggage. Outside, my sister Zoe idles at the curb in a Subaru with a cracked taillight and a car seat already installed. She leaps from the driver's seat, afro puff bouncing. "There they are," she sings. "Niece, bonus sister, and the prodigal brother." While Skylar introduces herself formally, Zoe pulls me aside, voice pitched low. "Your corporate VP called here," she warns. "Asked if you were staying. I told her yes and that she could send cookies if she wanted to talk." "Thank you," I groan. Zoe pats my cheek. "Bring drama near my niece again, and I'll reroute your mail to Antarctica." We load up, drive down toward Old Fourth Ward. Row houses blink in pastel rows. Inside Zoe's living room, Nova collapses on a pull-out couch while cartoons chirp. Skylar disappears to shower. I make coffee, palms buzzing with muscle memory of too many pre-flight brews. When Skylar emerges, she looks like the night never happened, hair wrapped in a silk scarf, skin dewy. She circles the counter and stops, centimeters between us. Morning light halos her, and suddenly all the hours we wasted apart punch me in the sternum. "I keep replaying yesterday," she says, "waiting for the part where you hesitate." I did hesitate. I wrap a strand of her hair around my finger. 8 years ago, I'm done with that version of me. She breathes shallowly. I'm scared to rely on a new version. "My commitment is unconditional," I say, finally voicing the promise demanded by the chapter's header. "Love, co-parenting, messy compromise, sleepless nights, every bit. I will show up and stay even when the sky looks like a wall of iron." Her lower lip trembles. She nods. When she speaks again, her voice is ragged. "Tomorrow in court we will present jointly, no drama. And after that we draft a calendar for every holiday and parent-teacher meeting." Her gaze flicks beyond me toward Nova. Our daughter deserves a plot without gaps. I hold her gaze, let her see the blueprint of the future I intend to build. "Done." Then softer. "Sky, do you remember the first time we tried to cook dinner together? You charred the salmon and I flooded the stovetop because I thought olive oil put out grease fires." A laugh bursts, startled and scratchy. "We ate cereal and bananas." "Exactly. And it was still us." I take her hand, press it to my racing chest. "We will burn meals, miss trains, disagree on inhaler brands, but it will always be us. I will not vanish mid-recipe again." She steps into my arms. Our bodies align, familiar yet changed. My heart thrums against her sternum. Behind us, Nova's cartoon switches to commercials. She groans. "Daddy, Mommy, remote?" The title rings clear, not Captain. "Daddy." Skylar's breath hitches. Tears fill my eyes so fast my vision blurs. I release her, grab the remote, pass it to Nova with exaggerated pilot flourish. "Flight controls are yours, co-captain." Nova giggles, flips channels. Skylar wraps an arm around my waist, leans. For a long moment we just watch our child exist on a couch that smells of old popcorn and my sister's lavender detergent. The scene is domestic, quiet, and never before. After Tokyo, I feel completely inside my own life. Night falls again too quickly. Court is less than 12 hours away. I can recite the custody petition forward and back, but Skylar frets over missing bank statements, potential character witnesses. I pull her onto the fire escape with 2 mugs of tea, while Zoe reads Nova bedtime stories. Skylar tucks her toes beneath my calf to stay warm. What if the judge questions our timeline? We reunited last night, Beck. They may call this whiplash. Then we tell the truth. We have been co-pilots longer than it looks on paper. I sip tea, grimacing at its bitterness. Besides, I have a sworn affidavit from my therapist stating that distance was contributory negligence on my part. She arches her brow. "You saw a therapist?" "For 8 months now. Twice monthly, virtual. Turns out there are whole flight hours where I can't outrun myself. He helped me route through that storm." Her eyes soften. She wiggles closer. Quiet rolls between us like fog across runways. I tuck a curl behind her ear. "Tomorrow will be hard, but we will stand shoulder to shoulder. I promise." She nods. We sit until tea cools, until traffic on 31st Street fades to murmurs. At last she whispers, "Come to bed. I don't sleep well before hearings." I follow her inside. We dress in t-shirts Zoe loaned then lie on the pull-out mattress with Nova tucked between. Skylar's leg brushes mine. Neither of us dares more. Tonight, closeness is enough. In the dark, Nova shifts, half dreaming, half aware. She pats my chest. "Love you, Dad." "I love you too," I answered, voice cracked raw. Skylar's fingers twine with mine above Nova's head. She squeezes once, a pulse of belief traveling between us. My eyes close. First in ages, my mind powers down without altitude beneath me. Morning dawns, steel gray. We dress in court-appropriate attire. I knot my tie while Skylar smooths Nova's braids. Zoe herds us to the subway because Atlanta traffic is gridlock. The train ride smells of damp newsprint and cinnamon bagels. I stand holding the rail near Skylar as Nova counts graffiti tags out the window. When we reach the courthouse, it looms, limestone and columns. Skylar inhales visibly. Her mother arrives waving, coat flapping. She hugs Skylar, then me, suspicion finally thawing. Inside family court, the air is dry. Our attorney guides us to a bench. Opposite, Hayes Airlines counsel whispers with Amelia Baxter. The VP's posture is immaculate. She meets my eyes. Something unreadable there. Perhaps disappointment. Perhaps respect for the choice I'm making. The clerk calls our docket number. We rise. Skylar slips her hand into mine. We face the courtroom doors together. The hinge squeals. A bailiff nods us forward. I lean close so only she hears. No matter what happens on that record, we keep our own logbook accurate. Love, honesty, presence. She breathes. Clear skies. We step into fluorescent light. Judge Romero looks up from the file, frowning. It appears there is a new supplemental affidavit submitted less than 1 hour ago, alleging that Captain Hayes may be reassigned overseas within 90 days. Counsel explain. Amelia lifts a document coded in corporate letterhead and meets my gaze with level eyes. Wind shear.
Chapter 27. Skylar. Monday, 8:17 a.m. Queen's morning light slices through my sister-in-law's, because she told me to call her that, kitchen blinds, stripping the refrigerator in neat bars of gold. The apartment smells like dark roast coffee and cinnamon sugar waffles Beckett insisted on perfecting at dawn. He kept burning them until Nova declared the fourth batch just right, her cheeks smudged with powdered sugar like war paint. Now the waffle maker is finally cooling. Nova is at the breakfast table hammering sight word flashcards, and I am leaning against the counter, pretending the day is ordinary. It is not. 12 hours ago, a family court judge read Amelia Baxter's last-minute affidavit aloud and asked Beckett if he intended to abandon the United States within 90 days. Beck's lawyer countered with a notarized letter of resignation from any future overseas rotation, plus a sworn declaration from Beckett himself. The judge signed our joint custody order anyway, stamping it with a heavy thud that felt like an aircraft settling onto the runway after a crosswind landing. The order sits in my purse right now, crisp and terrifying. I touch the leather strap like a talisman. Beckett walks in from the hall, rolling his sleeves past his elbows. The muscles in his forearms flex with the motion, a subtle show I try not to watch but do anyway. He catches me staring. His mouth quirks. Coffee refresher? I've had 2 cups. 2 more and you'll match my nerves. He pours himself the last half-inch from the cafetiere, grimaces at the sludge, but drinks it anyway. Nova waves a flashcard in my direction. Mama because has a tricky A. Daddy says it's a word with a secret. Secret. My heart squeezes. I swallow before answering. Daddy's right. The A pretends it's an sound. Remember the song? She sings under her breath because, trailing off into a yawn. Beckett checks his phone. I emailed the custody order to HR at 6. No reply yet. They are probably running interference with legal. Do you think Amelia will keep pushing? He sets the phone face down. She can try. The court has jurisdiction now. Jurisdiction feels like a thin blanket against a gust front, but I nod. I push away from the counter, straighten the skirt of my navy wrap dress. Today is my first official day back on duty after emergency leave. Flight 1129 from ATL to Raleigh-Durham. A simple out and back with a midday layover. Easy, familiar. Yet my stomach swoops like takeoff. Beckett notices. Want me to drive you to Hartsfield-Jackson? Mom offered to keep Nova at her place, and I can deadhead after I drop you. I shake my head. Too many handoffs. Jada's picking Nova up for day camp at 10. You need to be at the airline medical to finish your annual physical, so the new route bid clears. He lifts both palms in surrender but steps closer. Sky, breathe. The simple word finds a knot under my ribs and loosens it. My exhale shudders. Beck wraps his arms around me, one palm warm across my lower back. He smells like cinnamon, coffee, and the deodorant I stole from his DOP kit because my travel size was empty. My head fits beneath his chin like it never stopped belonging there. His heartbeat taps against my cheek. I force myself to pull back before Nova notices we are drifting, but Beckett keeps hold of my hand, rubbing circles with his thumb. Text me wheels up, he says. I always do. He smirks. Not always. Sometimes you forget and I obsessively refresh flight radar. I swallow a laugh. Fine, I'll text at V1. Deal. Nova trots over, backpack half zipped. Daddy, tie please. She holds out a fraying ballet pink shoelace. Beck kneels, reloops it without double knotting. She hates double knots. And taps her sneaker toe like a ramp marshal, clearing an aircraft. All set. High five. She slaps his palm, then mine. A knock sounds. Jada, right on schedule, opens the door a crack, calling, Morning, roommates. She steps inside with a burst of spring air, curls pinned up, hollandaise yellow blazer bright enough to double as a runway vest. Nova squeals, launching toward her. Auntie Jada, guess what? Mama and Daddy signed papers that say I can visit planes anytime. Jada lifts her, eyebrows jumping over the child's head at me. Anytime, huh? Hope Uncle TSA loves that wording. I roll my eyes, grab Nova's inhaler from the counter, confirm the name tag on her camp tote. Emergency meds are in the front pocket. Breathing treatment sheet is signed. Jada nods once. We got this. I'll drop her at your mom's after swimming. Call if legal drama interrupts. She lowers her voice. Or if he panics. She tilts her head toward Beck. I'm within range, Beck mutters dryly. Nova hugs my waist, then his, then Jada's neck. She trots out the door chattering about diving boards. Silence fills the apartment. Beckett sets the used plates in the sink and turns on the tap. I reach for my crew roller bag. My phone buzzes. A new email from Flight Ops. Notice of required procedural training. My stomach clenches. They want me in Charlotte in 2 weeks for extended range training, something I requested before everything exploded. Beck waits until I look up. Good news? Maybe. I tell him about the training, about the career bump it offers. But it means 4 nights away. Back-to-back sims. Nova has never gone that long without me, except when she stayed with my mom during my last extended rotation. And now there is pre-K orientation looming. Beck brushes a curl from my forehead. I'll be home. We'll FaceTime. Take the training. I nod, throat tight, then glance at the wall clock. Time to go. We rode the elevator down. Outside, the April air is brisk, smelling faintly of cart vendor pretzels. Beckett loads my bag into the trunk of an Uber. Before I climb in, he tugs me close and kisses me. It's not a chaste goodbye. It's a promise laid gentle against my mouth. I taste cinnamon sugar and possibility. He whispers, "Come home to me." I whisper back, every time. The ride to Hartsfield-Jackson takes 16 minutes. Traffic is blessedly light. I badge through employee security, greet coworkers, double-check my gate assignment. In the crew lounge, I tug my phone loose from my purse. A message waits. Beckett, picture day reminder. Finding matching outfits for us. Nova insists on polka dots. Me, tell her polka dots are runway chic. Beckett, Roger, we'll get glitter runway lights to match. I grin at the screen, earning curious looks from 2 junior attendants. Let them guess. By the time I finish the RDU turn, our plane is late returning because of a ground stop in Norfolk. I disarm doors, deplane passengers, complete security sweeps. My phone buzzes with a low battery warning. I missed Beckett's V1 text. I swipe to photos. Nova on a playground slide, Beckett holding the bottom ready to catch her. Both wearing polka dot t-shirts. My heart flips. Yet exhaustion creeps in. I still need to stop by the supermarket, pick up salmon for dinner, and repack Nova's camp bag. And tonight Beckett and I promised ourselves a real conversation about finances, joint daycare costs, travel schedules, my foundation stipend, his potential pay cut if he downgrades flight hours. I find a quiet alcove near baggage claim and dial his number. He snags the line at the second chime. "Captain Monroe?" "Captain Hayes." My tone is teasing but weary. I'm running 20 behind. Traffic looks ugly. I can shop. Just send the list. Relief washes through me. Salmon, asparagus, panko crumbs, and applesauce cups. He chuckles. Fancy feast. We are culinary artists. I'll prepare. You drive safe. Text me when you're 10 minutes out. Roger. He hesitates. You sound tired. I am. Skip the store. I'll grab everything. Nova insisted we make your waffle banana split for dessert. I laugh despite fatigue and picture her proud grin. I love you, I blurt. Silence. Not shocked silence, only warm, 3-second silence. I love you too. His voice is gravel soft. See you soon. We disconnect. My pulse thrums with an afterglow of words I once withheld for protection. Old 4th Ward, 6:03 p.m. Zoe's apartment smells like seared fish when I unlock the door. Nova darts out of the hallway, half-dressed as a chef, plastic apron, whisk in hand. "Mama, try." She holds up a spoon piled with seasoned panko. I taste. Perfect. Beckett appears, oven mitt in one hand, recipe on his phone in the other. Sous chef says dinner is 5 minutes. You cooked and kept her alive. You deserve hazard pay. He snorts. She negotiated for extra sprinkles instead. We move around each other in the kitchenette, passing salt, tucking elbows. The dance is awkward at first. Our old choreography is rusty, but soon he anticipates my reach for a pan. I step aside as he drains pasta. Steam fogs my glasses and we laugh. Nova provides commentary like a sports announcer. At the table, we hold hands for grace. My mother calls mid-meal. Nova answers on speaker and tells her we are making a family cookbook. My mom's voice quivers with happiness in tiny increments I recognize as both pride and relief. After dinner, we rinse dishes while Nova builds Lego airplanes on the coffee table. Beck and I finally sit on the couch armed with laptops, spreadsheets, and budgeting apps. The conversation is mercifully civilized. We agree to open a joint account for Nova expenses only. We map my upcoming Charlotte training onto his reserve schedule. He showed me the instructor pilot posting he applied for. No international duty, 4 nights a week home, pay cut offset by hazard training bonuses. That's still a 20% reduction, I say. He squeezes my knee. We'll be fine. Promise? Scout's honor. I arch an eyebrow. You were never a scout. Air Force code counts. I roll my eyes. Barely. Nova drifts off mid-Lego build. Beck carries her to Zoe's guest room, tucks an inhaler on the nightstand. When he returns, I am leaning back, eyes closed, living room lamp off. He drops beside me. The couch springs sigh. "How's the fuel?" he murmurs. "Running on fumes." He pulls me sideways until my head rests on his lap. His fingers comb through my curls. We sit in silence, long enough for city sounds to fade to a hush. My eyelids flutter, but I force them open. "I still expect the other shoe to drop," I whisper. "I know." His fingertips trace the curve of my ear. "I will pick up every shoe and set it back in the closet before it hits us." I huff a tired laugh. Terrible analogy. Got the point across? We drift. The clock blinks 9:48 when he finally nudges me. "Bedtime, Captain." I sit up, stretching. "I'll shower first." He stops me with a gentle tug. "Come here." He kisses me, unhurried. His mouth tastes like mint toothpaste and dark chocolate. The kiss deepens slowly, tongues brushing in measured exploration rather than desperate rush. My pulse spikes anyway, heat curling low in my belly. His thumb strokes my jaw, but when his hand skims the edge of my blouse, I tense. He notices instantly, freezes, then backs off. "Too fast?" I nod, cheeks hot with embarrassment I hate. "Sorry. The day was a lot." "Nothing to apologize for." He kisses my forehead. "We have time." We stand. He laces his fingers with mine as we head for Zoe's tiny hallway. At my borrowed bedroom door, he drops a kiss on my knuckles. "Dream easy." "You too." I watch him retreat, shoulders broad, posture relaxed in gray sleep pants. Safe. Present. Inside the bedroom, I change into cotton shorts and an old Crosswinds fundraiser tee. I plug in my phone and scroll new notifications. One email gleams at the top from Amelia Baxter. Subject: Instructor Bid. Message: Captain Hayes' instructor position requires relocation to Denver Training Center. Effective June 1st. Please confirm acceptance within 72 hours. My heart slams against my ribs. Denver. That is not 4 home nights a week. That is 3 states away every week until the end of the quarter. I tiptoe to the door, debating whether to knock and show Beckett. A floorboard creaks. The bathroom light clicks on across the hall. Beckett emerges, wiping his face with a towel, eyes red from scrubbing. He sees my expression. "What happened?" I lift the phone so he can read the email. He exhales a curse, pulls the device closer. His thumb clenches the side button hard enough to show white knuckles. "She said this posting was static," he mutters. I step closer. "We can fix it. Call your union rep." He laughs without humor. Union rep is on Amelia's speed dial. A terrible silence stretches. I lay a hand on his bare wrist. "Do you want the post? Be honest." He looks down the hall toward Nova's room. "I want to teach, but not at that cost." Then decline. My voice wavers but holds. "We will figure out the money." He squeezes my hand. "Will you still believe me if this means downgrading again? Jump seat incomes are half what captains earn." "I will believe what you show me." He nods slowly. "Then I'm showing you my resignation from any assignment outside Atlanta. Effective tomorrow." He turns, strides to the living room where his laptop waits. I follow, heart thundering. He types, the click of keys sharp in the quiet. The letter is short. I respectfully decline the instructor position requiring Denver relocation. I remain available for local simulator sessions in Hartsfield-Jackson facilities. Family reasons necessitate my continued presence in Atlanta. Thank you for your understanding. He hits send. The whoosh of the email feels like a door locking on the past. He closes the laptop, rests his elbows on the table. I slide my arms around his shoulders from behind, press my cheek to his hair. It smells like hotel shampoo and something uniquely him. I press my back against the sofa's plush arm. Beckett's chest heaves against my shoulder, his heartbeat steady under my ear. "Thank you," I whisper. His hands find mine, fingers lacing with a tenderness that makes my pulse stutter. "Hold me to it." We stay tangled there until the fridge's hum cuts through the quiet. When he finally rises, he turns me to face him, cups my face in his large, warm hands, and kisses me again. This kiss tastes different, like relief laced with longing. When he pulls back, his pupils are wide, dark. "We should sleep," I murmur against his lips. "We should," he agrees, yet his thumbs drift to stroke the ribs beneath my cotton tee. "Tomorrow I have a 6 o'clock briefing. I'll pack your lunch," he promises, slow and sure. "Then I'll take Nova to the library's summer reading event." I trace the dimple in his cheek. "Remember sunscreen." "Roger." He leans in, planting a soft kiss in the hollow where my shoulder meets my neck. The touch sparks along nerves like static. This time I do not pull away. Fatigue evaporates under the heat pooling low in my belly. I grip his biceps. His voice drops to a husky whisper. "Tell me if I need to stop." I shake my head. "Keep going." He backs me toward the sofa, lips fused to mine, one hand sliding down to cut my breast through the thin fabric of my tee. My breath hitches as his palm curves, thumb brushing over my hardened nipple until I'm gasping. He unbuttons the tee with careful fingers, peeling it up over my head in one motion. My bare skin prickles under his gaze. "I've wanted this all day," he breathes, voice low and loaded. I press my hands to his chest, broad, strong, a map of muscle beneath soft cotton. "Me too."
Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at BWWM along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount.
"I missed you," he murmurs into my hair, voice thick. Every second. I press a kiss to his collarbone, breathing his scent. We're together now. He nuzzles my neck. Always. Outside, the city hums on. Inside, in the quiet aftermath, our bodies are still intertwined. I know that no matter what tomorrow brings, we'll find our way back to this. Our compass point in the night, where love and lust collide. At 6:04 a.m., my phone buzzes with an urgent notification. Corporate memo, effective immediately. All flight crew previously assigned to Hayes Airlines' domestic fleet must report for recertification at an undisclosed location. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary review. I stare at the glowing screen, pulse stuttering. Beckett stirs beside me. The sky outside is still dark, but I know a storm front when I see it.
Chapter 28. Beckett. The phone's vibration rattles against the nightstand like a drill bit chewing through sheet metal. One buzz, two, urgent. Skylar's steady breathing beside me breaks as she rolls to her back, curls spilling over the pillow. Outside the window, dawn has barely thawed the horizon. Street lamps still glow in orange against a slate blue sky. I blink at the screen. Corporate memo. Effective immediately. All flight crew previously assigned to Hayes Airlines' domestic fleet must report for recertification at an undisclosed location. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to comply will result in disciplinary review. My pulse jacks into takeoff thrust. Recertification? Undisclosed location? The company hasn't run a fleet-wide recall like this since the Max grounding, and even then they gave us a week to breathe. This smells less like safety protocol and more like power play. Amelia Baxter's fingerprints all over it. A soft sound. Sky's voice, thick with sleep. Something wrong? I turn, phone casting blue across her cheekbones. Corporate wants every domestic pilot in a secret training camp. No notice. If we don't show, it's disciplinary. She pushes up on one elbow, eyes clearing fast. They can't legally spring that on you without union approval. It's stamped with the CEO's digital signature. They'll claim exigent circumstances. Skylar swings her legs out of bed, snatches the satin bonnet from her nightstand, and jams it over her curls with more force than necessary. Grab your laptop. We need timestamps. I do as told, heart hammering while I boot the machine. Nova rustles in the next room, but the white noise penguin keeps her asleep. Skylar pads to the kitchen, returns with 2 mugs. Coffee for me, herbal tea for her, and the legal pad we started budgeting on last night. She perches cross-legged at the foot of the bed, robe gaping enough to remind me how perfectly her body fit mine hours ago. Now the warmth in my blood comes from adrenaline instead of desire. "Okay, Captain," she says, voice steel calm. "Walk me through the worst-case flight plan." "Worst case?" I swallow. They yank my credentials for insubordination, ground me indefinitely. No paycheck, no health insurance, no jump seat privileges for Nova's medical flights. Best case? It's a bluff. Union shuts it down by noon. Let's prepare for the middle. She taps her pen. First, you forward that memo to the Union safety chair, copy your rep, and blind copy my attorney. Second, document the timestamp with a screenshot, proof of unreasonable notice. I follow instructions, fingers flying. The glow of the screen illuminates Sky's determined face. She's terrified, too. I see it in the tight set of her mouth, but panic has no room to land in her cockpit. While files upload, she reaches across the quilt and laces our hands. We are not letting them split the crew. Got it? Got it! I rasp. Union rep replies. Conference call at 8 o'clock. Do not travel or sign anything until we speak. Relief pricks, but dread still sits heavy. The undisclosed location could be anywhere. Denver, Phoenix, some mothballed training hangar in the Mojave. Skylar eyes the message. Good. Next step, contingency budget. She flips to a fresh page. If they dock pay, we can float 2 months on savings. After that, we tap the Crosswind stipend. I shake my head. That's your foundation money. That's Nova's air, she counters. Different ledger. She scribbles numbers while I draft a polite yet pointed email to Amelia. Received memo. Awaiting union guidance. Please provide FAA-approved rationale and location details to ensure compliance with FAR Part 121 training intervals. I sign. Hit send. Now what? Skylar asks. Now, I exhale. We wait for the storm cell to declare its trajectory. She slides up the bed until we sit shoulder to shoulder against the headboard. Dawn edges past the blinds, washing the room pale gold. I rest my temple against hers. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The only sounds are the hum of the mini-fridge in Zoe's hallway and the distant bark of a garbage truck. Sky breaks the silence first. They're testing how badly you want the life you promised me. They're about to find out. I turn, cupping her jaw. I'm not letting some boardroom gambit rewrite our flight plan. She searches my eyes. Whatever she sees steadies her. She nods once, firm. Then we ride it out. Nova toddles in, hair a halo of sleep frizz, clutching her ragged unicorn. Daddy? Why are you up? It's still nighttime. I gathered her into my lap. Grown-up turbulence, kiddo. Nothing for you to worry about. She inspects my face with solemn brown eyes that mirror Sky's. You promise? Cross my wings. I tap her nose. Now how about waffles? Skylar swats my shoulder. We have exactly 11 minutes before I need to leave for a briefing. I can make emergency microwave pancakes, I boast. Nova squints. Microwave pancakes taste like wet bread. I laugh for the first time since the memo pinged. Democracy in action, cereal it is. We tumble out of bed, a three-way hug clogging the doorway. My phone buzzes again. Amelia. Email. Captain Hayes, please acknowledge that you have received classified location coordinates in your company inbox and will report by 1800 tonight. I show Sky. Her nostrils flare. They're quadrupling down. Let them. I hit reply all, CC the Union. Acknowledged receipt. Per council. Will comply once location is verified by Union and FAA. Awaiting confirmation of duty time limitations and travel arrangements per ALPA agreement. I pocket the phone, hoist Nova onto one shoulder. Breakfast roll out. She squeals, arms airplane wide. Skylar shuffles after us, pen tucked behind her ear, robe sash trailing. As we pass the front window, the sun finally breaches the skyline, splashing our reflection across the glass, 3 figures silhouetted against new light. Storm fronts will come. They always do. But this time I'm flying in formation, and the view ahead, though cloud-stacked and uncertain, belongs to all of us. Tuesday, 6:45 a.m., Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta. International Airport never truly sleeps. Still, there is something charged about walking the concourse before sunrise, the moving sidewalks gliding empty, fluorescent lights humming like they are warming up for the day. I breathe in the scent of jet fuel and cinnamon pretzels. It smells like every new beginning I have ever chased. Today is different. I am not chasing. I am setting roots. Skylar texted good morning 20 minutes ago. She and Nova are making mango smoothies, a messy ritual we started during our layover week. She attached a photo of our daughter's grin wearing more mango than she swallowed. The image powers me better than coffee. I tap through security with my new badge, proud and strange at once. The laminated strip still reads Captain Beckett Hayes, but the subline now states Training Program Lead, Crosswinds/Hayes Joint Initiative. Amelia Baxter's memo tried to ground me with mandatory recertification, but our compromise turned threat into opportunity. I led the domestic fleet's new simulator-based turbulence recovery program in Atlanta for 6 weeks, then rotate instructors north. No Denver, no Trans-Pacific assignments, no nights wondering if Nova's inhaler is within reach while I cross time zones. I can do 6-week pulses. I cannot do 6-month disappearances. The training center occupies a glass cube south of the main terminal road. Inside, 6 state-of-the-art motion simulators wait, each worth more than the block of row houses where I grew up. Today is day 1. 18 trainees, 12 rookie first officers, 3 returning military veterans, and 3 senior captains flagged for remedial crosswind procedures after runway excursions. My job is part coach, part big brother, part stern dad. Dad. The word zings through me every time Nova says it. She called me Dad twice on FaceTime last night. Each syllable felt like a landing gear thudding into a locked position. I pushed into classroom 1. Whiteboard markers squeak under my hand as I write Beckett Hayes, program lead in block letters. Underneath I print 3 rules. Ask the scary questions. Fail here so you do not fail up there. No ego in turbulence. When the cohort files in at 7:30, I start with introductions and a story. I told them about Tokushima when a microburst slammed into my 767 and I froze for 2 seconds because I was busy reciting the checklist instead of feeling the airplane. Those 2 seconds aged me a decade. The lesson: memorization keeps you legal. Intuition keeps you alive. They listen, silent but wide-eyed. Good. We split into crews and rotate through sims. My headset crackles with call-outs. My clipboard fills with notes. By noon, 2 trainees have puked into courtesy bags, and 1 stubborn captain asks for a 3rd attempt at the same Gus Shear scenario. I like his grit. Between sessions, I sneak to a break room and video call Nova. She answers in the back seat of Skylar's Honda, Car seat buckled, sunshine pouring through the window. Sky has the phone angled while driving, speaker mode on. "Hi, baby," I say. Nova wiggles a loose tooth with her tongue. "Daddy, Jada said Mongo monsters cannot fly unless they finish homework. Is that true?" "Absolutely," I deadpan. "Mango fuel is crucial. Finish your reading log by dinner." Skylar laughs, low and warm. "Ignore him, little miss. We're almost at your swimming lesson." Nova blows me a kiss. I caught it. Skylar's eyes flick to the screen at a red light, soft but exhausted. She slept only 5 hours after that corporate memo. We argued logistics until midnight, balanced calculators until 1, then wrapped around each other until 2. Intimacy tasted of fear and determination, sweat and promise. "Knock them dead today," she says. "Already doing it." I grin. "I'll call tonight. Love you." "Us too," she answers. The light turns green. I disconnect, pocket the phone, and stride back to the simulator bay feeling like every rivet in the building just aligned. The last crew finishes the wind shear module. All 18 trainees pass the written assessment. One captain even nails the otherwise brutal single-engine go-around, earning a whoop from the observation deck. I clap his shoulder as he exits. My own instructors did not celebrate small wins. I intend to rewrite that culture. HR scheduled a press photographer for a quick ribbon-cutting shot. I stand beside the Crosswinds Foundation logo, smile on cue, except a ceremonial pair of gilded scissors far less sharp than Sky's wit. Flashbulbs pop. Somewhere a blogger will spin the photo into an image rehab campaign. Let them. My motives survive any clickbait. The photographer lowers his camera. "One for the family album?" he asks. I almost decline, then think of Nova's art project wall. "Sure." I text Skylar the picture immediately. She replies with 3-star emojis. I board the hotel shuttle with 2 trainees who happen to be single moms juggling kids and flight school debt. We talk about daycare subsidies and how simulator hours stomp bedtime routines. I share Nova's inhaler-friendly camp list and promise to email details. My room at the airport Westin overlooks runway 9L. Halogen lights snake across asphalt like glowing arteries. I open the window an inch to hear the turbine spool. The sound is lullaby and siren at once. I shower, change into jeans and a Crosswinds tee, then FaceTime Atlanta again. Skylar answers from the bathroom, covered in soap bubbles up to her elbows. Miniature mermaid toys float behind her. Nova squeals off screen. "Emergency," Skylar says, eyes wide but laughing. "The Mermaid Kingdom sank. We require immediate airlift." I salute. "Captain Hayes launching rescue." I make helicopter noises until Nova appears, hair dripping. She cackles. We talk about bedtime stories. Nova wants the Amelia Earhart picture book. I narrate while Skylar holds the phone, turning pages, occasionally correcting my pronunciation of French aerodrome names. When Nova falls asleep, Sky carries the phone to the kitchen. Her bun is loose, curls framing her face. She looks tired but peaceful. That peace is what I fight for. "How was day 1?" she asks. I debrief, the puking, the success stats, the ribbon shot. She beams. "You looked good in that photo," she says. "I looked like a man who misses kissing his girlfriend." Color rises in her cheeks. She tilts the phone so only her eyes show, flirty. "Girlfriend, huh?" "Partner," I amend. "Co-captain." Her smile softens. 2 more sleeps and you're home for the weekend. I'm counting minutes. We trade logistics. She has her extended range training in Charlotte in 10 days. I promise to Skype tutor Nova's math during that stretch. She reminds me to schedule flu shots. When we say goodnight, I stare at the blank screen, heart heavy with missing them, but buoyed by how stable the miss feels. Missing can coexist with trust if all parties navigate honestly. We break after an especially rough microburst recovery session. I'm jotting feedback when Amelia Baxter appears in the doorway. Pinstripe dress, tablet in hand, expression unreadable. Captain Hayes, a word. My stomach drops, but I gesture at her into the hallway. She wastes no time. Corporate brass is pleased with day one metrics. They want to syndicate the program to Phoenix and Seattle. Remote oversight under your guidance. That is doable, I say carefully, provided remote means virtual. She arches an eyebrow. They prefer on-site leadership. Heat crawls up my neck. I will not be gone from my family 3 weeks a month. Negotiate weekly hops or find another instructor. Her jaw tenses. You are forcing me to flag insubordination. Or you are inviting Hayes Airlines into the 21st century where pilots have families. We stare each other down. Finally, she glances at her tablet, types something terse, and taps send. Final offer. 2 single-week trips per quarter to each location. Otherwise, the board shelves your initiative. Deal, I say without blinking. But Nova's school calendar holds veto power. She almost smiles. You drive a hard bargain, Captain. Dad instincts, I reply. She leaves. I exhale so hard my ribs ache. Hartsfield-Jackson baggage claim is a madhouse, but I spot Skylar immediately. She's wearing my leather bomber jacket over a sundress, curls bouncing as she waves. Nova barrels into me first. I lift her, spin. Pepper kisses under her chin while she shrieks. Skylar steps in when the spinning slows, sliding her arms around my waist. We kiss, soft and deep, airport chaos muffled by the cocoon of shared air. Welcome home, she whispers. Saturday morning, we spread a picnic blanket in Piedmont Park. Nova practices cartwheels. Skylar grades the training manual I drafted, red pens my comma splices. I read her edits aloud in a mock offended tone, and she laughs until iced tea spurts from her nose. The afternoon turns sticky hot. We visit the Delta Flight Museum, teaching Nova to trace the giant glowing flight maps to spot Hartsfield and the routes we used to fly. She maps imaginary journeys using her stuffed unicorn as a passenger, jumping from one lit-up city to the next. That night we put Nova to bed early, slip into Sky's bedroom, and undress each other slowly under the hum of a window unit. Our lovemaking is unhurried, reverent. She rides me, head thrown back, hands braced on my chest. I watch every flicker of joy cross her face, catalog them like waypoints. After she twines our fingers. This feels sustainable. It is, I promise, voice hoarse with open throttle emotion. We Skype my sister Zoe while cooking dinner. Zoe invites us to the old 4th Ward Street Fair next month. Skylar agrees. Nova cheers. I realize our calendars are filled with us instead of me and her separately. I plate shrimp tacos. Nova wiggles a new gap in her smile where the loose tooth finally jumped ship. We celebrate with ice cream. Skylar tucks a $5 bill under Nova's placemat for the tooth fairy. USAIR currency, she jokes. Nova asks, will Daddy be here tomorrow? My heart lurches. I glance at Skylar. We rehearsed honesty. I fly back to Atlanta at dawn, I say, but I have 3 sunsets here next week. Nova's brow furrows. Skylar pipes in. Remember our calendar game? Let's put stickers on Daddy days. Nova nods, accepting. Later, while Skylar reads Nova bedtime stories, I pack my overnight bag. On top, I place the polka dot shirt Nova made us wear for picture day. I want her art to be close. Skylar finds me sitting on the bed staring at the shirt. She curls beside me, head on my shoulder. You're doing well. I'm terrified of slipping. Me too. She kisses the corner of my mouth. We lean on each other. We fall asleep tangled in sheets that smell like lavender and commitment. It's Monday. I tiptoe out, leave a note on the fridge and a mug ready beside the coffee maker. The Lyft driver hums along to old R&B. The sky over the ATL skyline blushes orange. As the car merges onto the connector, my phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. Threat. Pull your pet project or we leak the Tokushima cockpit tapes. Deadline 24 hours. My blood ices. Only 2 people besides the NTSB investigators ever requested those tapes: Amelia Baxter and the Union Safety Chair, who hated my promotion. The text includes an audio file preview. I hit play. My own panicked voice fills the car. Pull up, pull up. Then a second of dead air. Then a curse, raw and terrified, the one word I begged investigators to mute from the official record. I jerk upright. The driver glances in the mirror. You okay, man? Fine, I lied. My pulse hammers as Hartsfield-Jackson's control tower rises ahead. I type a response with shaking thumbs. Release it. I have nothing to hide. Then I add a second text to Skylar. We may face turbulence. We'll explain tonight. Love you. I hit send and stare at the screen until the message status flips to be delivered. The car pulls up to departures. Engines roar overhead, early flights climbing skyward. I shoulder my bag, but before stepping out, I take one more breath, long and deliberate. No ego in turbulence. Rule 3 always circles back. I slam the door, straighten my spine, and head inside. The fight just changed altitude.
Chapter 29. Skylar. Tuesday, 1914, Atlanta. The living room is an explosion of primary colors. Nova's art supplies sprawl across Zoe's coffee table, marker caps scattered like tiny plastic petals. Half-finished unicorn drawings lean against juice boxes and my laptop, which chimes every 5 minutes with new emails from flight ops. The corporate memo about mandatory recertification keeps ricocheting through my head like a rogue luggage cart. Yet the apartment sounds soft, almost peaceful, thanks to the hum of the window unit and Beckett's low voice narrating Goodnight Moon from Nova's bedroom. I sit on the floor, back against the sofa, knees drawn up. A legal pad rests on my thighs, but the budgeting grid on page 4 stays blank. I am supposed to be calculating how 2 months of Beck's potential suspension would affect our grocery line. Instead, I watch a moth bump against the lampshade, each impact a reminder that light can be brutal and irresistible in the same breath. The shower clicks off down the hall. Beckett emerges moments later, hair damp, white t-shirt clinging to his shoulders. He moves quietly, avoiding the creak in Zoe's floorboards by memory. I swallow. My attraction to him used to be wrapped in fear, disguised as distraction. Tonight it feels like gravitational pull. He sinks onto the rug beside me, legs crossed. She is out for the count. 3 bedtime stories, and the new inhaler routine wore her out. I close my pen. Thank you. His eyes flick to the untouched spreadsheet. Numbers giving you attitude? Numbers are fine. My brain is tired. I lean my head back, watching ceiling fan blades spin. Sometimes I forget how many decisions a single day demands. He follows my gaze. 400, according to one behavioral science podcast. I turn, eyebrows lifted. You are quoting podcasts now? He shrugs. Long shuttle rides to the simulator. We lapse into silence. My ribs feel tight, like I am wearing an emotional corset. I want to talk about the memo, the threat of disciplinary review, the way Amelia's power moves keeps slicing open our progress. But a deeper, older fear wiggles beneath all that. What if Beckett and I do everything right and still fail like my parents did, like his colleagues who divorced in uniform, passing kids between cities as casually as luggage? He must sense the eddy in my thoughts because his hand slips over mine. Use your words, Monroe. The endearment is playful, yet earnest. I draw a breath. I have been waiting for the next disaster since the day you said hello in the crew lounge in Paris. That was 6 years ago. I know. I tighten our fingers. Waiting for the shoe to drop is exhausting. He nods, gaze steady. What does taking off together actually mean for you? Define it so I can meet you there. I pick at a hangnail, gathering courage. It means shared decision-making, not me patching life together while you chase altitude. It means I can trust you to be present, even when it is boring, like pediatrician appointments and car inspections. I can do boring things. His smile is crooked, tender. I like boring things if it is with you. And it means you trust me with your mess. The words rush out. All of it, even the cockpit tapes. His jaw flexes. The Tokushima incident lives behind his eyes, a storm cell that never quite dissipates. I filed a formal request today for the full recording. I want us to listen together, a lawyer present if needed. No more secrets. The admission loosened something in my chest I did not know was locked. Thank you. He squeezes my hand. Your turn. What baggage are you still guarding? I snort softly. How long do you have? All night. I close my eyes. The words surface like submerged luggage lifting on a tide. I am terrified of needing you. My mother needed my father, and he treated that need like a boarding pass he could tear up at will. I watched her reshape herself around absence until she forgot the original outline. Beckett's thumb strokes my wrist, silent encouragement. I will continue. When you left for Tokyo, I promised myself Nova would never depend on a variable. So I built walls, labeled them independence, and pretended I did not want you. It felt safer to resent you than to risk loving you. He shifts onto his knees, facing me fully. What if we build something that makes room for need instead of punishing it? I laugh, shaky. Like what? Like a flight plan with alternates? If I deviate, there are procedures, checklists, communication every 10 minutes. I arch a brow. You want us to run our relationship on cockpit callouts? Why not? Aviation taught me the only way to survive uncertainty is redundancy and transparency. The idea is ridiculous and yet weirdly comforting. Fine, I say. First, redundancy. We both have veto power over schedule changes. Agreed. He lifts 2 fingers in scout salute. Second, redundancy. Weekly family meeting, no phones, open agenda. I mirror his salute. Third, therapy. Together or solo, non-negotiable. He nods. Fourth, financial honesty. We build 1 spreadsheet, not 3. Fifth, I add, heart thudding. No silent treatment. If we are angry, we say it out loud. He whistles low. That one will be work. Worth it. He leans forward, presses his forehead to mine. The position is intimate yet grounding. I smell mint from the toothpaste he used earlier. Sky, I want the life we keep sketching inside conversations. House in Old 4th Ward near Zoe. Backyard big enough for Nova's trampoline. Slots on the fridge for itineraries. I want a dog that sheds too much, and you complain about its fur on the couch. I laugh. You hate dogs. I hate uncontrolled variables. He smiles. This is growth. I wrap my arms around his waist. I want those things too, but first I need to believe they are possible. Look at me. He lifts my chin. They are. His kiss is gentle, question and answer in one. I melt into it. Heat coils low in my belly, but tonight the arousal feels braided with relief rather than desperation. I shift onto his lap, our knees knocking markers off the table. Caps clatter across the hardwood. He laughs against my mouth. Zoe will kill us if we stain her floor. Then be quick. I nibble his lip. Speed is your specialty. He pinches my hip. Unfair. His hands slip under my tank top, thumbs tracing ribs. My breath catches. I tug his t-shirt over his head. The sight of his chest still stuns me. Lean muscle, mapped by faint freckles, and the faint scar along his left rib where the desert landing gear nearly ended him. He cups my breast through my lace bra, thumb teasing my nipple until I arch with a shiver. But a flicker of anxiety rips through me. The memo, the hearing, the possibility of losing all this. I freeze. He notices instantly, pulls back. Too much? Not too much. I whisper. Too close. His brow furrows with concern. Close is good. Close means vulnerable. I slide off his lap and sit beside him on the carpet. Shame prickles my skin. Sorry. Do not apologize. He brushes hair from my eyes. What would help you feel best right now? I bite my bottom lip. Talk to me. Tell me how you felt when the memo came. He exhales, jaw working. Like the ground dropped and I was falling without instruments. I nod slowly. I felt that way when you walked through the departure gate 6 years ago. He flinches. I know. I do not want to feel it again. Tears sting behind my eyelids. So when intimacy hits, I panic. Because if I let go completely and you vanish, the fall will kill me. His arms wrap around me, cradling my shoulders. I will fail sometimes. I am human, but disappearance is off the table. I grip his biceps. Promise. Promise. He seals it with a kiss to my temple. We can slow down. I breathe, steadying. I don't want to slow down forever, just until my nervous system catches up. Name your tempo. I smile, watery. Adagio. He chuckles softly against my hair. I will Google that. We clean the markers together, sliding art supplies into a shoebox. When the living room is tidy, Beckett pulls the sofa bed down. We climb under Zoe's mismatched blankets, fully clothed, limbs tangled like teenagers at a sleepover. His body shifts, the mesh of fabric sliding until I feel the warmth of his thigh against my own. His hand curves along my spine, drawing me closer. Can I kiss you again? He asks, voice husky in the small space. I lift my face. Please. He tilts my chin up and kisses me. Slow, tasting of cotton sheets and the promise of more. I open for him, tongue tracing the seam of his lips, and he deepens the kiss until I'm dizzy with wanting. I know, we were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming, but the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.com.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Beck? If the board sidelines you, would you consider flying a charter? Smaller company, more predictable hours? He hums, thinking. I would, but my heart is in teaching. We will find a way to keep you teaching. He presses a kiss behind my ear. Sleep, Sky. As I drift, I catalog the redundancies we created tonight. They feel like rivets, securing fuselage panels. Maybe the plane still rattles, but it will hold. Wednesday, 6:55. Hartsfield-Jackson Crew Lounge. I sip bitter coffee, scrolling overnight emails. The union filed a cease and desist against the mandatory recertification, citing lack of negotiated notice. Amelia responded with a chilly bullet list of safety concerns. The standoff is live, trending on aviation Twitter under #HazeGrounded. Jada plops into the seat opposite me, uniform immaculate, dark lipstick daring the sun to rise higher. Your man is a hot topic. I grimace. Tell me something new. Rumor says corporate will leak those cockpit tapes within 48 hours to justify grounding. She sips latte. Are you ready for that PR storm? Prepared, not ready. There is a difference. She studies me. You seem steadier. I made a checklist, I say. Helps? She smirks. Of course you did. Our lead attendant calls boarding. Flight 267 to Charlotte, then 4 hours in the simulator for extended range training. Beckett flies to Atlanta this afternoon. We will cross paths only by phone signals until Saturday. I stand, adjust my scarf. Later, Jada. In the jet bridge, my phone buzzes. Beckett, morning beautiful. Family meeting tonight, video at 2000. Agenda, dream house brainstorming and dog breeds. Nova votes golden doodle. I grin. Type back, golden doodle shed. Border collie maybe. See you at 2000. Love you. I clip the device to my waistband and step into the cabin. The aircraft smells like stale air conditioning and possibility. As passengers board, I greet each with practiced warmth. My mind drifts to the checklist. Redundancy 2. Weekly family meeting. We are already implementing it. Time to trust the system we designed.
Chapter 30. Beckett. 1 year after the Denver showdown, JFK to Atlanta, Flight 2109, family flight inaugural service. I learned a long time ago that an airplane is the perfect mirror. If you want to see who you've become, sit in a dim cockpit just before sunrise and watch the glass bloom with color while every switch, dial, and inch of metal hums beneath your palms. The sky doesn't lie, and neither do the numbers glowing across the flight deck. Right now, the numbers say we're taxiing at 18 knots, flaps set to 15, trim right where it should be. The sun is still hugging the horizon, but lavender is already bleeding into gold over runway 4 left. Beside me, First Officer Carla Martinez recites the before takeoff checklist, her tone crisp and calm. In my headset, I hear the ground controller release us to tower, hear tower clear us for departure, hear my own voice respond affirmative in that even captain's cadence I once envied and finally earned. And beneath every technical detail, below the steady thump of my heart, is the awareness that Skylar is 30 feet behind me in the forward galley, buckling the service cart, while Nova, our 6-year-old cyclone of sugar and determination, practices her very first in-flight medical demo by the jump seat observer station. An entire cabin full of pediatric pulmonologists, aviation journalists, and Crosswind scholarship kids is waiting to see whether the Hayes Monroe family can really model what we've spent a year preaching, breathing easy, climbing together. I tap the interphone key. "Cabin ready?" Her voice crackles back, satin smooth even through cheap circuitry. "Galley secure, passengers briefed. Cross-check complete, Captain." "Copy." My thumb hovers, unwilling to release. I break protocol for half a second. "Love you." A tiny laugh, private and treasured. "Love you too. Eyes on your center line, Hayes." Martinez's head angles. Pilots gossip more efficiently than any galley crew, but Carla's only response is a grin. She's flown with us since the congressional hearings. Nothing surprises her now. "Runway 4 left, cleared for takeoff," tower calls. Here we go. I advance the throttles. The CFM engines spool from a purr to a lion's roar, and the 737 surges forward. Around me, Atlanta's skyline glints like glass teeth. Ahead, the runway lights rush to meet us. At 80 knots, the yoke shivers. At V1, there's no turning back. At rotate, I ease the nose skyward, and just like every time since I was 21 and stupid with ambition, gravity loosens its grip. But this time, as gear tucks into the bay and the altimeter sweeps up the dial, a fragment of last spring blindsides me, the proposal that launched everything that's happening today. Flashback snippet, Piedmont Park, Atlanta, 11 months earlier. I was sweating before she arrived. The quartet I'd hired started their second Ella Fitzgerald instrumental. The picnic basket steamed inside its gingham blanket, and Nova kept breaking into the Ringbox airplane to check the emerald marble she insisted I'd hidden for her. Zoe ordered me to breathe, but all I could see was the ghost of my own mistakes. Every overnight I missed, Every birthday FaceTime that lagged across time zones, every courtroom hearing where I looked brave while shaking inside. Then Skylar walked across the grass wearing an emerald jumpsuit that caught the sun and made passers-by gawk. She apologized for being 5 minutes late. The student trainee flared too high and kissed my cheek like the past never broke us. I realized then that the speech I'd memorized was pointless. She would hear my heart no matter what words I chose. When the quartet slid into April in Paris, I drew the mahogany model airplane from the basket, hands finally steady. "You once said altitudes feel like lies if the pilot isn't honest," I told her. "Here's my truth." I opened the miniature cockpit door, let the ring glitter between us. "I'm still not sure how I got the 'will you marry me?'" Out, she started crying at Will, but somehow we ended on our knees, Nova shrieking that her mommy was now Princess Pilot, and a photographer Zoe bribed popped out of a boxwood hedge. In every photo, my face registers naked astonishment that she said yes. The next morning, beneath hotel sheets that smelled of champagne and Jet A, Sky traced my collarbone and whispered, "One day you'll fly an entire cabin full of kids who need to know there's safe air up there." I told her that day would come sooner than she thought. Present. Climb. 4,000. 5. 10. Atlanta thaws beneath us, the sprawl of Buckhead and Midtown a tilted board game bathed in copper light. Martinez hands me the after-takeoff checklist. I sign off, click autopilot, and call for Channel 2 so the cabin hears the altitude updates. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain. We've reached 10,000 feet en route to Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson. Smooth air ahead." I add lower, "If you look left, you might see the sun catch a contrail. That's the possibility waving hello." Cheeseball, but the doctors love it. They applaud. I hear my daughter gasp through the open curtain and grin. The cockpit door pops. Nova steps in wearing her laminated badge. Junior crew, breathing demo. She salutes, though the glove on her tiny hand is backward. Delivery for Captain Daddy. Carla swears under her breath about cuteness overload. I turn to find Skylar just inside the threshold, holding a bento she smuggled from the marketing team. Smoked salmon triangles, edamame, green tea mochi. Company chefs think family flight means fancy grown-up bento, but Sky knows pilots need protein, not garnish. She slips the tray into my hands, fingertips brushing. Electricity arcs the way it did the night we filed our joint custody motion, an invisible promise humming just under the skin. "How's the cabin?" I ask. "She's ready." Sky nods toward Nova. "She wants to time her demo with your sunrise speech. Coordinated like an approach plate." I check the clock. 2 minutes to cruise. Nova shimmies onto the jump seat. In the windshield, the sun ignites full. Molten gold turning clouds to rose. My headset crackles. Center frequency handoff, so I leave the interphone open. Let the cabin hear how quiet confidence can sound. "Cruising at flight level 370, I announce. "Time for our junior officer's breathing demonstration." Sky adjusts Nova's mic. My daughter squares her shoulders, draws in one practiced deep breath, inhale 9, hold, exhale 10, and begins her spiel. She shakes the inhaler like a maraca. 1, 2, 3. She clicks it to the spacer. She puffs a measured spray, holds, exhales slow. Passengers copy her. You can feel tension drain from the rows like someone opened a relief valve. Martinez mouths rock star. I nod, pride clawing my throat. When Nova bows, the cabin erupts. She scampers back into Sky's arms, and my wife lifts her under the shoulders like she's already gained wings. The cockpit door closes. For the next hour, I monitor fuel burn, check cross-traffic, and sip matcha mochi between radio calls. Martinez handles VHF for a stretch, so I can write notes for tonight's celebration. Who gets shout-outs, which donors we still have to charm, how many pancakes Nova is allowed before the sugar crash. Yet every bullet point folds into one repeating line. We made it. We're still making it. At top of descent, I ping Sky. Mild chop forecast. I'll ride the seatbelt sign a touch early. Copy, she says. My cabin can handle bumps. I know they can. They trained with her. She keeps the aisle open until the last safe moment, then secures galley. The rumble is mild, but passengers murmur anyway, so I toggle PA again. Calm voice, light joke, remind them breathing easy is our brand. The turbulence passes in 60 seconds, but I keep the sign lit for her sake. A small extra cushion that says, I've got you better than any bouquet. Approach gives us vectors for a straight in to 26 right. Clouds scatter across a peach-hued sky. At 1,500 feet, I click off autopilot. My hands want this landing. Symbolic, literal, final chapter of a year's worth of ground school in humility. 500-foot call-out. Power steady. Runway lights rush. I flare 3 degrees. Hold, hold. Tires kiss asphalt so soft the cabin might think we stayed airborne. Thrust reversers roar. Spoilers slap. We're down. Martinez chants the post-landing flow. Ground guides us to gate B12, porches for crosswinds banners, local news cameras, and 4 dozen kids who will brag they flew the first breathe easy service. I shut down the engines. Seatbelt sign dings off. Cheers echo. A lump the size of the Jackson Street Bridge wedges under my sternum. Carla sees it. Take a lap down the aisle, Captain. They're here for you, too. I unclip, straighten my tie, navy that matches Sky's service scarf, Nova's jacket, and open the cockpit door. Flashbulbs pop. A journalist shakes my hand, asks whether my congressional testimony changed FAA reprioritization of pediatric protocols. I give the concise, union-approved line, then steer him toward a surgeon who funded the portable nebulizer prototype. I kneel to sign a child's plastic wings and memory splinters. Me at 8, begging my father to stay one more night before shipping out again. Me at 20, too afraid of missing a promo slot to say no to Tokyo. Me at 35, kneeling like this to beg forgiveness from Sky. The knot in my throat loosens the tiniest bit. Row by row, passengers disembark. Ms. Robbins, the knee replacement grandma, hugs me and whispers, "Your wife reminds me of Harriet Tubman in heels." I don't ask for details. Sky's heroics need no explanation. Finally, the cabin empties. Nova sprints down the aisle, cape streaming, leaps into my arms. "We landed so soft the unicorn didn't wake up," she shouts, brandishing the stuffed mascot glued to her hip. Sky appears next, clipboard tucked under arm. She kisses Nova's cheek, then mine. Quick, professional, loaded. "Cabin secure, Captain. Ready for post-flight inspection." Her eyes flick up and down my face like she's cataloging every micro-stress fracture. "Inspection later," I murmured. "First we celebrate." I set Nova down. She darts to stick Crosswinds decals on the bulkhead as souvenirs for the cleaning crew. Sky steps closer. Wind from the open jet bridge fans curl onto her cheek. I tuck it behind her ear, thumb lingering across her jaw. "This felt like the proposal all over again," I whisper. "Different stage. Same question. Will you keep saying yes?" She smiles slow, the kind that starts in her eyes and cracks the shell around my heart. She reaches into her blazer, pulls a familiar mahogany model plane, the proposal prop from Piedmont Park. She's added a new inscription beneath the cockpit. "Yes, every climb." I swallow past a wave of emotion. "When did you—" "Custom engraving shop in Virginia Highland. Wedding planning side quest." Before I can answer, Nova yells, "Mommy, bounce castle plane next, right?" The bounce castle idea, her dream for the upcoming vow renewal ceremony, makes Sky laugh so hard she snorts. I decided that sound will always be my favorite approach to light. Beside us, the jet bridge crew peers impatiently. Time to clear out. I gather the last bits of trash, lock overhead bins, and switch cabin lights to night mode. Sky signs her name on the compliance log. Skylar Monroe Hayes, full captain crew privilege after 6 months of recurrent training, and we step onto the bridge. Outside, Georgia air hugs us warm. Photographers crowd barriers for a final shot. Usually I bristle at flashbulbs. Tonight I let them blaze. We walk linked, Sky on my left, Nova swinging between us, our shadows one long contrail stretching ahead. In the terminal lounge, a corporate courier waits. He hands me a sealed envelope on Amelia Baxter's heavyweight stationery. Inside, International Crosswinds charter proposal, inaugural crew request. Destination, Cape Town. The mission is 3 times longer than any family flight we've attempted, crossing 2 oceans and 14 hours of potential turbulence. It will require recertification, night stopovers with time zone hiccups for Nova, and a whole new set of breathing equipment regulations. I watch Sky flip through the pages. Her brow furrows, but there's a spark beneath. Challenge accepted. Nova climbs a bench to peer over the paper, misreads Cape Town as Cake Town, and squeals about dessert for days. I look at my family, at the gate sign flashing Flight 2109 arrived, at the reflection of my captain's stripes in the lounge glass. 1 year ago, I feared every next step. Now the next step looks like the possibility of wearing wings. "Your call, Captain," Sky says, holding out the proposal. I take it, slip it beside the mahogany airplane in my bag. "We'll draft the flight plan together," I answer, and not since I strapped into a cockpit. The future doesn't feel like a horizon I chase. It feels like a runway we build side by side, ready for however high we choose to climb.